please.
Councilmember Baines. Councilmember Brand. Councilmember Brandow.
Here.
Councilmember Capriolio. Here. Councilmember Olivier. Councilmember Quintero. Councilmember Jean.
And we had a guest pastor from St. Paul's Newman Center who was unable to be here at the last minute. So I'm going to open us in prayer. So if we'd stand, let's pray and salute the flag. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day, the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us, and help us to always be thankful for those. We ask that you will help us at council today to make the best decisions possible and to speak with as much wisdom as possible, and so we rely upon you for help in that area. We ask that you bless every citizen of our city and be with us this day. We ask in Jesus' name. Amen. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it All right. We're going to start our day with a ceremonial presentation, a proclamation of Chicano History Revisited, and that's Councilman Quintero.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. I want to make a very, very special presentation. It's the second time that we've done it in Fresno City Hall during a council meeting, and it takes you back a few years to the 1960s, basically here in Fresno County and in the Valley, when a lot of things were going on, and it was a time when Vietnam was going on. The Beatles came to the United States, and so there was a lot of big time, I believe, of awareness culturally, socially in the United States. And there was a lot going on here in Fresno County. It came a time when you were starting to question authority, and things weren't Father knows best anymore, leave it to Beaver. You know, times were changing. And there was a lot of local activity that was going on, not only at Fresno State University with classes that were not being taught, that should have been taught at that time. There was a time of protests, and if you'll recall, they called them sit-ins, or there was a lot of marches that went on. So it was to me, it was a very special time, and communities throughout the valley came together. We had students coming from Parlier to Fresno marching all the way. We had them marching from Fresno to the university, and it wasn't just standing over at Blackstone and Shaw. In those days, it was going all over the place. So I remember one of the things that they said was when you had to do a protest, and Josie Mays is the one that reminded me of this. She said, man, we go from one place to protest, say, okay, where's the next one? So it was kind of like the rent-a-crowd. You say, okay, get a hold of everybody, and you didn't have cell phones in those days, so it was a little bit harder to organize people, but dang, they came together. They came together. And within our own Chicano community, there was a lot of activity. There was a ton of activity, a ton of awareness, a ton of organizing. And this will be the second year that the Chicano History Revisited will be here at Mosqueda Community Center. And this is being put on by El Concilio de Fresno as well as other member organizations. And I wanted to invite Eddie Varela, the president of El Concilio, as well as other members of the hosting committee to please come up here. I want to make this presentation. And Gloria, do you have more of these? Okay, if you can do me a favor when you leave, if you could leave them I think there's a little table out there where people can sign in so they can get one in case you want to go. It's going to be at the Mosqueda Community Center, and I'll let you talk a little bit more about that in a second. But first, I want to make the presentation. It's a proclamation presented to El Concilio de Fresno, Incorporated, for Chicano History Revisited. It is with great distinction and pride that I join El Concilio de Fresno in solidarity for the 44th annual Chicano Moratorium honoring Chicano History Revisited in Fresno County. I admire and appreciate your commitment in educating our community on the hard work, sacrifices, and commitment by many Chicanos to build a stronger community, improving the conditions of all people by providing social and political change. We wish you the best and continued success. Please accept a heartfelt thank you on behalf of the City of Fresno for your dedication and commitment to our community. On behalf of the City of Fresno, I, Councilmember, do hereby proclaim Saturday, August 30th, 2014 to be El Concilio de Fresno and Chicano History Revisited in Fresno County Day in the City of Fresno. Congratulations to you. And if you, before you speak, Eddie, if you can just introduce yourself.
Olivia Hastings.
José Luis Barraza.
Gloria Hernandez.
And with all the marches, I got to tell you, they got a lot of miles on them, okay? So I'll let Eddie speak.
Thank you, Councilmember Quintero, President Brandow, members of the council. On behalf of El Concilio de Fresno, I'm very pleased to accept this proclamation, acknowledging our body of work and service to our community. Chicano History Visited is about celebrating and documenting the legacy, history, challenges, sacrifice, and accomplishments of our elders, activists, advocates, students, and members of our community for opening up the many doors of opportunity that are now open to us. Our program is educational, informational, and inspirational. So this Saturday at 12 noon at the San Mosqueda Community Center, there will be a free public event. We hope to see many of you there and also members of our community. Thank you very much.
And Gloria, would you like to say a few words, please?
Yeah, it hasn't always been easy, as you all know. Every time we come, you know, in the old days, it was civil rights. That's what it was about. That's what I learned about. And that's where I learned how to stand up and speak on behalf of others. It's changed a little because now I speak on behalf of everybody, not just Chicanos. But this event's very special because what I've learned over the years in mentoring the youth is that our history is not documented. Everything we've done to help and enhance Fresno County is really not documented from a Chicano point of view or to recognize the Chicanos. We're seen as gangbangers, we're seen as farm workers, but we're not seen as leaders. And we've contributed a lot to Fresno City and Fresno County. And I hope that the documentation project that we're undertaking along with Fresno County Library is that future generations will see that we were doing it, not just for Chicanos, but for everybody. I hope.
Well, least but not last, one of the biggest things is that what was going on then, we have come full cycle. The only difference then than today is we've gone globally. And thank God for technology that we can deal with that as well. Because we are being impacted today, and we are being impacted by globalization as we've seen through the recession. And so it's no longer about being Chicano. It's about being citizens of this community and making sure that our people have jobs and homes to live in. And as you can see, we have a lot of homeless, and we have a lot of people at the threshold of becoming homeless. Let's work together and move forward. Thank you.
I just want to say that I want to thank all I see in the background of all our friends that marched back then when we were young and we had the energy. I wish they were all here, and I want to thank the ones that aren't here that did a lot of work. Thank you, Sal.
Thank you all very much. And
I just want to say that's me in the front. I was 16 years old.
only your hair color has changed. What happened to a lot of the individuals that were around in those days? They became university professors. They became police officers. They became attorneys. They became active in the community, becoming directors of housing programs, going mainstream and selling real estate. And there's just becoming actors, becoming voices for our times then and voices for our times now. So it's something that's really special, and I really appreciate the work that you have done as individuals to bring this documentation together and working with Fresno County. It's really something that's really going to be important for future generations. So I honor you and I thank you so very much for the work you're doing. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councilman Quintero. Now we're on to the approval of today's City Council minutes, of a past meeting. Madam Clerk, have there been any changes to the approval of the minutes for August 21st, 2014?
The minutes for August 21st, 2014 have been laid over to September the 11th, 2014. So they'll be available at next meeting for
So
approval.
we'll vote on that next meeting. We're not going to vote on that today. All right, then. How about council member reports or comments? Councilman Zhang.
City Manager, just please thank the staff that came out to our community meeting yesterday evening at DeChico's. We had a larger crowd than expected and did a really good job. So just let them know I appreciate their time. Meeting went a little bit longer as well, and they were very patient and throughout the whole event. So I'm just please let them know that it was gratefully appreciated.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Just a word of gratitude to Fresno State, the university itself, and the associated students. We all showed up on Sierra Madre, which is 1 street south of Shaw, between Cedar and Maple, and we scoured the neighborhood. We picked up trash. We cleaned up some cul-de-sacs, and it was the first week of school, and here we had over 25 students volunteering to help and make a difference in that community. So I wanted to put that on the record that I really appreciate their support, the university's support, and this will be the next El Dorado Park as far as the successes of our city and the efforts to revitalize the area around Fresno State. So I wanted to thank them. Sorry?
Councilman Baines.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't done yet.
Oh, sorry.
And Council Member Zhang and I attended the 68th anniversary of India's independence from Great Britain, and the ambassador from San Francisco came down. We had many dignitaries there, and it's if you ever have an opportunity, I don't want to go into it all now, but if you ever have an opportunity to look that up on the computer or your iPhones or whatever, it's a fascinating story of the independence and how that all started in the Bay Area, and many freedom fighters for India lost their lives in that area. And I'm trying to tease you a little bit. You need to look it up. It's really, really fascinating. So it's been 68 years since they actually won their freedom from Great Britain, and it was a great celebration. And it almost brings tears to your eyes when you get the history of it. So please try to do that. And next year, you're all invited. Thank you.
Are you done now, Councilman Capriolio? All right. Councilman Baines.
Thanks, Council President. Really quick, hey, Bruce, there were a couple of subcommittees I know the council wanted to get going, and one of them was our transportation committee. We talked about that during our lengthy BRT discussions, and the other was our code committee. And I wanted to see when you thought that we maybe could enact that committee work. I know I talked to the council president last week or week before last maybe. And
so as far as the transportation subcommittee, we should have a presentation to council maybe the first 2 weeks in October, because as you recall, the consultant was going to go out to the community and vet out a couple of the strategies that he went over with you. From that point, we could kick off that transportation or transit subcommittee. The code committee, you're probably looking at the same time, first week or two. We're working on some agenda items and some things that we want you to consider so that we can really hit the ground running. So anticipate that sometime around the first 2 weeks in October as well.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Are you done, Councilman Baines? Councilman Quintero.
City Manager, I just wanted to say thank you because we've gotten a lot of calls in the past couple weeks with regards to the watering and overwatering of city properties, private properties, and that type of thing. But I just want to thank the staff in Tommy's office as well as Water Conservation with Nora, because they've gone above and beyond in responding, and as well as Brian in finance on letting folks going over their bills with them. So they've really done a tremendous job, and I really want to thank them because they've, like I said, they've gone above and beyond in responding because we follow up with folks say, did you get the proper response? I mean, not the proper response. I mean, you may not have liked it, but, you know, did you get a response? Well, yeah, and it was explained to me, so I understand. So really appreciate that a lot.
And thank you, Council Member. I'd also want to acknowledge Public Works staff, especially our irrigation specialists, who have had to go out in a very short order and readjust. I don't know how many hundreds of clocks we have out there, but imagine they had to go back out and reset all those clocks to twice a week watering versus 3 times. So it has been truly a team effort, and I will extend your appreciation, the council's appreciation to everyone involved.
All right. Screen's clear, so I'm going to make a comment, and I don't want to get on Councilman Brand's nerves today, this afternoon. I know that he went to Fresno State and USC, but for most of us, we're 100% behind the Bulldogs this Saturday afternoon, and we're going to beat USC, Councilman Brand. At least we're hoping. All right, you do. Well, that's nice to know. But please join our community in supporting our Bulldogs throughout the year. Fantastic. Now we are on to the approval of today's agenda. Madam Clerk, have there been any changes to today's agenda?
No changes to the agenda.
All right. Do I have a motion to approve today's agenda?
So moved.
And a second? All in favor? Motion passes 7-0. And now on to the consent calendar. Are there any members of the public that would like to talk about any of the items on today's consent calendar before we vote on the consent calendar? All right. I don't see any rush to the microphone. So are there any council members that would like to pull certain items? Councilman Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pull the first item on the consent calendar for discussion. It's 14-174.
Okay. Councilman Capriolio.
I'd like to pull item 14233. It's near the beginning. These are not tabs, so it's kind of hard to follow. But 233, thank you.
All right, then. And I would like to pull 3 items, 14-242, 14-258, and 14-319. And so we have 5 items that we're going to pull off of consent for secondary discussion. And so do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar as it is without these 5 items?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. So, Councilman Quintero, let's go to your item 14-174, and that's an approved automatic and mutual aid agreements between the City of Fresno, the Fresno County Fire Protection District.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chief. You and I spoke about this earlier in the week, and there's I don't have any concerns supporting it, but just looking for maybe tweaking it a little bit and seeing if it would be more workable for us. And also, I may want to call up James Scroggins from the Firefighters Association. And my understanding is that there's I guess one of the procedures that Clovis has it's a Clovis plan. And how does that one work in comparison to what's being proposed on the agenda today?
Sure. The Clovis automatic aid agreement has been working very successfully with Fresno County Fire Protection District. They have a one-for-one or like-for-like automatic aid agreement where if they send one unit, let's say Clovis sends a unit into Fresno County, it's an engine or a truck with 3 person, and the county will do the same and send the same type of equipment. The difference, and up to 1. The difference with our agreement, a couple things, just to keep in mind, we are over 3 times the size of Clovis. And we have in our agreement up to 2. We may send up to 2. And the little bit difference with Clovis is that Fresno County Station 87, which is primarily near your district, council member, and also Councilmember Baines, they have a truck with 3 career firefighters and a squad with 2 career firefighters. And that squad unit would be the first responder, the quickest response into the city area to the tune of about 679 calls per year, meaning our engines and trucks stay put. The outer boundary where Fresno City engines would respond into the county is about 396 calls, so about half as many calls we would respond out into the county with a 3-person engine or truck.
Wow. Okay. Is there, well, it sounds to me, and it affects both, you said the Southwest and Southeast the most. It seems like it would be somewhat of a safety issue.
We don't see that as a safety issue at all, and here's why. These are career firefighters in the county that are going to respond in with the city. If the squad goes to a medical call, they're also going to be married up with a adjacent ambulance that meets them at the incident, and they mitigate that medical emergency, and they go on their way. If it's a fire call, the county is committed to sending the truck and the squad, so 5 people instead of our 3. That's an enhanced safety issue on the fire ground, enhanced minimum staffing. In the county area, far to the east, I think some concern have been raised that there might be paid call or volunteer firefighters that our firefighters have to fight fire with. And this occurs quite often out in the Parlier area where they do have volunteers or paid call, but that's not the case in this area. And if they come upon a paid call firefighter, those folks are not in charge of the incident. They fold into the incident command system underneath a company officer. And I'd be happy to bring up the person in charge of that county fire district, who's here, is the fire chief, Mark Johnson, if you'd like him to explain their paid call safety concerns, if you have those, and talk to you directly.
Yeah. Okay. I'd like to ask, if it's okay, Mr. Scroggins, up to the mic and see what the concerns are that the firefighters have in terms of the safety issues.
Right. Good afternoon. We appreciate the fact that fire administration has worked very diligently with us in adjusting the. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. We appreciate very much the administration's efforts to change the auto aid agreement. We've made considerable changes over the last several months. However, our main issue remaining with the squad and only having 2 firefighters respond into the city centers around one issue. The American Heart Association recommends 6 trained professionals for CPR. Currently, if you have a cardiac event in the area of Cedar and Butler, you're going to get 6. You're going to get 4 from Engine 8, and you're going to get 2 from an American ambulance. There are certain portions of that area of town that the squad would be first in for if this agreement went through. You're reducing that response to 4. you're reducing the response and the available personnel to effect CPR by 20%. And that is a main concern for us, for the citizens of Fresno. In addition to that, with fires, if we send 2 units into the county, we're either sending 7 or 8 of us, whereas if they send 2 units into the city, the most they're sending is 5. So either way you look at it, it's lopsided, whether it's with EMS or whether it's with fires. Now, and our other concern is...
Excuse me, so for city services, we're getting shorted?
In my opinion, yes, absolutely. In our opinion, in the
Okay.
association's opinion, we are. Either way. With EMS, you're getting shorted by 2. With fires, you're getting shorted by as many as 3 or 4, depending on how many. Well, 3 would be the most. Our other concern would be the squad responding to fires alone. If the truck is up at Shaver or if it's in some other part of the county, that squad is now by itself, and it could respond to anywhere in the city. If the squad shows up to a fire anywhere in the city, it is not going to be effective in either doing a rescue or in putting the fire out. And I'll give you an example. You can ask retired firefighter Steve Rao what happened to his home when only 2 firefighters showed up when it was on fire. He had to stand at the curb and watch it burn to the ground.
Okay. So, in the kind of keeping all things equal, I guess, what we would, I guess what we'd be asking is for the, ask the county to adjust the agreement.
Sure. We could either just not have the squad come into the city, or they can give us like-for-like resources like they're doing with the city of Clovis. I'd also like to add that this is the 5th largest city in this great state of California. We should be setting the standards, not lowering them for other agencies.
City attorney, if I wanted to add that part to this amendment, would that require a motion or just to add on to the?
You want to add an amendment to the item?
Yes.
Yes, you're able to do that.
Okay.
You can make a motion to approve along with that change.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear from my colleagues and get their thoughts, or they may have some more questions for the chief or for Mr. Scroggins, but I'd like to set that in terms right now as a motion to an amendment, and then we'll see how the questions go and see if I get a second. The motion is to ask the county to adjust this agreement to add two more firefighters. It's similar to the Clovis agreement.
Well, if it was similar to the Clovis agreement, it would just be like for like. So either not send the squad at all, which only has 2, or replace the squad with an engine that has 3.
So it's a motion to approve the item with that change.
With an amendment. Mm-hmm. And then I guess my colleagues have some questions. I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Councilman Capriolio.
I'm a little concerned because this is, to me, last minute. I've read this, and now this is a new dimension. So I think we need more time on this, or I'm prepared to support the original item. And if we want to do an amendment or addendum or something in the future, so be it. But I don't have enough information to support the motion at this moment. I need more time and information.
What if we pull the item for a couple weeks and...
Well, if I could. The item before you is contingent upon us successfully completing the meet and confer with the local. It's subject to that. What we have before you is if when we do complete the meet and confer, the authority to execute the agreement. If there are subsequent addendums based on those meet and confer, then we will certainly bring that addendum back to the council. But I think it would be important for the council to hear from the county fire district chief as well, and the concern over 2 people responding versus 3. I appreciate Mr. Scroggins' comments about CPR, but I just happened to be part of a ceremony just 2 days ago where we had 2 police officers, and that was the only ones who arrived on scene in advance of EMS. and saved lives. And so while 6 would be great, if I'm having cardiac arrest, I'll take 2 any day. But I would like you to hear maybe from the chief, because I understand the concern for Mr. Scroggins. But at the end of the day, what we're trying to do through this agreement is increase response or decrease response time or improve response time, which at the end of the day is a benefit to the community. And so if I could, Chief, if you could come up and maybe speak to the concerns regarding the level of safety that comes with 2 versus 3 individuals on an apparatus or on any other vehicle.
And my concern, city manager, is, of course, like everybody else, it's the safety issue. So, yeah.
Exactly, and that's why we're trying to enter into an auto A agree, because we're concerned about the community safety and our response times, either for a county resident or a city resident. So, for coming today.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Mr. President, board members. I too have a concern. I wish I had 5 firefighters on every piece of equipment. Fiscal reality is I can't do that. We need to put this in context a little bit. We're talking about a squad response to an in-home medical aid. This city has been plagued, unfortunately, and I feel your pain with a lot of fires lately, large fires that have drawn down the resources of your department. Many times I've seen on the news where Fresno City Fire quit responding to medical aids altogether. So in my world, I'd much rather have 2 people show up in a squad to somebody that was in cardiac arrest than nobody, or wait for the ambulance. And, we all want to do the right thing. That's always a tough thing to do. But it's about public safety. Automatic aid agreements happen every day all across this country by differing jurisdictions. It's nothing new. It's not, something that we just thought up here to do between the city of Fresno and the Fresno County Fire Protection District. It's a benefit to the city. I've told the city manager I don't mind my equipment, the truck, running into the city 1,000 times. I would like that city engine to come to my call 100 times or 200 times. It makes we're sharing resources. We're doing what the taxpayers expect of us. It's a smart way to do business in my book. When the truck comes into the city for a fire, you're basically getting a 5-person truck company, which is an increase over what the city has. They're just using the squad to get there. It's not to be used as a attack resource on a fire. It's just getting those 2 extra bodies there. So I would hope the council would take that all into consideration, that many times your fire's not responding to medical aids because they're just too busy. And if we can get 2 people there to start CPR before the ambulance gets there, that's great. I hope we save our taxpayers because we all need them.
Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
First, and then Councilman Brand.
Chief Donis, could you give us your opinion on that?
There's a couple things I'd like to cover here. The American Heart Association is one version. However, it's very, very clear that moving compressions only, CPR is the trend. And what does that mean to you? It means pushing on the heart, essentially, and moving blood without any gaps in between of 30 seconds or 10 seconds or more is the way that we're going in this community and really outside in the outside states and other across the country and world. And what they're finding is when you have compressions only and you're pumping that heart and there's a nonstop to that process, you have a much higher significant recovery rate or life response rate for that patient. What does that mean to all the context to all this? This concern that we need now 6 bodies to effectively make a rescue in CPR is quite frankly not an accurate statement. We have 2 people making an initial mitigation of that medical emergency, followed by 2 more American Ambulance folks. They package the patient up and they send them on their way with compressions the entire time. Understand that this auto aid is an agreement that's mutually beneficial for both agencies, the city and the county, and really for the community and citizens that we serve. And the way it does that is that the closest resource responds. Right now, today, our engines and trucks will take a longer time driving to that medical emergency within that pocket in both of your areas than that squad would if we were to send them out on an automatic aid response right now. They would get there quicker. They get there quicker, they start mitigating the emergency that much faster and have a much higher likelihood of survivability. So it's about the closest resource going. The 2-person squad that happens to be down in that area, Clovis doesn't have a squad, or the county doesn't have a squad in the Clovis area. That's why it's not an option. This is where the county chooses to place their squad. It's been there for over 6 years and has been very successful. We haven't had one, I haven't heard of, and I've reached out and tried to find one example where it wasn't a success in mitigating an emergency with 2 people followed by another 2 from American. 6 years. Now they happen to be 2 EMTs, and that shouldn't be the focus of this conversation. But built into this agreement, and we've really worked really hard to accommodate every request of the labor group, and I have to really commend Jeff Cardell and his team for helping shepherd this through, with the exception of me telling the county what type of equipment to place in their station. And I don't know if that's an appropriate approach.
This is a good example of regional cooperation between city, the county. I know we have a similar agreement with the city of Clovis. And ideally, I can understand 3 people, but from a practical point of view, you're saving lives and getting the person fastest there and starting the treatment right away, right?
That's correct. And we have a monitor built into this agreement that says every 6 months we're going to be doing some evaluation, and we'll check back in 6 months, see how we're doing. If there's an anomaly that says we need to take a time out, both chiefs are in agreement that we can do that at any time.
Is this comparable to other cities that have a similar arrangement with the city and the county where they work on the same kind of basis?
Yes, they are. Our automatic aids agreements are very common in the fire service and elsewhere. I think it's prudent that we have efficiencies and find them where they make sense. Right. In any of our organizations.
Okay, thank you. City attorney, so if we pass this today, it's subject to a meet and confer, which means it really doesn't pass until we've reached an agreement with the fire basic. Is that correct? So for James, you come up. You look good in a suit.
Thank you.
I appreciate your concerns, but I think right now you have an opportunity to weigh in on this. So if this does go forward, it's still going to be subject to, if I got this right, you guys reached an agreement, correct?
Well, that was not what I was aware of. I was looking at the consent calendar and seeing that this was a motion to adopt the agreement as it is.
Well, if it's meet and consult, then it would be just a courtesy. But when the meet and confer, if I'm right, that means you guys have to agree to this. Is that correct?
No, Council. If the Council voted to approve it today, subject to meet and confer, it would be approved. We would go through that process. If that process resulted in a desire to bring back changes to it, then that could happen. It would come back to Council. However, if that process did not result in changes, then the manager would be signing off on the document.
Okay. Well, that clarifies it. But either way, you're still going to have an opportunity to come and weigh in on this still. The city manager, you're going to meet with the basic at the talk, and Jeff, correct?
We have been meeting, and we would continue to meet because it is triggering the change in conditions, so it is subject to meet and confer.
And I understand your position, having the third person, but do you feel that if two people there, they're going to get there quicker? You know, in an ideal world, we'd love to have, you know, the extra staffing.
I respect that opinion, but I do disagree. Making the basic statement that something is better than nothing does not, in my opinion, is not a good reason to make a poor decision. And having 2 EMTs on a squad respond into one of the busiest, most heavily populated areas in our city is not appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Chief, I forgot your name, Cal Fire?
Johnson.
Johnson. I'm sorry. Chief Johnson, is that right? Yeah. Mark, come on up. So who would make the final decision? Would it be the Fresno County Board of Supervisors as far as the decision to allocate 2 or 3 people?
The ultimate decision rests with the fire board. The fire district is a special
Okay.
district in California.
Okay, so your board, I'm assuming for now, is chosen to staff with 2 for budgetary reasons?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel, as a professional, that if there was sufficient money, it would be ideal to have 3 people? Would be much safer, more efficient?
Sure. If we had the money, it would be, yeah.
Okay. How much money are we talking about? What's the cost?
To add 2 more people,
Yeah.
you're looking at about $225,000 or so.
Okay. What is your total budget?
Total budget's right about 17 million.
Okay. So has this been approached by your board and they just said simply that we just don't have the money for it?
Yeah. You know, us like the city have to operate in our means, and the only source of revenue that the fire district has is property tax. So, you know, as it grows, and if we can surpass the expense increases,
right,
that we would definitely look at going back to those staffing levels.
So if we did this, I'm assuming like in a pilot program for 6 or 12 months, and we discover that one, it would be, maybe it works better with an added, couple people, or financing changes, then we could come back here and have maybe expand the discussion?
Certainly.
Okay. Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. I can go either way in this deal. I think it's, if it's I really respect what Chief Donna says, and I think, given budget parameters, and we're finally getting a little bit of daylight ourselves on, on some of the stuff we're doing to restore services. But I'll listen to my colleagues, see what they have to say on it. Thank you.
Councilman Quintero.
I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Councilman Zhang.
Thanks. Thank you, Council President. City Manager, just quickly, if the item here, for whatever reason, either didn't move forward with the amendment, but the original is not adopted as well, what then is the process of the relationship, and how does the services still continue?
We have no auto aid agreement. What we have is a mutual aid agreement, which is essentially if and when the chief, our chief, or their chief needs support, they have to call and request that. The difference between that is time, and the clock is ticking. Auto aid essentially says whoever's the closest is going to roll on that incident. So if it's a cardiac event, instead of someone having to get to Chief Donnas or one of her designees and say, can you call Fresno County Fire? And you call Fresno County Fire then says, okay, we can roll. You may be looking at minutes. And when you're having a cardiac event, I don't know if we would really want to take the chance of losing that precious time. The auto aid agreement means it's auto. It is not one of those things where we're waiting to figure out who's going to go. It's whoever's the closest.
But I thought that we couldn't move forward with the auto aid until the meet and confer is completed. So technically, this approval doesn't really proceed without the meet and confer process, correct?
Right. We would hope to be able to complete that meet and confer in a very short amount of time, given that what we're all trying to do, I believe, is improve the level of safety for our community.
Okay, so even if this is done, then it's still waiting for the meet and confer process.
Yeah, and I believe that Chief Johnson has met with his firefighters, and this has been approved by the county firefighters, so we're waiting for IAFF to approve the
When you say IAFF, you're talking about our folks, right?
Our own firefighter union.
Okay.
Yes.
And what's the time frame on that we're looking for?
We'd like to get it done within the next 30 days, if all possible.
Chief, just a quick question. I guess I won't go into the CPR, the 6 hours, how the American, but just a question. I mean, if Clovis is able to get a like for like, and you're saying that, well, we can't, or it doesn't work for us because we're different. Can you explain that a little bit to me?
Well, it doesn't work for us because because the county has a squad truck combination at that station that's located in the district that we're speaking of, down in the south part of Fresno. There is no squad setup near the Clovis boundaries where they have auto aid. And that's because that's where the county chooses to place their equipment.
Okay, so it's not necessarily their agreements is based on where the equipment or the, I guess, the response or however set up they are with Clovis in terms of what they're calling for emergency. Ours is can't be because that's not where the equipment or that they can respond in a like for like.
Right. Closest unit goes. Closest unit goes. Whether it's the city or the county. And so the boundaries in this that's related to this auto aid agreement have, in the county, they have a squad and a truck in Station 87. And we have engines and trucks with 2 or 3 or 4 people. And over in Clovis, they have their fire engines and trucks, and the county stations closest to Clovis boundaries all have 3 persons on them. They don't have a squad out there. That's why it's not the same.
So it's more of how they are set up, right? I mean, it's not necessarily an agreement in terms of says, well, we're offering the same, you're offering the same. It's more of because how they man their people, I guess, that they put their folks on that side, and that's why they have the people to do the exchange.
Correct.
So could the assumption then go to say, well, if Cal Fire man their folks on that side to where it should be, whatever the number is, then they would be able to work out a man-for-man exchange.
That's a decision, I think Chief Johnson was articulating that. That would be a decision by their district board, whether or not they wanted to fund an additional firefighter on that squad. That's not up to us.
No, you're right, it's not up to us, but I think our folks are making, at this particular point, a fair request that says, we just want a fair exchange, and that you have agreed with whoever your other partners are.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it seems like a fair request.
So we are getting 5 firefighters from the county to come into the city for a structure fire, when we would have gotten, typically you'd get 3 on a truck. Now we're going to get 5. The citizen is going to get a quicker response by a 2-person squad. A Fresno City citizen is going to get a quicker response to their medical emergency than we currently function today. It will take them longer, them meaning the engines and trucks and our city stations, it will take them longer to drive to our Fresno City citizen to mitigate their emergency, which time is of importance, than this current proposal by sending an automatic aid. The closest unit goes, meaning the closest unit at the time is a squad. And if it's not, if the squad's out on another call, guess what? The truck goes. And it has 3 people on it. But it's closer, so it's quicker.
So we can't bifurcate? I mean, saying If it's a structural fire, this is what we expect. If it's a medical emergency, this is what we would expect, not necessarily a totality of it. I mean, we're saying, look, I mean, and I agree with you. We're talking about saving lives, and we don't want to differentiate between whether it's a CPR or a structural fire. But we're saying that under a structural fire, there's a limitation as to if we had 2 people, they couldn't do anything anyway. They'd be sitting there waiting until the fire burns down.
That's a good point.
So why don't we bifurcate and say, okay, if it's a CPR, if it's medical emergency, automatic, boom, let's get it done, because people don't care, whether it's Fresno, City, Cal, as long as they're taken care of. But why not say, okay, now when it comes to structure fire, because you need, whatever the rule is you need this many people to go in and do the work, we're just saying we're offering the same thing. You guys got to do the same thing.
Thanks for bringing that up. We did, in this agreement, state structure fires will get a minimum of, they're not getting just a squad. The question that was raised here, the statement was raised, is that what if the squad, they're getting a truck and a squad, 5 people. What if the squad shows up first to a fire? Great question. Here's what they can do, because that's what a single resource, a battalion chief does if they show up by themselves. They give a size up and tell everybody that's coming into the fire what they see. They can do a lap around the building to make sure, what the egresses are, if there's any exposures. They can get their gear on and get prepared to fold into the initial attack crew. So now you have 4 people right away to do an initial attack. They can get the tools out and prepare for that initial attack. There's quite a few things they can do to prepare to fold into a firefighting activity. No one is asking them, and in fact, that's absolutely not our protocol, is to allow anyone to enter a building without the proper 2 in and 2 out regulations.
Right, but maybe I'm saying
I think,
incorrect.
if I could, Councilman, what the chief just responded to, that in the case of a fire, you'll get five people. If it's a medical call, you'll get 2.
You could get 2. You could get
3, depending on if the squad's someplace else. So from a fire protection or a fire attack mode, you're getting 5, and it's, you said bifurcate, but that's delineated in the agreement. And then the other point the chief raised, how many calls do you think County Fire is going to make into the city?
679.
And how many do we think we're going to provide?
396.
That's a 2 for 1. Plus we get a higher level of protection and faster response times. For me, as a resident, again, I said it before, I would 2, 4, anybody. And I was in a ceremony with the police chief where I had 2 officers who saved lives on multiple occasions, and they were the only 2 providing CPR. Then they're subsequently supported by the EMTs who showed up later on. So we recognize this is subject to meet and confer, but let's understand this auto aid agreement that we're talking about is not unusual. What we're trying to figure out is a way to expedite the delivery of public safety services as quickly as we can in order to enhance the level of safety for our residents, both city and county residents.
No, City Manager, I think that's what we've been talking, and obviously I hear it from our administration side, but I also hear from our guys that are out there doing the job, and they have a little bit different perspective here. I mean, these are guys that are putting their lives on the line. They're the ones that are responding to the call. They're the ones that are making sure that whether it's the fire structure, CPR, or what it is, they're the folks that are doing this, and they have a little bit different perspective. So that's important to me too. That's very important to me, because these are the guys that we're paying to protect the lives of our residents, the city of Fresno here. So I want to make sure I have. Thanks, Chief. I want to make sure that I have a president there. Please come on up and. So I want to make sure you have your opportunity to comment as well.
Good afternoon, Council. Mr. City Manager, Assistant City Manager. We talked about a few things today. Well, first of all, I think it's awesome that we're trying to work something with the county. I started my career with the county 21 years ago. I was with them for a few years and then moved on to other things. So I think it's great that I'm working with the chief from the county. Some of the things that we haven't talked about are the call volume. We got the call volume, and it sounds like it's 2 to 1. I still need some time to look at dispatch, how dispatch does their calls. When I look at how American Ambulance dispatches into that small area, we're looking at about 2,000 calls just in that small area. And I say it's small, but when you think about it, we're extending all the way to McCall Avenue. I live in Reedley, so I know where McCall Avenue is. And then to the south, I'm sorry, that's to the east, and to the south, that goes all the way to American Avenue. So it's a pretty good chunk of land. When we signed the agreement or the contract with North Central, we got 3 and 3 on the truck and on the engine. So it was a good agreement for the city. It's a little far out there. What we didn't take into account, from my perspective, was that we inherited 100 square miles of exposure. So the city inherited that. What I worry about is now the exposure on the east and the south. Everybody here knows what's going on with our staffing. We are significantly understaffed. So for us to look at this, we need to make sure that we know the exact call volume. How much are we going to spread our resources out to the east and to the south? We're just starting to get ahead of the game. We have a new engine company that's being implemented about a month from now. But it's still, even though we're getting another engine company, we're reducing our daily staffing. So for us to sign an agreement that's going to spread our resources thinner, even if it's 10, 15, 100 calls, we're still spreading them out more. I've shared with James, I want an auto aid agreement. We've had that conversation with each other. How do you want to handle this? Yeah, it's a good agreement if it helps all parties. The city, the county, our management, their management, more importantly, all the citizens that it affects. So we need to look at that. Not just, you know what, 2 is better than nothing. Well, we need to make sure that we don't sign another agreement that's going to have a negative impact on our budget, on our department, on the city. Something else that was brought up was the 2-0 staffing. 2-0 staffing has very many success stories up and down the state. They implemented 2-person squads because they wanted additional resources. It wasn't because, hey, we're lacking funds, we can't support 3-0 staffing, let's go down to 2. When you look at Long Beach, LA City, LA County, and they have 2-person staffing, it's in addition to minimum staffing. So if they have 120 people on duty a day, we have 71, or we're going to 70. If we have limited staffing, well, let's settle for 2-0 staffing. No, we shouldn't. James brought it up. We shouldn't be lowering the standards. What those cities did was, you know what? Revenue's coming in. How do we staff our department? Let's give the community a little bit better service. Let's implement a 2-person paramedic squad. So that's some of the things that we need to think about. I've contacted one of the board members from the county. I'll be doing a presentation to them on September 17th. I think that's when their next meeting is, just to talk to them about what I talked to you about today. We need to make sure that this agreement is good for all entities, not just us.
Thank you. City Attorney, is there a particular reason why this has to move before the meeting confer, or at least have a tentative agreement with our folks prior to this coming back for the final approval?
I'm not aware of a reason the council would have to approve it before meet and confer, as long as the meet and confer takes place.
All right. So, council, I mean, obviously there's some issues here that needs to be resolved and discussed between our folks here. And I think it's, at least from my perspective, indicative to allow that to happen even before we vote on this. Let them resolve what they have to do. We can always approve it once that's done. It's going to come back to us anyway. And we approve this, then, we may come back and there's an disagreement and they don't get it done, and we're going to have another hash or another attempt at this up here on the dais again. So that would be my recommendation. I mean, I would support Member Quintero, but I would probably prefer it to be continued until the meet and confer process get their stuff agreed upon tentatively and get that resolved.
Councilman Baines.
Thanks, Council President. So I definitely appreciate my colleagues vetting out a lot of the questions that I had up until this point. And I guess the one question that for me has been yet unresolved, since now I understand the issue. I didn't quite understand it as well as I would have liked. So I appreciate Chief Johnson and, of course, our Chief Adonis and James and Pete as well. And you too, Bruce, for really explaining the varying sides. But here's the very basic question I have. I absolutely support the auto aid agreement. I think that goes without saying. So I know some of the discussion is whether it almost sounds like whether or not we should. I kind of want to put that to bed for me. I think we should do this. I think it's a good thing. I think it's probably long overdue in some senses. But I tend to, as most of you know, I was a police officer, a line level guy. So I take very seriously the requests of people that, like my colleague said, that are going to be responding, the actual responders. I take that very seriously because I know that feeling of asking for something and being told you can't have it, but knowing what you need. And so I'm curious is there a reason? I definitely understand, Chief, from the logistical standpoint you mentioned about the like for like problem. It sounds like a logistical issue more than anything else as I interpreted it. But Chief Johnson, if I could ask you to come down, I want to ask what I'm hoping is a simple question. My colleague of brevity here reminded me that it should be a quick question, not simple. Chief, if this body, the council, were to say yes, of course, you hear we want an auto aid agreement. We'd like the agreement to reflect that it's like for like you guys have with Clovis. What would you do if we asked for that?
Well, you need to understand that this agreement covers both ends of the city. We're just not talking about the south end of the city. In the north end, Fort Washington area, you're going to get Engine 85, which is a like resource to your equipment now. It's a 3-person staffed engine coming out of the north end of Clovis. In the south, what would I do?
Yeah, and
I'll just send the truck, I guess, with three people on it.
I'll make it simple. I don't want to get too far down into the weeds. Could you do it if we asked for it? I guess that's the question. If that was the request of this body to say, hey, we like a like for like agreement, could you do it?
Could we do it? I guess I would have to ask my board if we could do it. The squad only has seating for 2 people on it. So we're going to take a $140,000 piece of equipment and park it. Then I may have to go acquire a $400,000 engine to put in its place. So it would be a decision that would be up to our board if they wanted to do that.
Right, but you as a chief, you're saying yes, you could do it if your board said yes. I mean, I guess I'm asking you're the guy that the manager over there. Would you?
We've already finalized our budget in the fire district, so anytime soon, no, I'm not doing it. I'd much rather just send you 5 people to a structure fire than 3.
Okay, thanks,
on a
Chief.
Truck.
Yeah. So thank you, Chief. I guess for me, I'm probably leaning more with Councilmember Zhang. There seem to be unresolved issues, even maybe within the county, if we were to even ask for this. So I would probably have to side with Member Quintero. I would probably say, yeah. I mean, I would want a like for like. I'm going to probably honor the request of the troops on the ground, to be honest with you. But I think that the probably more prudent thing to do, since no decision here today is going to be the final decision anyway, is to allow the parties to work out the rest of the details. So I'll ask for a continuation for 2 weeks, if Member Quintero will allow me will withdraw his motion. Okay. So council, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask for a continuation for 2 weeks and allow more of this dialogue to unfold. Did I get a second?
second his motion?
He said he said he withdrew his motion. Okay. All right. Got a second. Thank you.
Yes.
In his comments, stated that maybe a 2-week continuance would be better to get the two parties together.
Well, I know that city manager mentioned something about hopefully getting it done in the next 30 days. I think we could have that as an appropriate time period.
The 30 days?
Yeah, I can continue it till they get the agreement done. I'm fine with that. So, because quite honestly, there's no reason to come back to us until an agreement is done anyway. Yeah. Why we get back into this debate just to have to come back to debate again? So, let my motion reflect that we want to continue it until the meet and confer process has been completed and we figure out what the arrangement is.
No longer than the 30 days then?
Sure, no longer than 30 days. That's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Baines, did you actually just withdraw your previous 2-week, or where are we at on this?
I think I amended my continuation, my request for a continuation to allow the meet and confer process to complete. So I guess if you wanted to be technical, maybe I did withdraw it and add a new motion.
Yeah, I thought what I heard is that to table the item, allow the meet and confer process to continue, but to come back in put 30 give the parties 30 days to come back in 30 days to see if we can resolve it between now, let's say the 1st of
Thanks,
October.
Bruce. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's it.
Are you seconding? Can you second that for me? I can second. All right, we got a motion. We have a motion. Councilman Capriolio, you punched in.
Thank you. A lot of dialogue. My primary concern is the safety of our citizens. So without an auto wait in place now, what happens? Can anybody tell me that? We have 30 days of confusion and then back to labor negotiations while our citizens are potentially suffering.
Cap, I'll answer for you. The reason why I did that, because no action we take today is going to result in an auto aid agreement. They have to go through the meet and confer process anyway.
Well, I am confused, and like I said, I want to protect our citizens. So I hope this works out.
Yeah. And let me share, and I appreciate the council listening to both sides. We hear both sides, and I'm want to acknowledge the recent appointment of Chief Johnson. The relationship with County Fire has been a little tenuous, as we know, over the number of years, and as a result of that, we haven't had an auto aid agreement for quite some time. I can't even remember when we had the last auto aid agreement. I also appreciate the comments made by Mr. Flores. It sounds like we all want this auto aid agreement. We just need 30 days to figure out how we can get there. It's been a number of years that we haven't had it. I am confident in the leadership of both Chief Johnson and Chief Donis that they will figure out a way to kind of bridge this 30-day gap. All of us are looking at the same outcome, and that's to reduce our response times and improve the level of public safety. So we'll get it done, and we'll get it back to you in the next 30 days.
All right. For myself, I'd like to meet James. Maybe if you could set up a meeting with me in the next 30 days, I'd like to hear your side of the story a little bit clearer. Chief, you and I met here about 3 weeks ago. We met on an item that we're going to talk about in a few minutes, but we also talked about this item, and so I kind of know where you're coming from. I appreciate Chief Johnson joining us today and giving us the county's view on this. I hope that, I'm kind of hearing that there's two sides of this story. I'll wait and see if there's any blending of those two opinions and see if there's a compromise in there. I was ready to vote today, but I'll take the time. James, if you'll make an appointment with me, I'd like to hear your side a little bit clearer. So we have a motion and a second to continue this item until after the meet and confer process has taken place. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the city manager used the appropriate words, probably table until the meeting conferred, no later than 30 days.
Okay.
Right? That's right. Okay.
All right, then. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 7-0 to table that item until that time. All right, we're still working through consent items that have been pulled. Item 14-233, Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to add that is amending the uncodified ordinance to adopt changes and additions to the official list of designated special speed zones for various streets in the city of Fresno.
Thank you. Scott, is there more explanation for that? It seems like from the history here, the first and major speed zone ordinance was in 1965, and we did little touches here and there. And now this seems like it's kind of voluminous. There's tons of streets, especially in District 4, that I see on these 10 or 12 pages of nothing but streets.
So good afternoon, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. As far as history, if you look at the years when it was updated, there actually was a long gap when the city had not updated its speed zone ordinance. There were a number of years where the signs were updated, the surveys were done, but the actual ordinance was not up to date. And so then an effort really began in earnest about 2005, and just to try to do that like clockwork on an annual basis. Again, we do get some other conflicting priorities, emergencies to deal with, and so that has, as you see from the time frame, it has floated around a bit each year. My own goal is to have that come before you each summer, July or August. And so the process we go through is if either in new development areas, some of these are unposted streets where they're basically brand new. And what's required under the vehicle code is we actually go out, shoot radar, known as an engineering speed survey, and then again, process is when it's not congested, free flow type conditions to go out. We've got the radar results. And the vehicle code says posted at what's called 85th percentile. So out of 100 cars, you'd have 85 going slower, 15 in essence going faster. You're always going to have some speeders, and then that's the guide for then the city to set that speed limit. And then we do receive requests from either constituents and the public or council district offices to go out and look at a street. And so often we are lowering speed limits as a result of more traffic.
Was this submitted to our implementation committees by chance for each district? It seems like every district's impacted by this.
It was not submitted to the implementation committees. That's not a process we've gone through historically.
Okay. It seems to me, in looking at the streets in my district, which are pages 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, and 11, that the speed limit to me, and I'm not an expert by any means, but it seems like it's too low for the area. I've traveled a lot of those streets, and I'm just afraid that it's for my constituents a ticket waiting to happen, and I'm concerned about that. And it just seems that at times I've traveled some of these areas, like Millbrook from Bulldog to Barstow and 9th Street on Shaw. That 35 miles an hour may not be practical. And I'm not trying to outjudge an expert, but just in my practical experience every day in my district, they seem a little low to me, and that concerns me.
Just as far as this item, Council, the item that we have today only covers, let's see, 7, 10, 12. It covers actually 16 changes in speed limit, either posting brand new or modifying. A handful of these are modifying existing streets. Definitely, if there are some, as you mentioned, Councilmember Capriolio, Millbrook, that's one that's not on the list for change. It's not one that we've recently studied. By all means, one possible course of action would be to adopt this today and just provide direction to staff. We'd be glad to go out and do those speed surveys, and then if there's a change and if one needs to be raised, lowered, modified, we could come back with an additional item to cover that.
That seems like a fair resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have. Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. You have a motion to approve and a second for that item 14-233. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Now on to item 14-242. That's approve an agreement with EMG Engineering and Environmental Consulting of Walnut Creek for some work to be done in the city.
Hi, good afternoon. Robert Anderson from the Public Works Department. What we have in front of you today is a consultant agreement with EMG Engineering to do facility assessments at the Municipal Service Center. This agreement is for an amount of $38,860. We also have a contingency amount for future work that's also added into the consultant agreement that would be for other facilities that the city owns to do this.
Robert, can you get closer to that microphone? Or,
Sorry.
And that thing could raise also, if that helps, the microphone. Yeah, there we go. Thank you.
Once again, like I said, this is an agreement for facilities assessment, condition assessments at the Municipal Service Center for the City of Fresno. We are requesting that the company of EMG Engineering Environmental Consulting Walnut Creek be approved in the amount of $38,860 with a contingency amount of $50,000 for future assessments at other city facilities.
So let me ask a couple questions. There's a list in the staff report. For starters, there's something about a $500 or a $50,000 contingency, and I couldn't find that in the staff report. Am I overlooking it, or is it not in there?
It's actually under the subject line item. Are you asking about the council report?
Yeah, there's in the description of this item, it says in the amount of $38,000, which you just mentioned,
correct,
with a contingency amount of $50,000.
That's correct.
And I couldn't find that in there, but I could be overlooking several pages long. So I wanted to make sure that we didn't run into trouble, that the staff report doesn't include that contingency portion.
You're talking about the agreement themselves, not the actual staff report.
Staff report.
No, the staff report does state the $50,000 contingency. I think what was uploaded in Granicus had the old whole agreement that had only $35,000.
You're right.
Or $3,500.
I'm holding an agreement in my hand.
That's
yeah, you're
correct.
right. That's what that's called.
I believe it's just the older agreement that wasn't uploaded into Granicus. But the intent of this is to have a initial project to do the facilities assessment on the Municipal Service Center for the $38,000, and then the additional monies to come later for other city facilities.
So if I was to simplify, is it safe to say this is $38,000 and some change to study, to assess the facility?
The condition of the Municipal Service Center.
Okay. And there's a list of things that are going to be assessed, and then if we don't get these things properly assessed within the $38,000, the work continues to be done at $175 an hour.
No, the $38,000 is the lump sum for all of those facilities.
Has to be done?
It has to be done.
For that amount?
It also is, I believe, a full 30 days that we should receive the actual report. So within the 30 days, once the notice to proceed has been issued to the consultant, the scope of work, as it shows in the agreement, will be done for the Municipal Service Center, which includes the buildings, as you see on page 1 of 13 of their scope of work.
What's the $175 per hour then? If it says, then the project may be subject to additional review fees at the rate of $175 an hour.
If
That's
in
page
fact, if
3
in
of
fact
the-
we requested additional work from them on something other than what the scope of work covers, that would be their dollar amount per hour.
Okay. Is there any way that council could review that before we unknowingly just start getting charged $175 an hour for an amount of work?
Council President,
Yeah.
If we were just simply going to do and this is why the item's before you, in order to be completely transparent, if we are just going to do the municipal service center, this is less than $50,000, and we have a threshold on a consulting agreement that anything at $49,999 isn't subject to review by council. So if all we are going to do and which we want to do, is conduct an assessment of the facility, the municipal service center, and you've heard me talk about the cost of owning buildings, not only the capital but the ongoing costs. And the only way that we can figure out what the appropriate rent should be at the MSC is to determine what our true costs are of owning that facility, including life cycle or depreciation. We've had a lot of conversations about depreciation.
Right.
The Municipal Service Center is the first effort as to begin to quantify what our costs are of holding these assets. In order to be full disclosure and transparency, I asked staff to include a contingency so that when we come back with the report identifying what the cost is, that we're also conveying to you as the council that we may want to evaluate, for example, the police headquarters and annex and go through the same exercise for that facility. We kind of went through this, and so we're not trying to do anything. In fact, we're trying to be very clear of our intent, and that is to begin to quantify what our costs are for all of these facilities that we own, because for years we have woefully underfunded or failed to recognize. The convention center is a good example.
Agreed.
The cost of holding these buildings. It may be the next building we may want to do is this building, because we do not set money aside, and we do not know in our per square foot cost, and Councilmember Brand would appreciate this as much as maybe even more than I do. We don't recognize what the true cost is of holding this building or owning this building, and we don't budget for it. This is our first effort. Vax did it about 4 months ago. They're doing it with their facilities. I've directed Public Works to start this process for everything else we own.
Okay.
So that's why the item's before you today. If we're just going to do the service center, we would have just signed, I would have signed, and we'd have been done. We brought it forward to give you an idea or advise you of our intent. And I quite honestly, in discussions with the city attorney, didn't want you to think that we were just piecemealing this at the same time.
Okay. Well, Bruce, when we study the service center, then, I completely agree and understand with spending $38,000 to study the service center. The part, and you kind of clarified it, which I appreciate. The part about ongoing portion that I wouldn't necessarily know about, our citizens wouldn't know about, that just kind of threw me for a little bit of a loop. But as long as, like, if we finish that survey and then we want to go survey another building like the police center or something else, I'd love to be made aware of that before we just roll into that.
Before we move forward with another assessment, first we'll come back with the findings of this assessment, and we'll make a recommendation to you at that time as which building we'd like to take on or what facility we would take on next. We could do that.
Perfect. Thank you. Then with that, with knowing that, then I'm just going to make a motion that we accept staff recommendation.
Thank you.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right. I'm going to take a little break from consent. We've had a couple of people waiting for a while that were here for a 2 o'clock timed item, and I'm going to jump to that item real quick. That's the 2 p.m. scheduled communication, appearance by Ike Gerwal to request council to approve a fee reduction for the use of the convention center. And so, Ike, if you're here, come on up to the microphone. There we go. And you have 3 minutes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. President, I had to go feed the meter. First, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Capriolio and Councilmember Blanc-Jean for attending our India Independence Day celebration last weekend. It was great to share with the cultural diversity of what Fresno is, but that's not the reason I'm here. Mr. President, respected council members, city manager, the reason I'm here is that we have organized a first ever truck show in Fresno. The initial, and I apologize for the misleading agenda, the way it's printed. Initially, yes, we wanted to see if the city council could help us by reducing the fees for the convention center. But that's not the reason we're here. We're here to thank you. We're here to thank you for the cooperation that the city has given us and for allowing us to set up the truck show at the convention center. And it's going to be the first ever in Fresno, and we look forward to multiple years of the event growing even larger year by year. The event itself, it's on September 6th, and we're here to let you know a little bit about the event. And it's going to consist of I think more than 70 booths. That's going to be a show and shine event. That's going to be entertainment with multiple cultural bands, and it's going to be followed by a VIP dinner on Saturday evening. And Fresno, we want to put Fresno, with your assistance, on the map, on the trucking map of California, and we hope to build this event, make it larger and better every year. So first, I want to say thank you to Mayor Swearingen for that welcome letter she has put out for the program, and the great help that Councilmember Blanc-Jean has provided for this event. I would like to introduce my partners. This is Mr. Jas Sidhu from GTL Trucking, and Raman Singh. Here's the main organizing force from Desi Trucking Magazine, who's putting the show together. And I also want to introduce Esmelda Del Toro, the backbone, making sure that everything happens. So now I would like to have Mr. Jas Sidhu say a few words.
Thank you for giving us the time, Council. We appreciate that very much. Basically, what I want to do is take a quick second to make sure I invite every one of you out there. We're going to hand out a folder to you that'll have 2 tickets to our VIP dinner that we'd love to see you out there at, and 5 tickets to the show. Hopefully you can hand those out or come through yourself. We'd appreciate that. As you know, the Valley here has a big trucking industry. We've got a lot of vendors, a lot of people involved in this West American Truck Show. That's the name of it, WATS. And we just want to thank you again for the opportunity to have the show here this year, and it is our first annual. Thank you very much for your time. Roman, would you like to say something?
I just like to thank you all, and please do come to the show. It is one of a kind, first time. We felt that it's a need in the community. This show is being done all over in Vegas and LA, but this is the community that it needs to be. We attended the Louisville Truck Show this year. I think more than Louisville, it's needed over here because over there, the amount of truck passed by Highway 70, we have 10 times more truck passed by 99 than Louisville. So I think we do need it over here. So we made an effort, and you guys are with us. Really thank you for that. Thank you, Councilman Blanc-Jean, for helping us out, and thank you for Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hopefully each and every one of you can attend.
Yeah, it sounds very interesting. I'm going to be there.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, folks. All right, then, while we're going out to the public, I'm going to ask if there's any unscheduled communication at this time, and then we'll get back to the consent calendar. That way, if people have been waiting to talk with us about any item. Okay.
Council President, Council members, Rick Stites with the Amalgamated Transit Union today. I'm here to advocate for fax drivers and for the riding public. I was sitting here in the audience with another city bus driver who was assaulted August 1st, by a passenger, resulting in him being hospitalized. This occurred at B Shelter, which is at Courthouse Park. Last Friday, on August 22nd, at the Manchester Transit Center, I was driving a bus, and I happened upon about 6 o'clock a passenger. Well, as I drove in, there were about 4 or 5 police cars there. A passenger had been severely beaten by 2 or 3 people who ran away. He was beaten so bad I'm sure his mother wouldn't recognize him. His face was bloody and very swollen. These are attacks on passengers and employees. It's not a common occurrence, but unfortunately in our city it does happen. Within the last 6 months, the City Council has given direction to have police cadets stationed at Manchester and at Courthouse Park. I'm here to tell you this has not happened yet. Perhaps if it had happened, these incidents could have been prevented or discouraged. These are acts of violence. You can't predict them. But ATU, I believe the City Council, and our new fax administration want to ensure the public that the fax system is safe to ride and to use. We want to work together to improve the fax system and the safety of that system. We have BRT coming down the road in a couple years, and we want more people to come out and ride public transportation. A direction was made by council, and a promise was made to increase security, and I believe it was identified with police cadets. Today, as I speak to you, this is an empty promise. I ask the council and the city manager's office to take action to make this promise come true and good. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Are there any other members of the public that would like to take the microphone in unscheduled communication at this time? All right, then we're going to get back to our consent calendar items. Now we're on item 14-258. Which is to authorize the Chief of Police to enter into an agreement with Central Unified School District to provide 2 school resource officers. And Chief, I pulled this item. I just wanted to be real clear. Central Unified, a lot of Central Unified's District 2, so I know a lot of great things happening out there. I just wanted to make sure that the public knew where the funding for these officers, how it's actually going to work.
Sure. Just a little bit of history. When I became the chief back in 2001, we had 7 officers in the as school resource officers, and they were 100% funded by the city of Fresno. And at that point, I had met with the then superintendent and began negotiations on how we could get the school district to truly partner with us and fund the cost of those officers. As we fast forward, today we have 13 school resource officers and 1 sergeant. Of those 13 school resource officers, 7 of them are in Fresno Unified, being paid 75% of their salary by Fresno Unified. And that's because during the summer months, we take them off of the campus and use them for whatever we see fit. They also have 3 additional officers on campuses, and they pay 100% for those because they were hired or brought on after the initial agreement we had. And then Fresno County Office of Education has 1, they pay 100%, and then Central has 2, and they pay 100% also. However, that 100% is for salary and benefits, and that was established several years ago, back in 2007. What happened since then, about 3 years ago, the pension obligation bond, which is about $12,000 per officer, was funded or paid for out of general services, as I understand. And about 3 years ago, it was moved into the police budget. And we had conversations about whether we should pass that on to the school districts. To date, we have not. So they pay us about $123,000 per officer and about $145,000 for the sergeant, and that's divided up amongst the 3 districts, with the lion's share being paid for by Fresno Unified. But the truth is, it's not necessarily 100% when you consider the pension obligation bond for all 14 of these individuals.
Mm-hmm. So, Chief, that in all reality, but we're not really dealing with that in this. But you're telling us, kind of forewarning us in advance that at some point we might even have to raise the cost to the schools. But that's not an issue today, though, in this item. Is that correct? Or
it's not. But I know there was a concern whether or not there was 100% paid for. Well, it is, absent the pension obligation bond.
Gotcha. Right. All right, that makes sense. And then another item, when somebody read that this was, the police sergeant was 10%, somebody asked me, so I wanted to ask, and I think they misunderstood now that you've already spoken a little bit. That doesn't mean that they're paying 10%, the city of Fresno's paying the other 90%. What I'm hearing is they're paying 10%, the other school districts are paying the other 90%.
Yeah, Fresno Unified's somewhere around close to 90%, 88%. And then Fresno County Office of Ed pays a small percent, and then Central pays 10%. And it's calculated based on the number of officers that they're supervising per district. But that sergeant works full-time as a school resource officer supervisor.
All right. Well, thanks for clearing that up. Bottom line, there's really no, apart from the little problem that you mentioned, in reality, there's no additional cost to the general fund for these officers.
No, and it really has been a good partnership with every district. When we consider the fact that if we do not have an officer on campus, we're going to ultimately respond to calls on campus and take officers out of the neighborhood. So it's been a good partnership with all three school districts.
Thanks a lot, Chief.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, then I'm going to move to follow staff's recommendation. Second. All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Oh, excuse me, Councilman Zhang, did you want to comment?
Yeah, just quickly, Chief. I know that you've talked about the pension bond. Do you have any time frame when you're going to probably broach that question to our partners? I understand how sensitive it is.
Yeah, it's very sensitive because, the discussion is whether or not that is truly a cost that could or should be passed on because it's as a result of perhaps a past debt.
Chief, let me put it this way. You've been extremely creative in how we got to where we are. I mean, to me, this is also a quality of life issue. When we talk about parks and other activities that we, as a city, choose, I don't want to say subsidize, but because we think there's a greater benefit to that cost. And at this particular point, with the numbers that we have, this is definitely a greater, the value that we have, our services within the school district. And as you said, at the end of the day, we're going to be dealing with it, whether we're in there or we're out there. And that's really, to me, is the greater cost, a quality of life issue that we have to consciously make that decision and just let people know that we think the overall positive impact, that we're there on with the school partners, the things that we want to do to concerns to public safety and all the stuff that we do. So I appreciate it, but I'm glad that you brought that out. I was very transparent about it, and that we're not hiding away from that cost, but the council should be conscious about it because that is a big issue for us to look at.
So a small price to pay for the safety of our students, I think.
Thanks.
Thanks, Chief. All right, we got to the point we have a motion and a second. Screen is clear. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes 7-0. The final item I pulled, really, I should have, looking back, just could have made the comment in council comments because I really just wanted to make a comment about it. It was item 14-319, and that's the administration is asking for the approval of the appointment of Lawrence Garcia to the Planning Commission. Probably, like I said, I should have just made it in council comments, but I had a chance to meet with Lawrence last year. Small business owner, very successful, very budget-minded. I think he's going to be a great addition to the Planning Commission, and I just wanted to mention that. I knew he wasn't going to be here today, but I thought I would throw that out there, that I had met with him. I think it's going to be fantastic. So thanks for holding over there, Kelly, all this time. You thought I was going to cause trouble, huh? All right. Anyway, so I do want to just make a motion that we approve item 14-319. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Motion passes 7-0. 6-0. All right. Finally, we are done with consent calendar. Now, on to general admin. And we are on to item 14-209. That's approval agreement with VSCE in the amount of $2,199,000 for the construction management services on the City of Fresno Bus Rapid Transit Project. Robert.
Good afternoon again. Robert Anderson from the Public Works Department. What we have before you is, as you said, the item for the construction management services for the future City of Fresno Bus Rapid Transit project. This project, which will be installing 51 state-of-the-art bus stations along Blackstone Avenue and Ventura Kings Canyon Boulevard, as well as upgrading the two transit stations, one at Manchester, one in downtown near the Holiday Inn. Per the administrative order, staff sent out an RFQ requesting qualifications from construction management firms. We received 3 notices, and I believe we interviewed all 3. And staff found that the consultant firm of VSCE was the most qualified for the project. So staff is requesting that the City Council approve this agreement with VSCE in the amount of $2,199,691 for that construction management services on the BRT project. And of course, I'll be available to answer any questions that you may have this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay. And that, I think, is probably considered a citywide project, but do any council members have any comments or would like to make a motion? Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? Nay. Motion passes 5-1. Councilman Brandow voting no. And one in the bathroom, right? Okay, now we are on to item 14-247. That is implementation of Fire Department self-inspection program and fire inspection policy change recommendations. Chief Donis.
Council, we're bringing this item back again per your request. We went through a long PowerPoint the other day, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Other than I do want to give you a quick update. We did some data analysis on inspections. Can you hear that echo? Mm-hmm. Just a quick update. 2012, there were 5,900 inspections completed. 2013, there were 5,500. With the proposed program in front of you today, there will be 4,700 annual inspections completed and an additional 11,939 self-inspections. Even with 50% completion rate, we'll have over double the amount of inspections that we did last year. And we're hopeful that we can get some compliance by our business owners. It's a compromise. We think it's a win-win-win, and we look forward to answering any comments if you have any.
All right, Chief. Screen's clear. I missed last week, and I think that you made your presentation last week. However, you and I had met on this item a couple weeks ago. Feel real good about everything that you put together since our initial vote several months ago. And so I just would clarify for anybody like me that missed last week what we're going to do, and you can jump in and let me know if I'm inaccurate at any point, but we're going to allow Fresno businesses, the unmandated businesses, we're going to allow them the opportunity to self-inspect. And you're going to send out a flyer to each one of those businesses and say, you have a chance to save a little money if you can approve these inspections and follow our procedures, follow our guidelines. We'll consider that an inspection, and you'll save yourself some money. However, if you fail to do so, we still reserve the right to come out and inspect the business. Is that pretty much correct?
That is pretty much correct, yes.
Okay. So then I think I think it's great work what you've done, and we had to work through it a little bit, but you came up with a great idea since our initial fire inspector talk during the budget process. So I'm going to make a motion to approve your new recommendation. Okay, and Councilman Brand second that, and you have a comment, Councilman Brand?
Yeah, Chief, I want to again thank you for taking the time you did with me to address the issue, and I think you came up with a pretty good solution. And this is a pilot program, correct, for 1 year?
That is correct. This is a one-year pilot program with an intent to return to council in March with an update on all of the various parts of this program.
And on the self-inspections, is 50%, is that the threshold that you consider successful, or is it higher?
I believe in your document we put in there a expectation of 70% would be our desired.
Right.
As I stated before, currently I know we're above 95 to probably 100% inspection because of those that we do, because we know we're doing them. So I think 70 is a good goal to shoot for, but even if we get 50, we'll make some evaluations from there and bring them back to council and let council decide how they'd like to move forward.
On the non-mandated properties, we can't currently do those every year, correct? We don't have staffing for that?
That's correct. We
So
cannot.
is it like every 2 or 3 years we average?
The previous fee schedule was low hazard inspections were every other year.
Okay.
Moderate to high hazard inspections were annually, and that was when we had a full staff.
Okay. So if we had, again, above 50%, we're fairly close to the pre-existing practice, correct? The results,
I'm sorry, I missed your question.
If we had a 50% success rate, that's roughly every other year, correct?
Yes.
Statistically? Okay.
Yes.
And the only thing I'd add is that if we can find a way to follow up and find out if it's possible when somebody doesn't respond, what was your problem? Did you not get the notice? Didn't you understand the timeline? There could be some sort of follow-up program, maybe after 6 months to see, if we're doing well or not doing well. Because I think a lot of times you'll find people simply just, despite all the publicity, we're just forget about it. They'll think they'll get it in the mail, put it in the wastebasket, or think we're not going to follow up and they got a free inspection. So to me, the business itself is really at risk. If a fire happens with it, something like, you probably know the statistic better than I do, how many businesses recover when they have a catastrophic fire?
Oh, gosh, less than half.
Yeah, so for the business itself, it has all the motivation to do it right. So anyway, good luck with the deal, and again, thank you for all your work in trying to find a solution.
Thank you.
Councilman Zhang.
You don't have to come up, Chief. This is definitely one of those items that I want to be holding my nose about it. As I've said before, I appreciate the creativity about the staffing and how that gets accomplished. I know that our president was not here last week in terms of my concerns and comments about our hopes and dreams of we're having close to 100%, and now our goal is the 50%. We'll consider that a success, and that we've looked at all the other departments around our state that has tried to do the self-policing, and we want to call it self-implementation, and I don't want to say they've gone down in flames, but it's pretty obvious that they've gone down in flames, and we haven't necessarily done anything to say that we're not going to go that path. The only thing that I heard that was pretty strategic was that we would be more successful targeting specific business that would have a better result than just, send the money out, let's hope, come back 6 months, do some more staff work, and follow up, say, hey, business, was there a reason why you didn't respond? Or you didn't respond? What can we do more to get you to respond at the end of the day? And yet we can't do anything to follow up, address, or even have a teeth to it. So kudos on the staffing issue. But my position on that in terms of staff staffing resources that's wasted. You hear us talking about it here, and the studies that has already shown and proven, and then what we're going to pay in terms of cost to figure this out in a year, where we have a pretty good idea what's going to be like in 6 months and a year. Thanks, Chief.
Councilman Baines.
Yeah, I made my statements last week. Just to be clear, Bruce, the resolution is simply authorizing the positions for the authorizing the positions for the self-inspection program.
Yes, it's to fund the two positions in the department.
Okay. Well, as you know, I'm not supportive of the self-inspection program. For reasons that have previously stated that I don't need to rehash today. But it doesn't appear as though I am not in disagreement with authorizing the positions, but I am in disagreement with the program. But there does not seem to be a way for me to bifurcate my support on this the way you've written it. Thank you for making it tough for me, Bruce. So I believe there are enough. I believe there are sufficient votes to pass this resolution today. So, okay.
All right. Screen is clear. I have a motion and a second to accept staff recommendation from our fire chief on this new procedure. So let's vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you, Chief. All right. Now, item 14-249, actions pertaining to the Herndon Avenue widening from Brawley to Valentine.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Stephen Song with the Public Works Department. We have before you is an action pertaining to approving a common use agreement between the City of Fresno and the Fresno Irrigation District for the installation of a multi-purpose trail and to award a construction contract to Emmett Excavation, Inc. of Fresno in the amount of $1,689,986 for the construction of Herndon Avenue between Valentine to Brawley. Per the city's 2025 general plan, Herndon Avenue is to be widened to 6 lanes from State Route 99 to Willow Avenue. The city has been widening Herndon Avenue as funding became available. Herndon Avenue from Valentine Avenue to Brawley is the next phase of the road widening project. As a part of the road widening, a multi-purpose trail will be installed along the southern half of Herndon. To install the multi-purpose trail, the city needs to enter into a common use agreement with Fresno Irrigation District. The common use agreement will allow Fresno Irrigation District as well as the city to utilize a common easement that is provided by the property owner. The widening of Herndon Avenue is funded by Federal Regional Surface Transportation Program funds. To maximize the federal funds, staff will be utilizing Measure C as a local match. Because federal funds do not allow local preference in awarding a contract, the city's local preference was not applied. Staff recommends that Council approve a common use agreement between the City of Fresno and the Fresno Irrigation District for the installation of the multi-purpose trail and to award a construction contract to Emmett's Excavation of Fresno in the amount of $1,689,986 for the construction of Herndon Avenue from Brawley to Valentine's, and to authorize the Public Works Director or his designee to sign and execute the standard contract on behalf of the city. Staff will be available to answer any questions.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public that would like to address this item? All right, then. Really, the screen is clear, and this is a District 2 items, so I would just ask our city attorney, can we just vote on both of these at the same time? I think we can, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion to accept the staff agreement to widen Herndon Avenue and to install the multi-purpose trail along that little segment. You have a second? Second by Councilman Zhang. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Now we're on to item 14-276. That's a resolution to adopt the First Amendment to the FY15 salary resolution, reducing benefits and increasing salary arrangements for Unit 2 unrepresented employees, adding new classifications of represented employees, modifying salaries to reflect change in minimum wage, additional technical changes, and yes.
Good afternoon, Council. Jeff Cardell from the Personnel Services Department. And yes, we are bringing before you this afternoon the First Amendment to the salary resolution for this fiscal year. Just a point of clarification that the effective date of this resolution, if Council approves it, would be the beginning of the pay period, which was Monday, August 25th. The resolution has been in place since July 1st of this year. This, again, is the First Amendment. As you've indicated, there are a number of changes to the salary resolution. And first, by way of introduction, the salary resolution provides the rules set forth for compensation throughout the city that are in addition to what might be set out in the municipal code as well as the respective memorandum of understanding. As you well know, Unit 2 is unrepresented, so there is not a memorandum of understanding. But where there are memorandum of understanding or terms and conditions of employment, those prevail. The main event relative to the changes has to do with the compensation changes provided for Unit 2. As you may recall, we have proposed salary range changes to provide for delineation within the unit itself, to eliminate compaction with unrepresented groups, and to provide for a more appropriate minimum for the range of the respective classes. In addition to that, consistent with what we have done with represented groups, is we have modified the health and welfare contribution such that the city will no longer be paying 80%, but will be paying 75%, and in future years, splitting the cost of the increases 50-50 with the employees to the extent that the city share reaches 70% and the employee share reaches 30%. All new hires in the city in Unit 2 will be paying an additional 1.5% towards the pension. We are eliminating 2 holidays. We are modifying the workers' compensation disability payment such that it's consistent with state law. And in addition to that, we have a number of classification changes, such as in the building series, building inspector series, we're consolidating classes. With the identification techs, we are changing the title at the request of the police department to crime scene technicians. We are making notation of the minimum wage change. And the last has to do with a change in the student bus driver, increasing that rate as well as the background investigator. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Jeff. What's that? Any members of the public like to make a comment on this item? Feel free to come up to the microphone. All right, nobody. And council, screen is clear. Any council members want to make it? Councilman Brand.
Jeff, you can, could you just repeat who's covered under the unrepresented employees?
There's a number of, would you like to know all the classes?
Yeah, just a summary, yeah.
A summary of the classes. So all of the directors or department heads, assistant directors, we have the city attorney's office, the attorneys, we have budget analysts, auditors, executive assistants.
For ours. So in the council are executive assistant, but the second person would not be...
Council assistants,
So it's just the primary chief of staff, right? Okay. So these people are all not represented by a bargaining unit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so this would give them how much in terms of adjustment? None? Okay.
No, if I'm...
Oh, so go ahead, city manager.
There are no adjustments. There is no increase. In fact, some would probably argue that this represents a decrease in total compensation because the shifting of healthcare costs, the elimination of holidays, the elimination of supplemental sick leave for anyone in excess of 80 hours of supplemental sick leave, the elimination of 32 hours of additional paid administrative leave. And so, and overall, I can almost guarantee you that 100% of them would say that there is no increase in total compensation. This is actually a decrease.
Okay, so the net impact, in your opinion, both city manager and Jeff, would be this is a net decrease?
Yes, that's correct.
So is the purpose budgetary, or is it to make it equitable with other classes?
Because when we had the item before you during budget, as part of the budget process, you'd need to adopt the new salary resolution. You had concerns expressed to you by represented employees who were wondering when we were going to take similar actions in reducing compensation of the unrepresented employees. Unlike in the past, I thought it was important for me as the appointing authority to at least take the time and offer to the unrepresented employees an opportunity to express any concerns they have, rather than simply impose within a 2-week period. The council, after much discussion, we said, well, given the concerns, we will take this particular part of the salary. We will keep the salary resolution as it is, which by default continued the same level of compensation being offered to the unrepresented employees for a period of, well, we're now the 1st of September. So this is why we're bringing it back to you now, because during the budget process, council chose not to accept the salary resolution and referred back to the previous terms and conditions or levels of compensation previously provided to these employees.
Okay, could I say then this is levels of playing field? Would that be fair?
It's close to,
so
yes.
These employee groups would not be receiving anything additional to any other, I mean, subject to, I know individual bargaining units have special benefits that other ones don't, but white collar wise, primarily it's about the same, right?
It's very similar in terms of the compensation for the health and welfare, in the direction we're going with the pension, in the direction we're going with reduction of holidays, with workers' comp.
And this is simply formalizing that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll make a motion then. Thank you.
Councilman Brand, what was your motion?
To approve the item.
Okay. And did you get a second? Still open. All right. Any second for the purposes of discussion by Councilman Baines. All right then. Does that mean you wanted to?
No, I listened to my colleagues.
What's that?
I listened to my colleagues.
Well, nobody's really dialed in. Well, my only comment is, to be honest, I would like a little bit more time to understand that. I misunderstood. I had read the report on the surface, and I misunderstood what it was about. And I would love to meet with Jeff and become real clear on that prior to voting on it. So I would like to continue the item, and it could even be until we meet next. So I don't need a lot of time, but Jeff, not time sensitive, I'm assuming? I mean, we've put it off since budgetary talks.
Well, that's a matter of perspective. With each pay period that passes, the city fails to recognize the savings attached with some of these changes in compensation. And in particular, with the health and welfare, delaying to the next council meeting, we will not implement the change in the premium contribution until the month of October. So we've lost another month there. So from that perspective, there is some impact, and maybe I could just clarify a couple of things that might help. There may be some concern that people would have that with these changes in salary ranges that automatically means that people are going to be receiving increases. And it could be nothing further from the truth. That with Unit 2, employees have to demonstrate through merit that they have earned the merit increase. And so it is not a blanket that they will get X percent. There will have to be performance evaluations, and there has been conversation with the group, with the city manager in particular, where that question was raised. We haven't received a performance evaluation. Will we be receiving those? Yes, we will. Will there be salary increases attached to that? It depends upon what your performance has merited. The salary increases or the salary ranges rather of them in and of themselves provide us the opportunity to provide a classification and compensation structure that is much more meaningful, and it allows us to attract and hopefully retain, which is our key components for us in terms of our own staffing. The other changes in terms of compensation, health and welfare, and pension are consistent with what we are doing with the represented groups, and arguably, from the bargaining unit table, what we have heard is that why didn't management take the lead? And so this is management saying, okay, we're going to take the same hit as you are relative to health and welfare, and in terms of workers' comp, in terms of pension and the like. So it's consistent with how we're treating others, and it's in the interest of fairness, from my perspective, the right thing to do.
Okay, you've clarified enough for me to vote today, so I'm fine with voting today. The screen is clear. We have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. All in favor? All opposed? Nay. Councilman Brandel voting no. Motion passes 6-1. On to the next item. All right. Which is 14-307, repealing and adding Section 4-111 of the Fresno Municipal Code related to project labor agreements. And that's from the City Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon, Council. Brandon Collette from the City Attorney's Office. The item before you is a bill for introduction repealing and adding Section 4-111 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to project labor agreements. First, I will provide some background information. A project labor agreement is a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement with one or more labor organizations that establishes the terms and conditions of employment for a specific construction project. The reason for the repeal and adding of the new section is that state law requires January 1st, 2015, that the council have the authority to enter into project labor agreements, but the law does not require council to choose to require a project labor agreement for any project. So there's a little nuance there. How the process will work is staff may recommend that council require a project labor agreement for a project, or council may direct staff to require a project labor agreement for a certain project. The previous ordinance prohibiting project labor agreements is being repealed and replaced with a new ordinance to comply with state law and to allow the city to receive funding and financial assistance from the state. Currently, there is litigation pending on the constitutionality of the state law requiring council to have the authority to require project labor agreements. If the new state law is found unconstitutional, council may revisit the project labor agreement ordinance or return to the prior ban on project labor agreements. There is some time sensitivity to this issue, to this new ordinance, because if the item is not voted on today, there may be some delay in reimbursement from a low-interest loan from the state for the recycled water distribution system, which is a DPU project. The City Attorney's Office is recommending that council approve the ordinance repealing and adding Section 4-111 of the Fresno Municipal Code relating to project labor agreements if the city wants to remain eligible for state funding or financial assistance for construction projects after December 31st, 2014. If you have any questions, I am available.
Thank you, Brandon. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this item? All right, then. Back up at council. Councilman Quintero.
Brandon, or I guess city manager, is on the project labor agreements, was there, or did there have to be, or was there any discussion with the labor groups?
No, and the reason is that right now we have a provision that basically precludes us from having project labor agreements. The item before you eliminates that and says that we can now choose to have project labor agreements if that is something that we want to pursue.
Okay, but what we currently have isn't binding for us to.
No. The one we have currently, without changing the ordinance, does preclude us from having those agreements, which is an issue with state.
That is correct, yes.
Can you expand on that a little bit more? I'm not really understanding it.
Well, let's see. Well, our current ban was enacted, I believe, in early 2000s. Basically, the council is forbidden from requiring any project labor agreement for any public works project throughout the city. So the state, through their legislation, decided that they want to give the governing boards of all cities, including charter cities, to be more involved with the democratic process with respect to project labor agreements, to ensure that project labor agreements are actively discussed by council in order to potentially award them to projects. Not that council would actually have to award a project, but council would hypothetically consider the use of project labor agreements. So as it currently stands, our ordinance prohibiting project labor agreements would violate state law after January 1st, 2015. So the state could then basically decide not to fund the city for any construction project where a project labor agreement was not considered. And there will also have potential ramifications on financial assistance, so including any loans or grants the city might seek from the state. So the state could essentially say, we're not going to give you money unless you comply with new state law.
Mm-hmm. So then it would be up to council to say, okay, with this particular project, we'd like a project labor agreement, or we wouldn't?
That is correct. What could happen, or staff could recommend it in the staff report, and council would have to decide by that time, by a majority vote, whether to enter into a project labor agreement or whether to require a contractor to enter into a project labor agreement for any particular project.
So currently, we're not required to enter into any project labor agreement?
No, we have a blanket ban on project labor agreements.
This item will lift the ban that was implemented by previous council.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Dang, I could listen to you all day, Brandon. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I think I'm up, right? Acting President? Brandon, please. Just a point of clarification before I get to a point.
Yes.
You said that there was still pending litigation that could overturn this particular decision?
Correct, yes.
When's the expectation on that?
I believe the actual hearing date on that one is, I believe it's today, but there was a tentative ruling that was actually reached where this particular Senate bills at issue were found to be constitutional. So it looks like the way the court has currently decided, unless the litigation goes a different way, that the particular state laws are constitutional.
Are going to be upheld, right? Okay.
That's what it appears.
Thanks. That's it. We're good. Let me make this comment. City manager, I'm a little bit surprised that we don't have a lot more people on this particular issue, because I remember 2008 when I was council president, the thought of just allowing council to have some autonomy on this issue was packed with a whole host of proponents, and even for that week prior to the discussion. I've received numerous emails that were quite interesting that came through, and now we're coming back to that. I guess allowing the council to what they should have done, at least if this was the best opportunity, the free market approach, right, to make sure that we have free market here that allow for competition. And so I'm glad that Wiser Minds, although it had to come down from the state to tell us what that Wiser Mind was, obviously I'm a little bit disappointed that the state had the Wiser Mind on this particular issue and not us here, local folks, realizing that having an open dialogue about things that could impact us locally was really important. So I was hoping that there was going to be a huge debate on this issue, but I'm glad, I guess, it's going quietly for what we need to happen on this. But is there a motion that needs to occur on this, Brandon?
Yeah.
There is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I could, because I thought the state was just going to tell us what to do anyway. But let me go ahead and make that motion.
So we have a motion and a second. All right. Screen is clear. Any other? We did go out to the public on that early. Any other council members? All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed? Nay? No. Motion passes. Olivier, what was your vote? Okay, well, you got to sound up so I can hear you. Motion passes 4-3 with council members Brandow, Olivier, and Capriolio voting no. All right. Thank you, Brandon. Now, 14-275, approve the third amendment to agreement with Sharp Inspection Group in the amount of $626,000 to extend the completion to April 27th for the construction of management services on the City of Fresno commercial water meter retrofit project. Robert, we've been keeping you busy today.
Yes, you have. As you stated, we are here to request that council approve the third amendment with Sharp Inspection Group in the amount of $626,968 for the construction management services on the commercial water meter retrofit project. This project actually has been going fairly well. It is taking a little longer due to the complications of doing a commercial meter retrofit as opposed to the residential project. On the commercial project, there is different nuances, if you will, on when we can get in and actually do the work on a particular project, because the commercial properties may have different needs than the residential properties did. The residential work, when we did that, was more of a manufacturing model, whereas we could go straight down the block and just install one meter after the other. On the commercial project, we have other limitations, such as there's commercial properties are scattered all over town. They're in all different billing cycles, and there is also particular properties or businesses that either can only have water shut off on the weekends or cannot have water shut off at any time. So those type of limitations has made it a little bit more difficult time-wise to complete the project, but with this extension, I am sure we'll be completing the project by this particular date. Staff is requesting that council approve the third amendment to agreement, and of course I'm here to answer any other questions that you may have. Thank you.
Robert, are there any members of the public that would like to address this item? All right, then, we'll bring it back up to council. The screen is clear. Robert, let me ask you a question for clarification. The $626,968, that's in addition to what we had previously budgeted for this.
That is correct.
Project.
And it's a not to exceed as well.
Say that about the not to exceed?
Sorry, it's a not to exceed as well.
Okay, all right. Where is that additional $626,968 coming from?
It's coming from the Water Enterprise Fund for the commercial water meter project.
Water Enterprise Fund, so it's not coming out of the general fund?
No, it is not. And like I was, maybe I shouldn't be clearer when I said it's a not to exceed. Let's say, for instance, this project is completed in February or March, which I pretty much thinking that's when it's going to happen, then we wouldn't spend that complete amount of money anyway. So that's what I mean by not to exceed.
Okay. So this same amount of money, we're not going to exceed that
No, that
additional
is correct.
amount of money.
And we probably will never get to the end of that budget.
All right, then. Any other council members? Do I have a motion to approve or? And a second by Councilman Baines. Screen is clear. All in favor? All opposed? Nay. Motion passes 5-1. Councilman Brandow voting no. All right. Item 14-279. A resolution of the Council of the City of Fresno adopting the Second Amendment to the Annual Appropriation Resolution in the amount of $900,000 in the 2010 Water Revenue Bond A1 Fund.
Good afternoon, Council. Brock Buki, Supervising Professional Engineer with the Water Division. We're coming to you with this second amendment to the AAR to appropriate funds necessary to purchase easements for the Bryant-Kern Canal pipeline. We had planned to purchase those easements last fiscal year, but we ran into some difficulties with securing regulatory permits. Right now, we've got expected completion of the plans for the project by mid-January 2015. We anticipate to do the construction of August of 2015. The alignment covers 4.6 miles, which we're working on right now. The completed length will be 5.6, the first mile already having been constructed. We'll be securing 17 permanent easements along with 18 temporary construction easements with these funds. So we've been negotiating with landowners currently. We have 5 purchase agreements signed, and with the approval of this appropriations, we'll be coming back to council in a few weeks to start securing those easements. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Any members of the public like to address this item? All right, then. Back up at council. Any questions or motions? Motion. Do I have a second? A motion and a second. Screen is clear. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Our last general admin item is 14-255. Approval of the amendment number 2 to the professional consultant agreement with CH2M Hill Engineers for the amount not to exceed $6,900,000 for fiscal year FY215 program management services citywide.
Thank you, Council President, City Council, City Attorney, City Manager. With this agenda item, City staff is requesting approval of an amendment to CH2M Hill's contract for $6.9 million for year 2 of their program management services they're providing to the Water Division. 1 year ago, the City Council approved the master agreement for program management services. It had a term of 3 years with 2 additional optional years at our discretion. First year funding was about $6.9 million for 10 months. This is the second year request. It's for $6.9 million for 11 months to get us through the fiscal year. The 3 years, as we've currently planned them, follow as follows. The first year was building the business systems and the project management tools to deliver the capital program that we've been working on for a while. Well, we'll be building just over $400 million of facilities throughout the city. Second year is using those tools, primarily focused on design, planning, permitting, the land acquisition that you heard about with the previous item, and about 90 projects will touch this fiscal year with this money. The projects range in terms of their scope from preliminary engineering, conceptual design, all the way up to construction. The T4 tank is another example of a project that's being managed through this program. Next year, the third year, we'll come back to you with that request. We'll flip it a little bit. It'll be mostly construction at that point. That's where this program will really start to bear fruit, and we will have taken the efforts we've taken this year to deliver these things beyond the schedule, on budget, and with the quality. Another feature we're going to be working on this year, really heavy, is on the contractor outreach program this year. We're trying to set the community up for the fact that about $400 million will be spent for the program over the next 5 years, 450, and we'll want to engage the community and letting them know the scope, scale of these projects, the timing, just so we can get the kind of the community ready and primed for that level of work and that level of activity. So with that, staff's request is approval of the year 2 funding for the program management services, and then probably May, June, we'll come back to you with once we do the workload forecasting of what we think we'll need for the third year of this. And again, it'll be more heavier on the construction next year. Available for questions.
Any members of the public like to address this item? All right then, council members. Councilman Brand.
Tommy, thank you for spending the time last week explaining this item. And so you feel we're on target as far as our original plans?
Yes, I absolutely feel we're on target. With the adjustments that we made in July, we've been working to kind of look at the some of the timing of some of the things. So that's what we're working through right now, and it's exactly why we have the program management on to help us.
And we're on budget?
And yes, we deliver this on the original budget that was kind of committed to the city during the first rate plan.
Okay, I'll make a motion. We approve the item. Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Second. Go ahead and give it to Clint. He hasn't had a second.
What's that?
Go ahead and give it to Clint.
We're going to let him second one of these? Okay. Even though he's very late on that. All right. Okay. All right.
It's all about
Second
team
by
sharing
Councilman
today.
Olivier. All right. Councilman Quintero.
Tommy, if you could please pass on to Martin a big thank you for meeting with me initially when this whole thing first got started. Did a good job, and then Renee today. So thank you very much. Just
thank you. I will let
shout
him
out
know.
to Martin.
Thank
He did a good job.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I know he'll appreciate it as well.
Councilman Zhang.
Just touching on the outreach piece and the scope and the scale. What is there going to be a plan that's going to be developed for that, and how we're going to be provided with that plan?
Correct. So I have CH here. I have Vice President Rod Brower, who's been working on the project, and Gino Rapagno, who's also. The plan has already been developed as part of the first year, so if council would like, I could get that out to all of you to see
Please.
what our communication plan is, the groups we're going to be talking to, kind of the timing and sequence of how we want it. So the plan was part of that first year, building the tools and the systems. That's available, and I can get it out to everyone in advance.
Please, I would like to get that. All right, thank you.
Tommy, a couple of weeks ago we met and on this issue, and you did a very simple, for me it was real simple, clear. This is what year 1 contract with CH2M Hill was about. This is what year 2 is about. Just so our public has a chance to hear that, those that might be watching on Comcast or something, could you go through that again, what they should expect, what we accomplished with year 1,
Correct.
what year 2 is about, and so forth?
Correct. So the contract was originally set up for an initial term of 3 years. First year that we've worked on is building the business systems and the project management tools. The program we're about to embark on is in excess of $400 million. It runs a lot of different kinds of projects: small pipelines, big pipelines, treatment plants, pump stations, a lot of different disciplines all over the city, a lot of permitting requirements that we're going to do, the land acquisition requirements that we're going to do. So prior to jumping into that program and having all of that work across the city, it was determined by the city to go ahead and get a program manager on board to help us build the business systems and the business tools. So how are we going to manage the schedule of 160 projects, the permitting requirements, the design requirements? So the first year was building that infrastructure. We're terming it a project management delivery system, and that's what we're going to have when we're done with the project. So the first year was building that. The second year is focused on actually applying those business systems and tools to actual projects. Like I said, we've loaded it with about 162 projects. And again, it's excess of $400 million. This year we'll touch about 90 of them. So now what we'll do is our staff, along with CH Hill, will actually run the projects through that business systems and business tools. Again, heavier emphasis this year on planning, permitting, and design. And we'll use the tools that time. We got one construction project out there we'll be able to test those systems with, the T4 tank. Next year, we flip it, a lot of construction. And that's, when you think about this program, 90% of it is going to be in the construction. And that's where you really want to have set the business systems and the tools up so that we can manage through that successfully. It's real important that, it's going to sound corny, but it's kind of like a symphony. You got a lot of different instruments out there, and that's what we'll have. We'll have a lot of different projects out there. It's important that they come in and out on the right time, and they're playing at the right pitch, and they're doing all the things they're supposed to be doing. So it really comes together in one piece, and we don't have projects we're waiting for other projects, and we're delayed and we're waiting, and so that's why having the program management team on board and the project management delivery system helps us kind of keep all that stuff moving in concert with each other so that we get it delivered. So that's the third year is really where we bring, again, where this program bears fruit, and then again we'll decide with the consultant whether we need to do a fourth year or a fifth year, but right now we definitely need the 3 years to get us through that construction piece.
Councilman Baines.
Thanks, Council President. It dawned on me that I actually wanted to really thank you and the city manager for coming to me and explaining to me. I think and Councilmember Olivier was with me too. I appreciate the fact that you talked us through some of this offline before we got to the council meeting. I have a really great appreciation for the theory of what you all are trying to do. And I support it, and I think that if we do this right, then the taxpayer in the future will benefit in this city. So I commend the effort of what you all are trying to do. It's very complicated, clearly, but I wanted to thank you and Bruce. Bruce, thanks for setting that up too. That's again your leadership there. So I just want to thank you guys for coming and explaining. And I really hope it does work out, because I do think the benefits. It's expensive, to be sure, but I think the long range and long term benefits of the capacity that we could gain from that could be a big deal.
Thank you.
All right, screen is clear. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
We're
Tommy.
off and running. Appreciate it.
All right, now we are on to our 4 o'clock scheduled matter. That's a resolution of the Council of the City of Fresno requesting action by Congress on pending water legislation. Georgianne.
Good afternoon, council members. It's a wonderful day in Fresno.
Yes.
I have had a lot of caffeine today.
Apparently.
What else did you have?
I know. Okay. So before you today is a resolution that I actually got in the packet in time. So it made it in on Friday, but you will notice I do apologize for the lack of staff report. I couldn't quite pull that one off in time. But it's pretty self-explanatory. I'm going to just say a few words, and then I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Mario Santoyo from the Friant Water Authority. Right now, last session, well, actually this session, they're in recess, but there were not competing, but there was a House bill and a Senate bill on drought relief. They were 2 very, very different bills. The House and the Senate are in conference right now as we speak, holding meetings that are under very strict rules of secrecy in that not a lot of people know what's being talked about and have seen copies of the legislation. But what we know is we are hearing that there is going to be a bill that is going to be coming out in the very near future. And what we know is we need to keep the pressure on to make sure that something happens on drought relief in the coming week or two, because we have a very short window to get something done. And as you all know, we are in unprecedented times. The city itself has been affected in that we received a 0% allocation of our Friant water this year, as did all of the Friant contractors. And I'm sure several of you have heard the horrible instances of farmers on the east side digging up, orange trees and citrus and all sorts of other trees. It's really devastating for the family farmer on the east side. So we thought we would join all of our colleagues in agriculture and work as a team to get all of the Valley cities as well on board, and not just the Valley, but throughout California, to get on board and really keeping, I don't want to say keeping the pressure on, I don't want that to be a negative, be viewed as a negative, but make sure that Congress knows that we really, really need them to pass legislation. So with that, I'm going to ask Mario Santoyo from Friant Water Authority to get a little bit into the specifics.
Good afternoon, President Brandrell and council members. I'm Mario Santoyo. Today I'm wearing my Friant Water Authority hat, and I'm wearing it because, as you know, City of Fresno has a contract for federal water with the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. You also know, as Georgianne noted earlier, this year, for the first time ever, you got zero water from the federal government. It's historical. It's not something you ever want to experience again. Besides some of the drama that Georgianne noted relative to farmers needing to mow down their trees and all of that, the thing that's probably more pressing is that every shallow well has run dry, and they will continue to run dry, and that means that farmers and cities that have shallow wells don't get water. And their choice is to go deeper, but as they go deeper, the drawdown keeps going down. Plus, right now, the backlog for well drillers is like 1 year. So this is a very serious problem that we have right now. The picture I want to paint is this, is that although the federal legislation is called drought, don't make the mistake that it only deals with this year. The real issue is that there are operational constraints in the Delta that are only getting worse. We felt it on the west side of the valley, but now we're feeling it on the east side of the valley. So unless there's something dramatically done through federal law to change the operating permits of those federal pumps in the Delta, we will continue to go down this road of suffering in this valley, both west side and east side. And obviously that includes the city of Fresno. And I'll just remind you that you pull your water from the ground. And so, and right now you're not having that water to replenish it. It's like your savings account. Unless you're putting some in, at some point you've taken too much out. So, the effort that's being done in Washington, D.C. is important, and it has to get done soon. In fact, right now they're scheduled to hopefully have it done by the middle of September. That's why these resolutions have become important to issue out right now. We want the urgency to be felt by the senators and by the House to resolve this, get it done. Because if it doesn't get done, it's like anything else. That legislation goes to the wayside, and it's got to start all over. So it will be another full year of problems. So I would just tell you to look favorably at this resolution. Your voice is important. You represent the largest community here in the Valley. You need to let the Senate and the Congress know that this is important, needs to get resolved, and that's what this resolution would do. Thank you.
Thanks, Mario. All right. Are there any members of the public that would like to address this item? All right. Then without that, I'm going to make a motion that we adopt this resolution and as a council, and a second by Councilman Zhang. Councilman Zhang, you're up.
This was for Mario, real quick. Hey, Mario, I mean, we're pushing hard on the feds, and obviously, with that impact. We also have a state bond that looks like it's going through some of its final approval. What is it, 7.3? How do the two, if it's possible, work together for us, or which is, a priority or isn't a priority?
Okay. Well, I'm glad you brought it up.
Don't get too complicated on us, okay, though?
Well, the square root of the hypotenuse, no, I'm not going to go down that road. Basically, solving our water issues here in the Valley is a twofold issue. One, building infrastructure, and 2, fixing legislation on federal law. Okay, on the water bond now is set for November. It resulted in a $7.5 billion bond from what was an $11.14 bond in 2009. The things that were most interest to us was basically enough funding to build an additional reservoir above Millerton, i.e. Temperance Flat. And that should be very important to the city of Fresno because that's where you get your water, okay? And so the end result was we ended up getting $2.7 billion in that bond for the construction. That's good. I mean, we asked for 3, we fought for 3. At the end of the day, it was because of the valley that we got 2.7. Because at first, the governor wasn't interested in storage at all. Then when he came out with a 6.0, he said, okay, I'll give you guys 2. Well, 2 wasn't going to do anything. Then when we pushed back, and a lot of you guys signed the letter saying, hey, we got to have 3. You know, he eventually said, okay, I'll give you 2.5, but that's it, period. Okay? And at 2.5, a lot of people folded. You know, it was an unfortunate fact, but a lot of white flags went up, and they went and joined the governor and hugged him and all of that good stuff, except for us here in the valley. We said, can't do it, cannot do it. You know, so we had our Republicans and our moderate Democrats, because I was talking to them regularly, hold the line. Because if we didn't hold the line, we weren't going to make it. They held it as long as they could. Then when some additional local area guys folded, then the governor had enough pressure for us to have to sign off. But I will tell you this, and this is what I told our legislators last week when I met with them. They need to be proud for what they did. Because if you really look at what happened, is everybody in the state took a 30% hit. We only took a 10%. We're the only guys that took a 10% hit. Now, the word I got was that the governor was mad at us, which a lot of times that's what he is at us, because he felt he got rolled. And he's right. We rolled him. We got what we needed. The 2.7 will provide enough money to create the foundation for us to build Temperance Flat. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to get all the money from there, because we're now we have the next step, which is basically going to the federal government and saying, we now need you to step up, just like the state, put some money in, and then at the end we go to the beneficiaries, one of which would be the city, and say, okay, now we have to figure out how we get the rest to build Temperance. So again, the bond is on the November ballot, and it's got what we need. Now on the federal side, you guys are going to make a decision relative to the resolution, and that's the federal operationals end of it. So you guys are doing all the right things from our perspective. It's all we can do. But we have been making a difference. I want to let you know that. It's been the Valley that's been making the difference. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the support and definitely the optimism. You know, it's hard for the folks on a daily basis that, you know, has to take out the trees and their small farms are being destroyed, and then they're losing money, you know, and their livelihood to have that same optimism as we're having, just because they're living it, and we're just trying to help them as much as we can. It's a long process, so at least hopefully we have a better understanding that those have to go hand in hand, and how we hopefully be able to address it. And it's a big step, but we still have some more pushing to do to make sure that we get the type of funding that needs for us to complete what we have to. But thank you very much for all the work. Thanks, Trey.
Councilman Quintero.
Georgia, on this particular resolution, are all our local Congress folks?
I'm sorry, say that again, Councilmember.
On this the resolution, are all our Congress folks on board?
Are they on board with the resolution?
Yes.
I would say that it's going to be sent to them. This is to encourage them
all right.
to keep work on the legislation. So we do
Okay.
know that members of our local delegation are part of the conference committee.
Yes.
So I would say that we didn't circulate it to our delegation. This is more of us telling our representatives what we want them to be working on, and
Okay.
we want them to know that this is a huge priority, that it's really important that it get done.
Okay.
I don't think they'll be upset by it or
Uh-huh.
think anything other than, okay, we really got to get something done.
Yeah, it'd be great if all three of them said yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was wondering about that. Thank you.
Councilman Brand.
I want to thank Georgianne for all the work she's put in, and she's like our local water expert. She knows a lot. And Mario, you've been out there for fighting the wars for some time. You said something though that this will build Temperance Flat. And Tommy, you're still here. Why don't you come up? Make one simple connection here, because if we get Temperance Flat, it's going to add double the storage capacity. Is that correct, Mario?
Actually, it's going to triple it.
Triple, okay.
Yeah, it's going to go from currently about 0.5
Mhm.
to about 1.5, because what it is it's a reservoir built within a reservoir. So not
Mhm.
only do you have the advantage of the new reservoir, but you still have the residual of some of the existing reservoir, and that's why we go to about 1.5.
Okay, thank you. And Tommy, if they build Temperance Flat and the bond passes, which I hope they do, without having a southeast surface water treatment plant, can we effectively even use the extra water?
No, that's our challenge right now. We have plenty of we have surface water capacity. We just don't have any finished water production capacity for our
Right.
surface water. So,
So during that one chart we had about a couple of weeks ago, when we're averaging 140,000 acre feet per year from both sources, and basically we had about 78,000 acre feet per year we simply couldn't use. We paid for it, went someplace else. So our problem is a microcosm of the bigger problem, is that we need the capability, infrastructure-wise, to store that water, treat that water, and use that water, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, screen is clear. We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Unanimous support. Mario, thank you for coming. Georgianne, thank you for putting that together. All right, we're going to turn the meeting over to the RDA, and the chair is Councilman Baines, so he's going to take over.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. We have a couple of items today. The first one is number 308, successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Fresno and Fresno Revitalization Corporation. We have a resolution approving the recognized obligation payment schedule for January through June 2015. Madam Executive Director.
Very briefly, this is the ROPS that you're familiar with that covers the period from January 1st to June 30th. In this go-around, this is the first time that we have been eligible to submit for the loans that you approved and looked at some months ago. So they're included on this ROPS as I believe there are about 60 loans, and they're part of the ROPS. So if you have any questions, happy to answer.
Thank you. Now I'll take the item out to the public. If there's anyone here from the public that would like to speak on this item, please come forth.
Hello there. Good evening, afternoon. I'm Antonia Washington, and I'm representing our family's home. We live kind of near Fresno State, and this is our wonderful council member, Paul Caprioglio. I didn't want to say it wrong. I was sure on the Paul. I'll stick with it. But I'm just coming by because we're going to be submitting like a little letter requesting for my mother who is disabled to have an exception with this $19 fee that they have for multiple cars.
Really quickly, I just want to make sure that you're commenting on the resolution.
No, I'm not. Okay. I thought this was the other section. Sorry.
That's okay. We'll call you up during that time.
We'll pull you back up within about 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
No problem.
No problem at all. Any other members of the audience that would like to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais and entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion, it's been properly motioned and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Item passes 7-0. The next item we have is number 309 for the successor agency to the redevelopment agency to consider property disposition guidelines for the oversight board of the successor agency to the redevelopment agency of the city of Fresno. Marlene?
Thank you. The Oversight Board asks us to draft guidelines for the disposition of for sale properties. Those guidelines are before you. They basically set forth 3 disposition methods: an open market solicitation, a request for proposal that would include a buyer's proposed development, and lastly, auction. And in this draft guideline set, the auction would occur if we did not receive an offer for open solicitation or for the RFP. It also requires that all properties be appraised, with the exception, I think, of one very small property under 0.10 acres. Otherwise, that all properties be appraised. If you have questions, happy to answer.
All right. Thank you, Marlene. I'll take this out to the public now. Anybody wishing to comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais. Do we have any council members queued up? Okay. I'll just want to make a really quick comment on this one, actually. This is relatively important, how we're going to dispose of the property. I think that I want to thank Marlene for doing a really good job, I think, of coming up with a good plan to do this. Is not easy to do, to dispose of all of the parcels. But I think it's going to be really important to, as we communicate this to the oversight board, to make sure that we are doing everything we can to maximize value on every single parcel. And with that being said, there's been some very loose discussion by a person or two to auction off these properties, which I think we all know that auctioning off properties gets the least available value. We've tried to take a more strategic approach with releasing, some on the open market and some that through the RFP process to really figure out what the market says about our properties that we have, and not doing an auction, which really is meant to discount, properties. So I just wanted to put that on the record that this body stay committed to making sure that we are maximizing value through our disposition process, and that really means having the auction as the last resort. So, anyhow, with that, I like to make a motion for that we accept staff's recommendation. And Member Brand.
I just want to echo what you just said about the proper best method for really the goal, Mrs. Murphy, is to maximize the revenue and the property sale for the public's benefit, correct?
Yes.
So
yes.
I don't believe that's served by an auction. An auction, my 30 years and plus in real estate, is a method of last resort. The RFP, standard brokerage type sales and so on are the traditional type, unless this property is something that's so unsellable. It's simply a remnant piece that has very little application. That would be the only situation I could see where it would really work as a auction. So I think the public would be not served by doing an auction, that we should have an RFP type process to get the best price out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Brown, for those comments. Anyone else?
Councilman Baines, who was it that had suggested an auction?
I'll tell you offline.
Okay.
I think we may have. I think you're actually a very smart guy. I think you actually may know who this person that will suggest such a thing is.
Interesting, because that doesn't seem like the right approach for maximizing our property values, right?
I could not agree more. It's not the right approach. All right.
I'll wait to hear from you. I'll be surprised, I'm sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All right, item passes 7-0. And Mr. President, I return the meeting back to you.
Thank you. Antonia, you can come forward now. Now's a good chance. Yeah. So we'll do unscheduled communication. And
Hi. Hello again. So I'll just continue from where I was at. To sum it up, my mother is disabled, and there's a rule now that we only get one pass for our cars at the home. She owns 5 cars, and she's disabled, not working. She couldn't even come in here today. I had to come in for her. When I got upstairs, I found out that her handicap sticker will cover 1 car. The free one that's given from the city will cover the second car, but she has 3 more cars. No way to pay for it, and if she continues to receive tickets, it's just going to snowball into a whole episode. So what I wanted to suggest is that maybe an exception could be made for disability. And, you know, she worked here for years and years, retired pharmacist, you know, not any kind of wild person or anything. I just thought that if you had someone who was disabled and absolutely unable to pay a fee, that it could be something you could make an exception for. I didn't feel like, I think it's like $19 for each car for a year. And for this year, I was asking a financial exception for her on the basis of disability. So that was what I wanted to put before you. And I did schedule a meeting with my council member. And I was wondering to hear from any of you your suggestions or how we should move forward with our mission. Just curious.
Right. Thank you, Antonia. Councilman Capriolio.
You know, the parking division is aware of the situation, and I know where you live. Your house, I have it right in front of me, actually. So you have a 2-car garage, 2 cars in the driveway, plus 1 free pass. So that should cover 5 cars. But if not, continue communicating with the parking division and see what they suggest.
Oh, I've communicated with them, and they suggested that we will receive tickets on game days and at Fresno State in front of our own house for the next year if we're not able to pay this fee. Okay. That was their communication.
But you do have a 2-car garage and 2 spaces in the drive. I'm looking at it, plus the one. So that's 5. That would be 5 spots.
Our garage is used currently for storage, so we can only have 1 car in there right now. And so then there's 2 spaces in front, which is why we needed 2 more cars for the exception. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Did you have any advice, or are you able to vote on an exception? Can you?
I don't think we have jurisdiction to do that. That would be with the parking division.
No, I wanted to know if, because their rules come from this council, if you would vote for an exception. Would you ask your other council members if they take a vote?
Oh, council, this is not scheduled as an action item. It's purely the input from the public at this point.
We don't have jurisdiction to do that today.
Okay, do you have directions on how we could get it on calendar?
City Attorney, is this an item that so Antonio, we can't ever vote on something unless it was on our agenda as what's called an action item.
Sure.
So today we can for sure hear from you, so that's cool. City Attorney, is this an item that we can vote on in the future if she follows a procedure?
Yes, somebody could bring it as an action item later.
Okay. Antonia, we're going to go on break. We're going to listen to one more citizen, and then we're going to go on break. And if you would, we'll meet with the city attorney right over there at the end of the dais, and we'll figure out how to get you those procedures.
Thank you.
You bet. All right. And, sir, what was your name? Pino? Pino, come on up. It's your chance to talk for 3 minutes.
Sorry for my presence. I wasn't planning on speaking here today. I'm here to try to save my business that I just recently opened.
Get a little bit closer to that microphone, please.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm here today to try to save my business that I just opened up 3 months ago in Granite Park. It's a nightclub called Club Imperio. There was over $500,000 invested in this club to make a go of it, and there were some issues with permits that were found after the fact. I was served with a cease and desist letter by the city of Fresno today, and telling me that I'm not opening up this weekend. I've had some extensions that I got from the city of Fresno, which I was gracious of, but it was, in my opinion, a mistake on behalf of the city also, that we all have to take responsibility for what happened. I was talking to the city, and I kept getting extensions from Mr. Brian DeYoung, if I'm pronouncing his name right.
Who is it?
Brian Leung. Brian Leung. And I got a letter from him stating that I did not need permits to do what I did. And once, the day before I opened, I was approached by the city of Fresno and along with other enforcement agencies that I wasn't going to be able to open that weekend. And I argued that I have a letter stating I didn't need permits. Why am I being approached the day before saying that I needed permits and I'm not going to be able to open? So they allowed me to open by giving me an extension, which I was gracious with. And Mr. Leong also informed me that because I told him at the time that, that I opened that there was no more money. The money was done. And that as soon as I could build the business and get some money, I would take care of these issues. And he told me as long as he saw that the issues were being taken care of, he would keep giving me extensions. I took care of one of the issues last month, which was a fire issue, which I found out to be the most, let's call it, dangerous, and thought it was the most important. So I did take care of it. And today, I got a phone call a couple weeks ago from Ed from Code, and he was basically asking me what's going on. And I told him in September, I'll be able to afford to get an architect and draw the design of a structure that's not used for clients. It's used strictly for and one employee, a DJ. That's it. It's a DJ booth is what the biggest problem's over. And I just don't see closing a business. And yes, I do realize I've gotten 3 extensions, but I am working and I'm trying to make some money to pay the bills and pay the employees, the 65 employees that do employ that place. I've cleaned it up. I've cleaned up the bums there. I have security there to clean up the bums. I've planted new trees. I'm doing everything I possibly can. And to see that this business gets closed over a few issues that have really nothing to do with me to a certain point, and it does because I do have the lease on the building now, but these are issues that go way back from buildings and buildings and buildings that were there before, and I'm the one being punished, and I'm the one being put out of business because if I do close this weekend, the place will not reopen. I will not be able to sustain being closed this weekend and reopening. So at this point, what I'm asking, is there any way that one last chance could be said, listen, okay, we've given you 3 extensions, we're tired of it, it's enough. We're going to give you one more, but this is absolutely it, so we're all on the same page. Now that you know, because I didn't know, with Mr. Leong telling me that he will continue giving me extensions, he never told me that I only got 90 days worth of extensions. I was told I would continue getting extensions, long as I showed some progress, in which I did, and I have receipts of the fire being done and everything else being done. I was never told. I was just served. I talked to Ed a couple weeks ago. He never told me you're going to be served with a cease and desist letter, that you're going to close up. Nothing. Nothing to give me a chance to say, okay, well, I have to get it done now. Okay, I knew I had to get it done, but I can't. I'm not going to call somebody and get something done when I don't have the money, and that's the honest truth. I don't have the money. So I told him once September comes around, school comes back in, everything stable offs in Fresno. We're a nightclub. We promote to kids, 21, 30. They're all out of town. They're not in school. School just started. September is when the clubs really pick up. And I need that cash flow to be able to do this. And
Makes
so
sense.
what I'm asking today is just
Pino, and how many employees do you have?
between security and everything else, about 65.
65 employees?
Yes.
All right. Well, this is outside of, I think, what council can do anything about today. Is there anything that can be done today, Bruce?
Council, with all due respect to the business owner, this is a situation where we found out that the business was opening. There were no permits pulled. There was no request for an occupancy permit. Quite honestly, we could have precluded him from even opening his business way back in, I believe it was May. We have granted extensions and extensions and extensions, recognizing the cash flow issue. But the reality is that a lot of these things should have been considered before they were even open. Staff has gone well above and beyond, and we have, frankly, and while it's just one DJ, if something happens to that DJ while he's in that area, someone can come back and hold us liable for allowing that to occur. I understand and can appreciate the cash flow issue. But the list of items that we've asked for to be addressed, we didn't ask to be addressed 90 days, 120 days. We asked them to be addressed within 30 days, by June. So staff has met multiple occasions. I don't know, and I will take a sidebar and confer with our planning director, but quite honestly, we have gone well and beyond and try to accommodate this business in order to allow them to stay open. And we had just gotten to the point where we just cannot afford to continue to allow this exception without incurring liability.
Okay, well, that's what I'm here to ask today, and I understand you're the decision maker, to say, give me one more shot, even 2 weeks, to say, get an architect on it, get it going, that's all you have. But for me to close down, the honest truth, and I'm being completely honest, I cannot sustain it. If I close down this weekend, I am not reopening. That club will not reopen, and you know it. I've been in this business way too long. I put my life savings in this place. I borrowed money to open it outside of my life savings. You know, it was at the point where I'm paying a lot of this debt off, you know, and it's on a matter of, you know, we're talking a couple weeks. You give me a couple weeks, I will get it done. If you guys put the noose to my neck, I will get it done. I will get an architect on it within the next 2 weeks. I will get plans and I will get it done, and I will get it, because that's all it is to get the plans done. Okay, even for the upstairs part, all the other stuff in question have already been there. They've already been there. You know, they were already existing stuff. This stuff has been approved 3 or 4 times over. You know, even there's certain canopies they have in questions. Those canopies have been there for 5 years. As far as me pulling any permits, okay, I came to the city and told them, I am building this. Do I need permits? They told me no. So then I have the piece of paper that Brian signed right here.
And so, council, this isn't on the agenda. You know, I will, before we go into closed session, I will sidebar with Ms. Clark, and if there is something, we'll look at. If there's not, though, again, I think this organization and our building inspection division has, and code enforcement have done. We've gone way out of our way to try to accommodate the owner, but give me a little bit of time. But the answer, I could come back and say the answer is going to be no, just so everyone understands.
No, that's all that we can do for you today. Just like the lady before you, when somebody walks in, all we can do is hear them today. Us. All we can do is hear your concern. We can't vote on anything and change anything. Our administration can maybe work with you and meet with you and see if they can advance your cause.
Just so you guys know, when I told Mr. Leung, if they would have told me the day that I came to the city of Fresno and asked them, do I need permits? And I was told no, and he put it down on paper. Then they come to me the day before I open and tell me, oh, well, now you need permits. You're not opening. I said, if you would have told me that a month ago when I had the funds to do it, it would have been no problem. Now I don't have the funds, and I open tomorrow. You know, and now you're coming to me and trying to put all this stress on me. Okay, it's the 65 employees that I have that work part-time there because they need the extra money to feed their kids. And that's what it is, because I'm only open on Friday and Saturday nights.
Yep.
So the reality is, it's not, you know, this place is bringing a couple hundred people. Okay. The stand where there is in discussion, the DJ booth, there's nobody except the DJ on top of that, and there's nobody underneath it.
Okay.
This thing is structurally sound, and it's just the way it is.
You know, we've pushed it about as far as we can today. You know, we've actually given you 2 or 3 much times more than we normally give people. So we're listening. You got our ear, but we can't give you any more time, or we would be unfair to the other people that come in weekly,
right?
And they get 3 minutes.
I understand that, but I mean, she's talking about a parking permit. I'm talking about 65 employees. There's a huge difference. Okay, I'm talking about a park that you guys have a lot of involvement in, and that I'm trying to clean up and keep clean.
All right,
I mean,
thanks, Pino.
You know,
we appreciate it.
So.
All right, now we are going to take a break, and we're going to come back and go to closed session. If I missed anything on the agenda?
No, we have closed session and then the 6 o'clock item. That's it.
We're going to go into closed session at 5:15.
Should I go ahead and announce it?
What's that?
Go ahead and announce it.
Yes, please.
Yes. For closed session, we have a joint closed session with the City of Fresno, the successor agency, and the FRC concerning Hotel Fresno. We have existing litigation, Sanchez and others versus the City of Fresno, labor concerning all of the listed bargaining units, and real property discussion concerning property owned by Fresno Irrigation District.
We're going to get this portion of our meeting started. It is the 6 o'clock hearing. All right. And if somebody would like to speak, here's what we do. If you'd like to speak this evening, grab one of these cards in the back, fill it out, and bring it right up here to our clerk and our assistant here, and then he'll deliver it to me. If you fail to fill one of these out, you can still speak. But we're going to go in priority of people that turned in these cards. So tonight's 6 o'clock hearing is to consider a site plan review application S-13-047 and related environmental assessment for the property located on the west side of North Hughes Avenue between West Nielsen and West Belmont, and that's in District 3. And there's several aspects of that we're going to consider. So our first presentation is going to be from our own department, from DARM. So.
Good evening, Council President Brandow, members of the City Council. My name is Nathan Bouvet from the Development and Resource Management Department. I bring before you Site Plan Review Number S-1347 and the related environmental assessment for an application filed by Sean Odom of GMA Consulting Engineers and Architects on behalf of McCall Pacific LLC and Brentag Pacific INC. An approximately 54,000 square foot chemical warehouse facility, along with the shipping office, front entry canopy, loading dock, detached storage canopies, as well as external storage tanks with their appropriate containment slabs are being proposed in front of you this evening. The chemical warehouse facility is intended for the selling and handling of chemical products. Applicant representatives can provide further detail related to the proposed project. I want to reiterate that the proposal is not a chemical plant, but in fact a chemical warehouse facility. And also, throughout the presentation, I'll reference that no products being stored on site are in a gaseous state. Currently, there's 23 Brentag facilities within the realm of Brentag Pacific. They all average an approximate 65,000 square foot facility, whereas this being proposed tonight is roughly 54,000 square feet. The 11.22 acre site is located on the west side of North Hughes Avenue between West Nielsen and West Belmont Avenues. As you can see from the 2025 Fresno General Plan, the subject site is planned heavy industrial with a variety of planned designations ranging from light industrial, cemetery to the east, general heavy to the northeast, as well as medium density and low density residential to the north. Current zoning for the facility is M3, or heavy manufacturing. Again, it is surrounded by a variety of zone designations ranging from M1, or light manufacturing, M2, medium manufacturing, as well as a variety of other zone designations, including county designations to the immediate north. The M3 zone district classification is consistent with the existing industrial heavy planned land use designated for the subject site. It has been zoned M3 since 1982 when the property was annexed into the city. The 4 photographs illustrated here are of the existing Malaga site. The top 2 photographs just give you a general idea of how their current landscaping, parking area to the front of the facility, but also the loading docks to the rear. Access to and from is through a security gate. The 2 photographs below are the existing storage of their chemical materials. The next set of photographs is the proposed site off of North Hughes Avenue. The photographs on the bottom are of the cemetery immediately to the east of the proposed site. The photographs up above illustrate from the northeast corner of the proposed site the Southern Pacific Railroad, as well as a view looking into the site looking northwest. To reiterate upon what the applicant is proposing here tonight, again, is a approximately 54,000 square foot storage facility. Again, it's for the storage of chemicals and non-hazardous materials. No gaseous materials will be housed or stored on site. And again, much reference has been given to this being a chemical plant. In fact, it is a chemical warehouse facility. They're also proposing a shipping office just west of the warehouse facility attached to. They're proposing storage canopies ranging from 2,000 to 2,500 square feet. They are located away from the primary warehouse facility, mainly because it's the storage of both flammable and non-flammable chemicals. They also propose a loading dock inclusive of 9 bays to the rear of the facility. And lastly, but not least, the applicant proposes 12 storage tanks with their appropriate containment slabs just south of the existing rail spur, approximately northwest of the proposed facility. These storage tanks will be primarily for the containment of bulk liquids. The following illustration is a conceptual view of the exterior elevations. What they propose is a two-tone color scheme with decorative pop-outs, architectural amenities, and window treatments, but also provides an illustration of their proposed landscape with a variety of turf, shrubs, trees, and ground cover. From December of last year, there has been a series of hearings, community meetings, as well as site visits of the Brenntag facility. From these meetings, issues and concerns have been brought up, some of which include air quality, hazards and hazardous materials, proximity to sensitive receptors. And when I use the term sensitive receptors, this is a standard term used by the California Environmental Quality Act, but it essentially references an area where people can congregate, whether it's a residential home, an industrial property, a commercial restaurant, etc. Also, hydrology and water quality and cumulative impacts were brought up as issues and concerns, all of which have been included and incorporated into the staff report, as well as the environmental assessment being considered this evening. At the last Planning Commission meeting, the Cal EnviroScreen tool was brought up as a concern because it was not included within the CEQA analysis. The Cal EnviroScreen, it analyzes a regional and community-wide environmental factors. It's not a focused risk assessment, and it's not directly applicable to CEQA. CEQA, on the other hand, utilizes Cal EMOD, not to be confused with Cal EnviroScreen, but it's an analysis tool that we use to analyze potentially significant impacts associated to a specific project. In this case, it would be the Brenntag facility. The analysis is also used as a focused risk assessment. So again, Cal EnviroScreen is regional, whereas CEQA and Cal EMOD is site-specific. According to the California EPA Secretary, the Cal EnviroScreen cannot be used in lieu of an analysis of potentially significant impacts of any specific project required by CEQA. To compare the Brenntag facility, another issue of concern that was brought up is overall operational emissions released from the proposed Brenntag facility. What you'll find as a comparison, and it goes into quite extensive detail in the staff report as well as the environmental document, that the Brenntag facility, as proposed, is roughly 1/8 the emissions of other commercial, industrial, and residential developments throughout the Central Valley. This is mainly because the Brenntag facility proposes low employee trips and daily truck trips. It has no customer trips compared to shopping centers and grocery stores that have both high customer trips and truck trips. Another issue that was brought up was proximity to, again, the term sensitive receptors, everything from residential homes, the airport, the development center, the elementary school, hospitals, as well as churches. As you can see from the exhibit, the closest sensitive receptor is the residential homes immediately to the south, which is located approximately 915 feet from the proposed Brenntag facility. Brenntag is completely self-contained with no required setbacks or buffer zones. So when I say no required setbacks or buffer zones, no local, regional, state, or federal entity or oversight regulation requires that this type of use be located a certain proximity to these sensitive receptors. Staff concludes that the proposed project is found to be consistent with the goals and objectives of the 2025 Fresno General Plan, is mitigated from potential cause or introduction of serious public health problems as compared to alternative uses. It's suitable for the type and density of development and meets all site plan review findings of approval as indicated in the staff report. And I believe it's page 16 of 17 in the staff report where you'll see all those findings of approval. Staff would recommend that the City Council adopt the environmental finding of a mitigated negative declaration prepared for the environmental assessment, as well as adopt the resolution granting the appeal and approving the project. That concludes staff's comments. I'm available for any questions. Again, to reiterate, the project applicant and their representatives are here tonight, including their air quality consultant. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. All right, thanks, Nathan. And no doubt we'll probably call you back up and ask some specific questions. We're now going to take public comment on this item, and you can. What's that? I have to do what? Am I correct, Doug, in going to public comment now?
No, normally, in a hearing like this, the applicant is allowed to speak next.
Okay, beautiful. Come on up, guys, whoever's.
Well, good evening. My name is Tim Willenborg, and I'm president of Brenntag Pacific. And we appreciate the opportunity to come to the council this evening and discuss our project. I just have a couple of brief comments just to kind of introduce you to Brenntag and who we are, and then a little bit about our project. But before I did that, I did want to introduce the members of my team that are here this evening, because they'll be available to answer some of the questions that you might have. So I have Corey Roberts, our Vice President of Operations for Brenntag Pacific. I have Ned McCall, who's our property developer. Joe Grossi, who's our branch manager. Mike Slater, who's our local counsel. And then Dave Mitchell, who's is a senior air quality scientist that we've hired as a consultant. So just to tell you a little bit about Brenntag, Brenntag was actually founded in 1874 in Germany, and we quickly after our founding moved into chemical distribution, so we have been in chemical distribution for over 100 years. And we've grown with our customers and through acquisitions to where we are now the largest chemical distribution company in the world. We have 450 locations in 70 countries. We have 140 locations in North America, and then, as Nathan referenced, we have 23 locations here in Brenntag Pacific, which is the regional operating company that we represent. Our most important value is safety. We place the importance of the safety of our employees, our customers, and the community as our primary consideration. Anything that we do, if we don't think it's safe, we won't do it. And it is our first and most important consideration. Our business is chemical distribution. So we buy products in truckloads, rail cars, and break it down into smaller units to sell to smaller businesses that can't buy in large quantities. We are not a chemical manufacturing facility. We are a chemical distribution and warehousing facility. We do some dilution of dry products, putting them into water to make it easier for our customers to handle, mostly for food applications. The real value that we provide to our customers is the ability to purchase multiple products from one source. So the products that we stock in each one of our warehouses are catered to the industries that we service in the area. So here in Fresno, the primary industries that we service are the food processing business, water treatment, and the ag market. So the products that we store here are tailored to those particular industries. Why are we looking to move? We basically have outgrown our existing facility. We've been in Fresno for about 40 years. We've been in California for 100 years. And we've grown here in Fresno to the point where we can no longer continue to grow with our existing facility. We've grown 70% since 2007. We've doubled our employee base from 17 to 38. And so we started looking for a new facility, and one of the things we gave consideration to is where did we want to move to. And we selected this site for several reasons. First and most important is it's located in Fresno. We're a local business. Our employees are all from Fresno or the surrounding area, and we have a great team, and we wanted to make sure that we stay in Fresno. So we were looking for a facility here in the Fresno area. This particular site is ideally suited for a warehouse operation. It's large enough to support our business, and two key considerations were the rail access and the proximity to the freeways. This facility, when you look on the chart, is actually bordered the entire length of it by rail access. So it's an ideal site for a distribution type of business. The other thing is we looked at the zoning, and the zoning and the future proposed land use for this property is heavy industrial. Our business, being that it's a distribution operation, is M1, light industrial. And so we knew that we wouldn't need to request any variances from existing zoning for our project. This property was acquired because it was zoned heavy industrial with the expectation and understanding that this was a by right use. As noted by staff in their opening comments, the city has complied with the CEQA process. The project was reviewed by numerous local and state agencies, including fire, flood control, and the air board. And none of these agencies have raised any concerns about significant impacts to the environment or the community. This will be a new state-of-the-art facility built to the highest standards, and this project has the support of 3 local chambers of commerce and the Economic Development Corporation. So we're a global company with a strong commitment to safety and the environment, and we've enjoyed many years of growth here in Fresno, and we look forward to the opportunity to continue our growth in the coming years. At this point, I did actually want to ask Corey Roberts to come forward and just speak briefly about some of the chemicals that we will be distributing in our facility, because we know there were some questions about those.
As Tim said, my name is Corey Roberts. I'm Vice President of Operations, and in that role, I have personal responsibility for the areas of safety, regulatory, and quality in all departments of our organization, so distribution, warehousing, and production. Tim also alluded to the types of chemicals we handle. Some of our chemicals are hazardous, as defined by certain regulatory organizations, and some of them are non-haz. By and large, out of the number of chemicals that we handle, the majority are non-hazardous. However, hazardous is defined different ways by different organizations, such as OSHA, Occupational Safety and Health Administration, Environmental Protection Agency, and as a chemical distributor, you may be aware we're one of the most regulated organizations that there is in the country. One of the organizations that were regulated and define whether or not a chemical is hazardous is the Department of Transportation. They produce a manual. Some of you may be familiar, you may not. It's called an Emergency Response Guidebook. And in that book, they take the product and they tell you if there is a spill or release, how far you should protect. All of the chemicals that are proposed and a part of this project, none of them have any protective action distances that have been established for either a small or a large spill. So let me talk a little bit more specifically about the chemicals that we handle. I said before that the majority of our chemicals that we handle are non-haz. However, the ones that are hazardous, the primary hazard is corrosivity. Corrosivity means that it could burn the skin. It could also mean by DOT that it's corrosive to steel. The main point here being that the primary risk is directly handling these materials and getting them on your skin, or if you ingested them, they could harm you. We also store some flammable materials. In Nathan's presentation, he showed a area where about 2,000 square foot, where we will store flammable and combustible products in 55-gallon drums, small tote tanks, which are about 330 gallons, and we will store a quantity that would be less than you would find at a local gas station, gasoline being flammable, or a home improvement store, for example. In some of the previous opportunities we've had to come talk about our organization, there's been references to incidents and emergencies that have occurred, for instance, Waco, Texas. Waco is a chemical manufacturer who had an accident that involved ammonium nitrate, and I want to be sure that the group here understands that Brenntag A does not handle ammonium nitrate, and more importantly, handles no explosives, radioactives, or any other things. But we do have, there are some other terms that may come up tonight, in the way of toxic poisons. I would tell you that all the products that we have that bear that designation are determined by OSHA, and they're subsidiary hazards. And in every case, those products are never opened at our facility, meaning we do no processing other than receive them by truck, store them in our warehouse, and then ship them out. And again, the primary hazard of those products, like a sodium nitrite, it will be corrosive, but it may contain a secondary hazard like toxic. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
I said thank you. Yeah. Tim, were you all through then? Yeah. All right, cool. All right, we're going to go out to the public here real quick. I'm going to ask our city attorney to weigh in on something that I've wanted to know the question of, and it's really vital to the whole process. This is a by right use purchase and operation here. In my understanding of by right use, really, they're following a plan that was already a policy of the city of Fresno. They're following it to the T, and then are we even supposed to review these type of things?
Yeah, let me give a little broader explanation here. First of all, it's very unusual that the council would see a site plan in front of them. In fact, I can't recall when it ever happened. Normally, when you're seeing a project proposed like this, you're seeing it in terms of a zoning issue or a CUP. This is neither one of those. This is very different and usually gets resolved at the director level or the planning commission. The difference is that as far as the zoning for the property was determined years ago. The text of the zoning code was determined years ago. That decision was made that created a by right use for this particular kind of use. In other words, the council years ago said that for this particular property, here's what you can do on that property. And as far as then you can either do it by right or you can do it along with a CUP. For this particular kind of use, the code does not require a CUP. So when somebody purchases property with this zoning on it for this particular kind of use, they are entitled, they have a property right to do that use on that piece of property. What's before you now, though, is a site plan. And a site plan is more of, it's not a ministerial action, but it's close. Under our code, a site plan is really about the improvements that are being constructed on the property as opposed to the use of the property. And to explain the difference, I'd put it in terms of if somebody were to come in and apply for a site plan to build a warehouse, but they had no idea what the tenant was going to be on that property. The director, and if it came to the council, you'd be looking at things such as the improvements themselves, how the vehicles come and go from the property, setbacks, the height of the building, landscaping, lighting, those types of things. And if the objective criteria are met to satisfy our code on those items, then our code says you have to grant the permit or the site plan. And then if a user were to come along, say a couple of years after the building were constructed in accordance with that site plan, and it were this particular user, they could occupy that property as a tenant, and there would be nothing the city could say about that. It would simply be, it's a property right, they would be entitled to go in there. So what we're really looking at here is the site plan, and we have to make sure we distinguish between site plan on the one hand and zoning or a CUP on the other hand.
All right. Thank you. Yes, Councilman Baines.
and I know what you're really asking, Steve. Why are we deciding, even hearing this today?
Right.
And that's all my fault. So, and I wanted to tell you that because I understand what your question is. About 9 months ago, this project came to my office under review. We understood that it really is just a director sign off. We asked for the higher level of scrutiny out of my office.
A higher level of scrutiny for this one? Okay.
Yeah, we did.
I was wondering.
So that's how we ended up here.
Okay.
All right.
All right. All right, then. We're going to go out to public comment. If you just walked in, since I mentioned this first, if you'd like to speak, there's these cards in the back, right at the very back chair, and you can fill one out and just walk it down. Even if somebody else is speaking, walk it down and hand it to Todd here, our clerk's assistant, and Todd will give it to me. And if you fail to do that, you'll still get a chance to speak. We're going to have 2 minutes per speaker, and we're just going to follow the stack of cards as they came to me. And you have 2 minutes per speaker, and if you make a great point and one of the council members want to call you back up, they have that freedom to do that. So we'll try and keep it moving along. So please don't take longer than your amount of time. If you can refrain from applause, that'd be great too. We get the point. We're trying to listen intently and take notes, and I think that's the most valuable part. So with that, I'm going to call out about the first 3 or 4 names, and then I'll occasionally just call out the 3 or 4 names. And those people, if you could get ready. The first one is Al Smith, and then Hester Hensley, then Tim Williamberg, then Corey Roberts, then John Brailsford. If those 5 people, oh, that's you two guys. Oh, all right, cool. Well, we'll take out Corey and Tim then. And then we'll add in Ethan Smith and Tony Castellum, I think, or Gistellum. So, Al Smith, please start us off.
Thank you very much, Council President Brandel, members of the City Council. It's actually no surprise, I think, to any of us that this community is hurting. It's reported there's about 39,000 people that do not have jobs. 11% of our people are looking for work, trying to put food on their tables and clothes on their back and a roof over their head. So the unemployment problem in our community is huge, but like the saying goes, you eat an elephant a bite at a time. Now a respected company, Brenntag, an international company that has been in business for over 100 years, a company that has enjoyed a stellar reputation for the last 30 years at its current location in Malaga, has selected Fresno as a place to move to. They could have gone to many other cities, but they chose Fresno. That move brings with it initially many local construction employment opportunities to crews who will be creating a $9 million facility. And once completed, it will offer additional dozen good-paying full-time jobs that offer paid sick leave, vacation times, as well as 401ks for every employee, and most of those jobs don't even require a college degree. These are jobs the city needs. These are jobs West Fresno needs. And that's just the beginning. Hopefully, their success here will create more expansion for a larger workforce in the future. So we have this elephant in the room, not only citywide, but in West Fresno as well. Brenntag will not be the silver bullet. That will not eliminate unemployment and poverty, but it does begin to address an issue beginning with a bite, a single one-step bite at a time. So Brenntag, in making the decision to move here, has done everything correctly to be the obstacle that stands in the way of a step forward, and this progress seems to be short-sighted. As an organization whose mission is to help develop a strong local economy that benefits everyone, we would urge your approval of this opportunity, and we would remind you that all 3 chambers supported this effort. Thank you.
All right. Hester? And as you come forward, when you get to the microphone, if you could announce your name and address, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Council, and thank you. My name is Hester Hensley, reside at 1122 Martin Avenue, Fresno, California. Just like to bring to the attention to Brenntag and all the other developers that's coming into Fresno. We have West Fresno and we have North Fresno. And we noticed that all the industrial plants come to Southwest Fresno. If there's some way that the council could please, when developers come, ask if it's some kind of way that we could get other development things in West Fresno besides industrial plants. If we can get some type of retail, not to down what they're doing, but I'm sure there's other locations. He mentioned tracks. Tracks run all through Fresno. There's tracks in North Fresno that can be used, specifically out off of 99 in Herndon. We have plenty of tracks. And to bring it to a close, we recently just noticed that you had a development came out to North Fresno with all the developers, the Targets and Burlingtons and all. That could have easily been in North, on 99 North, coming from the south rather than the north. And you look at all of this. So I'm asking the council, the brand, all of you, that when developers come, I'm not saying to turn them down, but also try to upgrade West Fresno with other things besides industrial plants. We like other things also. And it would cut down the community. You mentioned that jobs. A lot of us don't get the jobs anyway when they come to West Fresno, because you see the commute when you see 180, 168, all of those. When you see how busy those highways are, or the freeway is in the mornings, you know they're coming from the north side to West Fresno. So let us consider that and try to look at these angles when developers come. Try to encourage them to bring other things to Southwest Fresno. Thank you.
Thanks, Esther. Yep, you're up.
Evening, John Brelsford, 7519 North Ingram. I just want to speak in favor of Brenntag's facility. This is exactly what Fresno needs. It's a really ideal success story. They started here 40 years ago, slowly build up their model, citizens model corporation. They do everything absolutely right. They're going to build a state-of-the-art facility after being in their current facility, I believe, since 1983. I just happen to own a facility to the east of them, adjacent to the east of them. I own a facility exactly to the south of them, and I own a facility that's to the west of them. And I've had these facilities for about 15 years, and I have a total of 10 different tenants surrounding their existing facility in Malaga area. And during that 15 years, we've never had any problems whatsoever. There's never been a smell. There's never been a noise. There's never been any type of pollution. There's been nothing. They're just ideal citizens. And so I would strongly recommend they support this. Is what Fresno needs. They're a job creator. They're a big international company, and they know what they're doing. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Ethan?
Hi, Ethan Smith, 7480 North Palm, Fresno. Thank you, Council President Brandow. I'm a commercial real estate broker, and I actually focus specifically on industrial projects. So I happen to represent property owners of property adjacent to this site. Nearby, I've leased property around Brenntag's existing facility, represent property owners who own property adjacent to Brenntag's existing facility. The concern that I have is that we're actually discussing a site plan, which you have a company that has come into the market, decided to expand, followed the rules, and we're now actually perhaps sending a signal to the marketplace that if you do things the correct way, you may in fact not be able to construct your facility, expand your facility. I will tell you, I work with companies that look at the Central Valley agnostically. Fresno is where I make my living for the most part. However, companies are free to choose Madera. They're free to choose Tulare. They're free to choose county locations. So if this becomes a project that doesn't go forward, we are sending a signal to the marketplace, sending a signal to companies. This is, in fact, a risky place to do your development. It's a risky place to expand your business. It's far, far easier to do it somewhere else, and I guarantee you that the city of Visalia, the city of Madera, will use that as leverage as they go out and attract other businesses. So please take that seriously. Those jobs will not come back. And I would just ask that you support Brenntag's expansion. It's what we as a community hope for, is to grow existing businesses. It's far easier than attracting new businesses to the region. Thank you.
Thanks, Ethan. Okay, Tony Castellum. Did I get your name right, Tony?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. My name is Tony Gastelum, and I'm here representing the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. We're a partnership of some of Fresno's largest employers, as well as small businesses, community-based organizations, and public agencies. As many of you know, the Economic Development Corporation serving Fresno County has the mission to market Fresno County and all of its local communities as the premier location to expand and grow core industries. We strive not only to facilitate site selection for new businesses coming to Fresno, but we also assist in the retention and expansion of businesses that are already located here in the area. The EDC wishes to express our support for the new location for Brenntag Pacific. As has been stated in the earlier reports, they are not a chemical manufacturer, but a full-line commodity and specialty chemical distribution company with a history of providing a variety of primarily food ingredients to the western portion of the United States. They're seeking to build a new and larger facility within the city of Fresno because they've outgrown their existing facility, which is currently, I believe, outside the city limits in Malaga. And the new facility will bring jobs and growth to an area that has been severely lacking both for a number of years. There are very legitimate concerns over any type of business with potential air quality and waste emissions issues, but a lot of work has gone into the environmental assessments, and we're very confident that all of the appropriate safeguards have been put in place, and that this company in particular has a history of protecting its employees' safety and minimizing environmental impact. Thank you for your time.
Tony. All right, next group, we have Pat Kinney, Bob Mitchell, Gloria Rodriguez, Ashley Werner, and Sabina Gonzalez. So, Pat, if you're all right.
Thank you. I'm not very good speaking terms.
That's okay.
Terms of something like. I live right across the street from Jane Addams. I've been volunteering there for 8 years. I've got asthma from that area, but I know. They're telling the truth. Stuff's probably not hazardous, but all chemicals are hazardous. And if something happens, something's going to happen to our kids with their lungs or skins or something. And I'm just afraid of that. That's why I'm here. And like I said, I'm wanting everybody to think of our children. And I live, like I said, right across the street from Jane Addams, 2136 West McKinley. Right there off of McKinley and Hughes. And I'm 60 years old. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Pat.
That's additional. That's additional. What I have just handed your clerk was an additional packet of petitions signed by residents. There should be some already in your packet, gentlemen, totaling approximately 200. Those will give a total of approximately 534 signatures in opposition to this particular distribution facility. I won't say plant. But I will like to say that, one, I think there's been a slight misrepresentation on the type of chemicals present. Sodium hydroxide, 25,000 gallons, potassium hydroxide, 25,000 gallons, and hydrochloric acid, 25,000 gallons. That's 7 tanks, totaling 105,000 gallons. There are 5 additional tanks that they're going to have on for a total of 12 tanks. The volume in those liquids, which are caustic, poisonous, corrosive, explosive, and flammable, not to mention the carcinogenic factors in of itself, makes it an issue and a problem. This is a health issue for our community. Fresno Unified School District states that there are 22% of their students who have asthma. 22% of their students. When a child is not in school, he's not being educated. When a child is out of school, a parent may have to take off from work. They're not getting their money. If the attack is serious enough, they have to go to the hospital. The cyclical effect is a burden on not only our community, but it's also a burden on the health facility. The offset that they're presenting to us is a minimal number of jobs. That does not in any way alleviate the danger to us from this horrific amount of chemicals that are going to be stored at this facility. The dry weight, the tonnage of the dry weight chemicals, I went through their entire packet. It is not listed at all. He reported that there was a problem in Waco, Texas at one of their plants. He stated one issue to you, clearly stating that they don't use that chemical on this site. He did not tell you that urns from the Coast Guard of the United States state that there have been 59 spills from big Brenntag companies. Why risk our community? Why risk our citizens? I'd like to leave you with a quote before I leave, one by a former mayor who said, "Fresno is a tale of 2 cities." The last one, and I quote, "Work directly with residents to understand their vision of their neighborhood and work with them to bring that about." That's from our present mayor. Obviously, we're here because somebody's not working with our community. They're not listening to the residents, and that's why we're here. We're saying this is not what we need. This is not what we want. We no longer want to be a separate part of Fresno as part of a tale of 2 cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Gloria?
Good evening. My name is Gloria Ponce Rodriguez, and I grew up in West Fresno, and throughout my young life, I smelt the stench and Fresno always being dumped on. Well, now I live on the other side of town, on Perrin and Cedar, Maple, actually. And you think this would happen in my community? I don't think so. We have large conglomerates making money. What they do, that may be fine. But you have to listen to the people and listen to the community, because you are all selected here to serve. It is your duty, your responsibility, your moral responsibility to serve all these people that are here today. It's their children and it's their life. Chemicals in a community is not a good thing, because if it was in your backyard, I don't think you'll live there. And you and I know that. So, sometimes money can be the evil dollar, but you have to also think of the best interests of our children and the future of West Fresno. West Fresno, we're trying to promote higher education. I have always worked in West Fresno promoting higher education. And Oliver Baines, you know that. I give a lot of my free time. I was just at the Boys and Girls Club and conducted a workshop with that young man right there, trying to change his life. He's here. We have a lot of our African American, Latino. If you make them feel that they're not worthy and living in a community, then they're going to do things that are not worthy. So you have to respect the community and respect the voices. And so I don't know these gentlemen. I'm sure they're nice gentlemen, but they have a job to do, but not in this community. I'm here because it's wrong. It's morally wrong. And again, you are all sitting in this seat because you were elected, but you have to be sensitive to the needs of our families and our children and the future of West Fresno. And it is your responsibility. He is going to judge you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ashley Warner. I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. Primarily with my comments, I just want to address this question of what it means to be a by right use and what your role in this process is. We've heard numerous times over this project that the council, the Planning Commission, The Planning Commission and the Council have no discretion to deny this project because it is a by right use. What you're looking at tonight is a site plan and a mitigated negative declaration under CEQA. Both of those things by law under the Fresno Municipal Code, specifically Section 12405A and under the California Environmental Quality Act, have specific findings that you have to make in order for you to be allowed to approve it. So for your benefit, I will read those. Under the municipal code, you have to find that the project is arranged so that traffic congestion is avoided, pedestrian and vehicular safety and welfare are protected, and surrounding property is protected from adverse effect, among other things. I'll highlight, surrounding property is protected from adverse effect. It's a very broad statement. With respect to CEQA, you have to find that the revisions to the project agreed to by the applicant would avoid or mitigate any potential project-specific effects to a point where clearly no significant effect on the environment would occur. And two, there is no substantial evidence in the whole record that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. This includes cumulatively significant impacts. If you'll bear with me, cumulatively considerable means that incremental effects of past projects, current projects, or probable future projects. As we know, this project is located in a site that, both CalEnviroscreen and many other data sources indicate is among the top in the state and the nation for concentrated poverty and poor environmental quality. You have to consider that when you're considering this project, and you also have to consider it in light of the city's current economic development initiative to make intensified industrial clusters in areas surrounding these communities. And I think in closing, very quickly, I'll just say that there was a suggestion that CalEnviroscreen is not relevant. In fact, Cal EPA has confirmed that the data behind the ultimate score results and the indicators are relevant. So take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Sabina?
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Sabina Gonzalez, and my address is 2890 Huntington Boulevard. I've grown up pretty much all over District 3, and I'm also here to address the issue of by right, which I think a lot of us don't really walk around our lives and use that term, but I think what it boils down to, part of what we want to tell you is that I know, and the residents behind me know, that by right means you have a choice. The Planning Commission had a choice, the mayor had a choice, and you have it. So the Planning Commission chose to use their discretion, to use that choice to stand with residents and to vote this project down. The mayor chose to stand against residents with her discretion, so now the ball is completely in your court. So that the residents know, that I know, and we want you to know that everyone's aware that the ball is in your court, and that this by right thing doesn't mean you have no choice. Being a rubber stamp doesn't come automatically with the job. So that's what part of my message was. I also want to highlight that these residents and others that couldn't be here today have done a good job at really participating at every step of the way, whether it's engaging planners, whether it's engaging the planning commissioners, or every step of the way addressing really eloquently why they don't want this to happen, and that it goes beyond, it's zoned that way, so we have no choice. We always have a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabina. All right, the next group is Cesar Casamaguer, John Draper, Maria Padron, Maria Villa, and Pedro Gutierrez. So if you're Cesar, it's your turn, Cesar.
All right, yeah. Yo, peace. My name is Cesar Casamayor. I'm a youth organizer with Building Healthy Communities. And what I really want to say is that many times the young people get left out in these conversations, and we brought a very few of us to give voice. And what we're saying is that we don't want more pollution. We already have West Fresno, I know for a fact, because I go out there, there's a high rate of asthma with people. And we already got the bad smell from the Darling plant. We have parks in the neighborhood that are not well maintained, well kept, and we should focus more on that. In regards of brand tag, common job, bringing jobs, we want healthy jobs that's going to give us a better future and not jobs where we're going to, like Mr. Mitchell was saying, that we're going to be paying by going to the hospitals and all that stuff. So that's what I really want to say, and I want to pass it on to my man Barron.
Hi, my name is Barron, and I feel that instead of making a toxic chemical plant, I believe we should take more of a recreational route and do more construction towards our parks in Ohio Park and give more basketball courts and stuff, because I feel that the pollution in the chemical plant that's being built is very not really good for atmosphere and everybody over there that lives in that area, and I just think it's a bad idea to build that.
Thank you, guys.
Are you
Buenas
John?
noches, mi nombre es Pedro Gutiérrez y vivo en el 331 North Durán, de este lado de la planta, donde quieren poner la planta de tóxicos. Hoy mi opinión o mi voto a no a esa planta. Yo tengo 2 niños enfermos de asma y tengo problemas con ellos, verlos respirar y teniendo esa planta ahí, pues me preocupa mucho. Y luego ver la contaminación. ¿Por qué están haciendo esta votación si no es peligroso? Mi pregunta, si no es peligroso, ¿por qué está llegando a votación esa planta? Si dicen ustedes que no es peligroso. Mi nombre es Pedro Gutiérrez.
Déjeme traducir. Hi, good evening. My name is Pedro Gutierrez, and ¿cuál es el domicilio?
331 North Durán.
331 North Durán. I want to hear in opposition to the chemical plant. I have children who have asthma, and I struggle with them. This is a very serious health concern. And what I want to know is if this wasn't a dangerous issue, there wouldn't be a controversy, right? There wouldn't be a controversy unless this was really important to the community. So that's what I wanted to say. Se me olvidó.
No, me preocupa que está la planta a un lado cerca de mi casa y viendo a mis hijos enfermos y a la comunidad, viendo la contaminación que tenemos aquí en Fresno, y por qué pudiendo poner esa fábrica en otro lado, fuera del pueblo, al sur de acá del 99, está la vía del tren, pasa el tren. Pues yo digo que pueden cambiar el lugar, pueden hacerlo en otro lado, pero ¿por qué precisamente aquí donde está la habitacional, pues, donde hay gente viviendo?
It concerns me that the city's choosing to build this right next to my house where my children and I live, and that this couldn't be built, that the city has a choice to build it somewhere else south of 99 in another place where people don't live and people don't have to deal with that and the already horrible environmental conditions where we live.
Gracias. Thank you, Pedro. Thank you, Sabina.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es María. Yo vivo en la 2274 North Marks. Y me preocupa porque donde yo vivo hay demasiados niños. Entonces, ¿para qué exponerlos de esa manera, con la contaminación, con todo lo que está pasando? Sí, entonces, si los demás no exponen a sus hijos, ¿por qué tenemos que exponer a los nuestros?
My name is Maria Villa, and I'm really concerned about the kids that live in my neighborhood. My question is, why do we need to expose them to all of these toxic chemicals, considering everything else, all of the other toxic polluters that we are already dealing with? Why do we have to expose these kids and my kids to these types of toxic chemicals? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es María Padrón y vivo en 2740 West Olive en Fresno, California, y estoy muy preocupada.
I apologize. I was in the back doing the Spanish. I got to switch gears.
Mi nombre es María Padrón. Vivo en el
My name is Maria
2740
Padron,
West
and I live
Olive.
in 2740 West Olive,
Espacio 72.
space number 72.
Estoy muy preocupada.
I'm very concerned
porque estoy enferma en este momento.
Because, pardon, I'm sick at the moment.
Los niños
The
están
children
muy enfermos.
Are
Tenemos
very
mucho
sick,
asma.
and we have a lot of We have
Tenemos el aire muy
a lot of asthma,
contaminado.
and the air is
No
very
es
contaminated.
el único planta que va a
And it
llegar a
isn't the only,
contaminar. Ya
and it isn't
tenemos
the only
suficiente con los que tenemos
facility
ahí.
that's going to contaminate, and we already have sufficient that are there.
¿Por qué en West Fresno?
But why in West Fresno?
¿Por qué no en otra área?
Why not in a different area?
Porque somos
Why? Because
gente de bajos recursos.
we're of low income.
Porque somos,
Because we're
pues sí, los más pobres o no sé.
because we're a little bit less fortunate.
Es mi pregunta.
That's my
Solo pido
question to you.
conciencia y que no estoy de acuerdo.
And I'm just not on board or in agreement with
Muchas
the
gracias.
plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria.
My name is Keyshawn, and I go to Edison High. I'm 15 years old. Every time I walk by, it smells bad, and building another plant would be bad.
Hi, I'm John Draper, and I attend Edison High as well in 93706 zip code. I'm here today to talk about actually the plant, like everybody else has been talking about. And you know, Hyde Park is really not that far from Edison. I don't think we should build another plant because the chemicals, the smell is already, it's going through the school. Then you have some with, health problems that might get to the smell that's allergic or whatever, and then they're in the nurse's office because of the smell. Then they're missing out school. Then they're falling back on behind. And I think we need more jobs that won't pollute or city that's all around actually in any other zip code. But yeah, that's where I really want to talk to today. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thanks, John.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Our next group of speakers is Sandra Castro and Ozzy Rodriguez, Venice Curimo, I might have that one wrong, and Rosalba Cardenas.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sandra Celedon Castro. I'm with Fresno Building Healthy Communities. Fresno BHC stands today with the numerous residents that who have spoken and have participated throughout this process and spoke during the Planning Commission meeting in June in opposition of the proposed Brentac chemical facility. The overconcentration of warehouse facilities and other industrial uses in West Fresno threatens the health of all people in the community. The proposed facility will store enormous amounts of toxic chemicals just miles away from schools, residential areas, and parks. We should not ignore the threat that businesses with deadly chemicals pose to the surrounding community. We know that the increase of train and diesel truck traffic that will carry these chemicals will increase pollution by emitting small toxic particles, particulate matter into the air. These are considered dangerous as they contribute to cardiovascular problems, cancer, asthma, decreased lung function and capacity, reproductive health problems, and premature death. We also know that West Fresno is the most heavily impacted community in the entire state with higher rates of the mentioned chronic illnesses. In fact, people in West Fresno die 30 years younger than their North Fresno counterparts because of the over-industrialization of this community. Adding more industrial facilities in West Fresno will have negative impacts on residents' quality of life. Residents have expressed time and time again that they are losing their community to encroachment by warehouses and other undesirable industries near their homes. There are also safety concerns as residents share roads not originally designed for heavy vehicles with lines of trucks. Warehouse centers reduce property values. That's evident if you take an example of the community of Calawa. They also deprive local communities of land that could be used for future green space, schools and public buildings, new residential, retail, and commercial centers. Fresno needs to ensure that new warehouses that would unfairly burden communities already facing extremely high levels of pollution and toxic exposures are not allowed. And I'll close. The community has spoken loud and clear, and the Planning Commission listened by voting no to this project, but the mayor didn't, and she's appealing the decision before you today. So we ask that you stand with residents today and vote no on this project. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandra.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Ozzy Rodriguez. I'm here with community, standing against it. I'm not really good at speaking in front of people, but anyway, as it was stated before by another gentleman, that the dry chemicals were not listed, why would you want it to be there? Because if theoretics go correctly, if you were to think somebody giving you a glass of water with just saying it's water, would you drink it? If you were to drink that water and you died, what were you going to do next? Could you actually get them back? No, because you don't know what these dry chemicals are. You don't know what there is in those dry chemicals. For all we know, they could have that explosive powder still in there, and you don't even know it. It's right under your nose, and you don't know it. Stand up and do the right thing.
Thanks, Ozzy. Venice? Is Venice here?
Good evening to the council. My name is Dr. Venice Curry. I live at 312 West Valencia, Fresno, California, 93706. I am a longtime resident of West Fresno. I grew up here, and my vested interest is in seeing my community grow and progress and not be a dumping ground for the other industries that are currently located in West Fresno. I think you mentioned the CalEnviro screen and how you did not want to use that as a metric, but basically we already know that the pollution burden times the population characteristics are very poor in West Fresno. We know that the exposure to toxins, the exposure to pollutants is much higher because these are the places where industries tend to locate. It isn't just specific to Fresno, and this isn't new information for anyone. So the reason why we're here is because the community has once again taken a stand and said, listen, we want to live in a healthy community and we want to be treated with the respect that our taxpayer dollars deserve. So we are asking this council, because the Planning Commission actually did hear us. They understood the concerns that this community has, which is that we are inundated with these kinds of situations, these kinds of toxic warehouses, and this kind of exposure. It is a health hazard, and it is well documented, so I'm not going to spend my time talking about the health hazard because you're already aware of that. But you have an opportunity to do what is right, and when you say by right means that it's permitted. But by right also means that it needs to conform to justice. Justice for West Fresno is to stop allowing it to be a dumping ground, to stop putting industry alone, and to revitalize and invest the way that you have invested in other parts of the city. This is an opportunity that you have, which I hope you will take and vote no to place this chemical warehouse in West Fresno. Thank you.
Thanks, Venice. Rosalba Cardenas? Is Rosalba here? Okay.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Mi nombre es Rosalba Cárdenas.
My name is Rosalba Cárdenas.
Vivo en el 1941 Golden State.
I live on 1941 Golden State.
Yo les pregunto a ustedes, representantes, ¿quién los eligió a ustedes?
I am asking you, who chose you?
Sino el pueblo.
The people did.
Creo que son personas honestas y creo que nosotros estamos pidiendo algo justo.
I believe you are honest people, and we are asking
Algo
for
que
something
es salud
honest.
para nosotros. Yo les
We're
digo a cada
asking
de
for
uno de
our health.
ustedes que piensen en nuestros niños.
And I'm asking each
No
one
en
of
el
you to
dinero
think
que se
about our
gana por
children.
un terreno o por una persona extraña que viene a comprar un pedazo de terreno y que a lo mejor él no vive ni aquí.
And am I asking you to listen to us and not listen to a stranger who is coming to this town to ask for conduct business? I'm asking you to hear your residents.
Que por favor piensen en eso, porque nosotros tenemos bastante contaminación en nuestra área.
So please think about that because we have a lot of contamination in our area as of it is.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next group of 5 is, and I'm not sure about this, Zeld Vasquez, Gloria Topia, Veronica Garabre, and Zenaida Ventura, and Debbie Darden. Is Zeld here? Zoya? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, council members. As you've heard everyone here, and I speak for the community, I live on 2533 West McKinley, and I asked you to vote no for my kids. It's their future. This is where we live. There's 3 schools that surround this new plant that they want to build, and like she said, like Rosalba said, we voted for you guys, and you guys are honest people, and you guys will make the right decision for our kids, for the sake of our kids, and they can take their plant elsewhere where they can grow as a business, but elsewhere, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zenaida Ventura, 379 North Delno Avenue, Fresno, California, 93706. I'm here to just say that we want you guys to think about our children, because my husband and I were buying our house is a few blocks from the plant. So just please think about our kids, and because they're gonna own our houses in the future, and I don't want them to live where the dangerous chemicals is there. So please just think about our kids. And over there where I live, we just have a liquor store. We have anything else, just the cemetery and the Chaffee Zoo. So just please think about us. We're people. We also have rights. So just please think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Councilman. My name is Veronica Garibay, and I'm with Leadership Council. And today I stand with West Fresno residents and asking you to vote against the siting of the Brentag chemical facility. A rose by another name would smell so sweet. You can cite to CalEnviroscreen, you can cite to the Brookings Institute report, you can cite to the Federal Reserve Bank findings, or you can simply look at the reality of Fresno. Regardless of what you cite to, the reality remains the same. The county and the city has engaged in a systematic and continuous practice of concentrating industrial uses in certain neighborhoods, not all over the city. You have 2 options today. You can perpetuate this pattern, or you can remediate it. Ignoring it or denying it, neither denying it nor ignoring it remains an option for you. You have discretion to deny the site plan application. You do not have to approve it today. And finally, I'm going to ask you to look up at the audience. Look at the majority of people sitting in this room. They are people of color, people that are here today because their homes are in this neighborhood, their kids go to schools in these neighborhoods, and their children are going to grow, and those kids are going to grow up in these neighborhoods. Take a real hard look at who's in the audience today and think about that. Think about what your decision means to them, and think about what it does for their future. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Gloria Tapia. Vivo
Good
en la
night. My name is Gloria
375
Tapia.
North Delno.
And I live on 375
North Delno.
North Delno.
Yo estoy en contra de ese proyecto.
I'm against the project.
La contaminación y los residuos tóxicos son un aspecto más del malentendido del supuesto progreso para una comunidad.
The contamination and toxins is a misunderstanding for the progress of the community.
Cada sustancia afecta de manera determinada al ser humano, no nada más a la zona West Fresno.
Each chemical substance has an effect on the human being, not only West Fresno.
Todo Fresno está contaminado por tantos pesticidas, es un lugar de cultivos.
All of the city of Fresno is contaminated.
Muchas de ellas no se degradan, sino que persisten y se acumulan en nuestro organismo.
Most of them stay in the air and penetrate our organisms.
Hay irritación de ojos o en los tejidos sensibles, problemas respiratorios, daños en el sistema neurológico y en el corazón, en los riñones, incluso en el desarrollo mental de los niños y en recién nacidos.
There are many problems consisting that affect the health. It affects your eyesight, your lungs, your asthma, your eyes. In many ways, it even affects your mental capacity.
En tumores y cáncer.
Tumors and cancers as well.
Industrias químicas
Industrial chemicals
están siendo de introducirse en países o lugares poco desarrollados porque son rechazados en lugares desarrollados.
are being introduced into areas where are very little resistant or very little developed.
Ellos nos comunicaron que es para dar trabajos. Dicen que ellos traen su propio personal, que son contados los puestos de trabajo. Entonces, ¿en qué ayuda a una comunidad desempleada?
And the chemical plant informs us that they're going to provide jobs, but we see the contrary.
En varias ocasiones los productos químicos acumulados en vertederos que después han sido recubiertos de tierra y utilizadas para construir viviendas sobre ellas han causado serios problemas a la salud y bienestar de las personas. En dado caso que ocurra algún derrame, alguna fuga, solo van a decir lo siento y los daños ya están hechos, las personas están enfermas y ellos no van a cubrir la cuenta del hospital o la gente no se vuelve a regenerar de salud.
And in many occasions, we have seen cases where chemical hazardous material has been wasted or has caused different effects in the environment surrounding. And what we hear from the companies when this happens is they just apologize and leave.
Estos productos tóxicos provocan muchos riesgos y peligros como la exposición peligrosa y contaminación de los trabajadores que mueren de cáncer como consecuencia de la exposición a las sustancias y en sus lugares de trabajo. La exposición de la población y los residuos se producen por las emisiones atmosféricas, vértigos, fugas, escapes y pues frecuentemente se producen accidentes de fábricas y durante la transportación.
Exposure to these chemicals causes many situations, and in the airborne, when chemicals are airborne or being transported, in different situations, we are exposed to these chemicals.
A este proyecto yo le puedo decir una bomba de tiempo, no vamos a tener tranquilidad. Nuestros niños con certeza las llamamos a la escuela y no sabemos si los vamos a ir a regresar.
I could say to this project that is a ticking time bomb, and when I take my children to school, I'm not in regards to safety, I do not feel comfortable. I do not know what's going to happen.
Por el bienestar de todos, tomen en cuenta todas las opiniones de aquí la gente que está presente y se tomaron el tiempo de venir.
For the goodwill of everybody, I thank everybody for hearing and taking this opportunity to hear me this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Right. See, was Debbie Darden? Did we hear from Debbie? Is that you? All right.
Good evening. My name is Debbie Darden, chairperson for the Golden West Side Planning Committee. I reside at 891 West Kearney Boulevard, and I'm standing in opposition of the Brentag Company. As you guys well know, there has been several of us in West Fresno community who have come before you, the city planning, also city council, in lieu of being in opposition to companies like this coming into our area. There has been studies and facts shown and presented and published from universities and also in the Fresno Journal that talks about what companies like this that present this hazardous waste and hazardous chemicals does to our lifespan. It shortens it. I challenge many of you, because I'm sure many of you sitting up here have never taken a ride through West Fresno to really see the effect and what we have to endure living there every single day. We are lacking many things, and the things that we come before you to fight for, we continue to have to fight for. We're not getting those things. Mr. Clint Olivier, I mean, you should be able to share what we're saying up here, because you have such a drastic problem dealing with the prostitution and other issues over on Blackstone and Ashland. But now you're getting a Walmart, a business that will bring prominent jobs and good jobs in that area to clean it up. We have asked for the same thing. But we come before you and we're constantly fighting for these things, and you guys are constantly supporting the things that we don't support. We're asking for that opportunity to have economic growth for the right reason. Now, there was a gentleman that stood up here who stated he has several businesses in West Fresno, and he is for the BRNTAC. The thing about it is, West Fresno still has the highest unemployment rate, and those aren't the jobs that we're rallying for. Think about the jobs that we are rallying for, and let's work to bring those type of companies and businesses to our area. As you know, out across Shaw, they're constantly building. The one gentleman getting ready to start up another development center. We can't seem to get one. So we ask that you really take it to heart to think about the things that we are coming up here saying in opposition of hazardous companies continuing to come to West Fresno. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, then we have Harlan Kelly, Maria Hernandez, Maria Guzman, and Luisa Medina. Sir.
Council members, city official, my name is Harlan Kelly, and I stay at 3378 West Kearney Boulevard. I want to take you down memory lane. About a month before we had the Crippen fire, and I don't know if all of you are familiar with that, but I think Sale was on the councilman. He was one of the councilmen at the time. I came before the council, and I told them what I had observed over there that was been planted underground. There was a lot of barrels of chemicals. There was telephone posts treated with creosote, and I told the council at that time that there was there was a possibility that there would be a fire, and a big fire there. And so the council listened, but they didn't take any action. A month later, we had an explosion over there, and the fire lasted for 30 days. The first night, 1,500 people went to the hospital because they couldn't breathe. My wife and I was one of those people. I was told that a gopher decided to dig a hole underneath all that rubbish, and the further down he got, the hotter it got, so he ran back out. And when he came out, air went down in that hole, and that's why you had that explosion. They had brought in a team out of Texas that I think fight oil well fires. And what happened was it took them approximately 25 days to put that fire out. But when they did put it out, they took samples of chemicals that was in the water there. And when that report came back, it was about 2 inches thick, and it was put in the city attorney's office. In that book, there was so many chemicals in there, when I was reading it, it was a lot of it I never heard of before. But a lot of it was toxic. And just think we would breathe in that. Anytime a chemical company expands and builds a larger plant, somebody in that plant will make a mistake. And if you have chemicals in there that would burn your hand or burn your nose or whatever, if it gets airborne, it will burn your lung. And I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. You're going to have an explosion out there. Somebody is going to get careless, you know. And I'm not saying they're not going to build a safe place, but someone's going to become careless, and you're going to have that big explosion. And I hope I don't be around to breathe that stuff. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Harlan.
Good evening. My name is Maria Hernandez.
Buenas noches.
I live in 2740 West Fresno Olive.
My name is Maria Hernandez, and I live at 2740 Olive Avenue.
Y estoy aquí por segunda vez para hablar sobre lo mismo.
I am here for a second time speaking on the same issue.
Yo quiero exponer que no dudo que los señores que van a poner su compañía hicieron un gran estudio sobre el impacto ambiental.
I want to expose that I do believe that the people who want to put the company here, the toxic company, did already their environmental study.
Solo que se les olvidó pasar por donde yo vivo y por donde está la escuela de mis hijos.
The only thing they forgot is to go by the school where my children are attending and the community where I live.
La escuela Adam tiene a su alrededor el Freeway 99, una compañía de troques, una compañía de grúas, una compañía donde se fabrican piedras para jardín y aparte un taller mecánico.
Adams is surrounded by Freeway 99, a trucking company, a tow trucking company, and a company that produces rocks for landscaping.
Si eso no contamina, entonces yo no entiendo.
If this does not contaminate, I do not understand what does contaminate.
Con todo respeto, les pido
With all due respect, I ask you
que tomen en cuenta nuestras opiniones.
to take into consideration our opinions.
Y por cierto, necesitamos semáforos, banquetas, carretera.
And I want to bring forth that we need light signals, better streets, better sidewalks,
Y viviendas de bajos ingresos alrededor de esa área.
because there's a lot of low housing in that area, and affordable housing in the area.
No quiero hablarles sobre el impacto ambiental porque ya lo hablaron, pero sí quisiera decirles con todo respeto que tal vez si tuviera corbata y dinero, a lo mejor sí tomaría en cuenta mi opinión.
I do not want to speak about the environmental impact that it will create because that has been spoken, but maybe if I had a tie and suit on, you would probably take into consideration my opinion.
Muchas gracias y
Thank
buenas
you,
noches.
and good night.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Esta es mi hija la más pequeña que yo tengo.
This is my youngest daughter.
Va en el pre-kinder
She's in pre-K
de la escuela Adams.
in Adams Elementary.
Tenemos muy buenos maestros.
We have very good teachers.
Tenemos muy buena directora.
We have a very good principal.
Diario
Daily,
levanto a mi niño
I pick up my kids
a llevarlos a la escuela.
to take them to school
Porque es muy importante la educación.
because education is very important.
Quiero que salgan adelante.
I want them to succeed.
Toda la gente del West diario salimos adelante.
Everybody in West Fresno daily tries to succeed.
Creo
I believe
que sí necesitamos empleos,
that yes, we need employment,
pero también necesitamos seguridad.
but we also need security.
Yo les digo a cada uno de ustedes
I'm asking each of you
que se tienten el corazón,
to touch your hearts,
que vean a mi hija,
to look at my daughter,
a mi hijo,
look at my son,
y que duerman tranquilos como pienso que yo nunca voy a dormir.
and because I believe that you get to sleep peacefully at night, something that I don't get.
Quiero que también se tienten el corazón, que siempre que pasamos en la escuela
I want you to touch your hearts
tenemos que bajar la
because
velocidad
every time that we drive to
para no
school,
atropellar al niño.
we have to reduce our speed so we don't hit our
¿Y por qué
children.
vamos a poner una planta
Why would we put a chemical plant
que lo va a matar poco a poco?
that's going to kill our children slowly?
Yo tengo allí comprando mi casa
I'm purchasing my home there
con mucho esfuerzo.
with a lot of work.
Yo pago taxas año con año.
I pay my property taxes year after year. I vote.
Voté para elegirlos
I voted to elect some of you
para mejorar la zona west.
to improve West Fresno.
Yo les digo, no lo tomen al mal.
Don't take this the wrong way.
Queremos mejorar en west.
We want West Fresno to be better.
Claro que sí.
Definitely.
Queremos más negocios.
We want more businesses.
Tenemos un zoológico
We have a zoo
que está creciendo
that's
día a día.
growing daily.
No solamente el West va a ir allí.
But not only is West Fresnans are not the only ones going there,
Y vamos a poner una bomba.
but we're going to put a bomb.
Creo que tienen que pensarlo
I think that you should think about it
y
carefully
pensar en todos los niños
and
que
think
vivimos
about all
ahí.
the children that live in that area.
Y caminar
And walk
en la zona west. Yo
in
los invito
I invite you to
con
walk
todo
through my
respeto
neighborhood with all respect
para que vean la zona
so
que
that you
somos
can see
gentes
firsthand the
honradas
area
y
that we're honest
trabajadoras.
people and hardworking people.
Y lo que queremos
And what we want
es que seamos escuchados
that you listen to us,
como cuando ustedes nos pidieron su ayuda.
just like when you asked us for our help.
Gracias y que puedan dormir tranquilos.
Thank you, and I hope you sleep peacefully at night.
Thank you. All right. I missed that lady's name. What was her name? Do you remember? Yeah, ma'am? Okay. That's what I needed to know. That was Maria Guzman. All right, then. We still have Luisa Medina. Is that you?
Yes.
All right.
Good evening, Mr. President and members of the City Council. My name is Luisa Medina. I'm a resident of Councilmember Quintero's district. My mailing address is P.O. Box 986, Fresno 93714. I'm speaking to you this evening as a private citizen and also as a member of the Planning Commission that voted no. So I want to tell you my reasons for voting no on when the project came before us a few weeks ago or a month ago, whenever it was. We held 2 hearings on it. I took a look at the whole picture, not just what was in. Someone attributes the no votes to the EnviroScan, and I wanted to correct that record. I took a look at the whole picture, the written testimony and the public testimony. I took a look at the 1977 Edison Plan, which already stated the fact that industrial development in West Fresno, it's disproportionately imposed on the Edison community. It's in conflict with existing and proposed residential areas. The area is overzoned already, and that continued development of this nature in West Fresno would seriously affect the desirability of the adjacent residential neighborhoods. And I felt, in looking at the whole picture, that we could not make the findings that the site plan required for approval, that the detriment or the potential risk to the health and welfare of area residents and the cumulative effects, and cumulative effects do not necessarily have to be tied to one particular project, but you take a look at it. I heard from the residents, as you're hearing here this evening, about the asthma, about the shorter life expectancy that they encounter given the area that they live in. And of course, the Fresno Bee article that referenced the Central Valley Health Policy Institute study on that. Area residents do not trust the city of Fresno, and they have sufficient reason not to. One needs to look no further than the Darling plant. Mr. Kelly spoke earlier about the Crippen fire. Residents attribute that to the lack of monitoring and the lack of oversight on the part of the city. They are asking to have in their neighborhoods the same courtesy, respect, and neighborhood amenities that you and I enjoy. You have an opportunity to change the course of West Fresno. It is within your power to do so, and I would encourage you to do that on behalf of the citizens of West Fresno and listen to them. And I'm not going to go through studies. Their voices, in my opinion, speak much louder than those studies. They are coming before you. They have been to 2 planning commission meetings. They've been engaged in various community meetings around your general plan. They are here. Please listen to their voices. Thank you.
Thanks, Luisa. All right, another group of names are Sarah Reyes. Do I have that right? Sarah Reyes. Mary Curry, Andy Levine, and Cesar Campos. I think Cesar, you might have already spoken, might be a different Cesar. And then Sandra Toscano.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sarah Reyes, and I live at 4719 West University. And I'm a proud Southwest Fresno resident. But I am a little disappointed tonight. I'm a little disappointed because the people who come and speak in favor of this plant don't live in Southwest Fresno. They don't have to breathe the air in Southwest Fresno. They don't have to have their children play next to a chemical plant. Those who are coming to speak to you tonight, who oppose this plant, live in the neighborhood. They're asking you to stop it. And these fine gentlemen don't live in Southwest Fresno. They don't have to live in the neighborhood that they're going to put those chemicals. And that, my friends, is important to recognize here today. And we want to talk about zoning and by right and all of these things. You, the 7 of you, have the power to make whatever change you want to make in however you want to make it. You know you can, your city attorney knows you can, and your city manager knows you can. So don't try and fool the community to think that you can't. We are asking those of you who do not represent Southwest Fresno to stand with residents as you will stand with your residents when they don't want something in their neighborhood. And I know they don't want things in their neighborhood. And let me tell you, I was here when Archie Crippen fire happened. I was the assembly member. And I have to tell you, the city of Fresno didn't come out there when people were complaining. They didn't come out and inspect. And let me also tell you, it wasn't the city of Fresno that came out and offered health care services when people were suffering. It was myself and Sequoia Health Clinic. So I would say to you all in closing, this is a tough thing. But if you do the right thing, you will stand with the residents in Southwest Fresno and stop this plant from expanding.
Thanks, Sarah.
Good evening, everyone, President Brandow and council members. My name is Mary Curry. I reside at 312 West Valencia. I'm here representing concerned citizens of West Fresno. I think I have qualified with age, if nothing else, the right to tell you that we really don't need a paternalistic approach to this. We need people to recognize us as viable citizens in the community. I have seen councils come and go. I've seen mayors come and go. I've seen administrators come and go. But I'll tell you this, I view Fresno as a body of people. And if any part of that body is in distress, the whole body ought to be concerned. So we're asking you to use your discretion. You don't have to do this. You don't have to be railroaded into this. And we are the people who come before you and ask you to give some consideration to the people that come and talk to you. You know, when people feel disenfranchised, they've reached every possible person they could talk to, and they've done everything they think they can do, I want to tell you, frustrations build. And it's not a good thing to let people become so frustrated that they don't know which way to turn. And West Fresno has been begging. I've been in this community nearly 60 years, probably older than some of you. And I need to tell you that I've observed over the years that we've not been treated very well. We have not been treated very well by the school district, by the city, or people in positions of power. You need to know that people grow weary. They get tired of this kind of treatment. And we're saying to you today, bone up, man up, and tell the people, West Fresno's had enough, and we're not going to dump on them anymore. I've raised 5 children through this district and through this city. I've been here since 1956. So I've seen a lot going on. I've seen a lot that could have been different, but people chose to turn their head the other way and not listen. We're asking you tonight, because we know you have the power. We recognize that you sit high and look low, but you have the power, and it's up to you not to be railroaded into doing something that is inappropriate. We've had enough. The cumulative effect is killing us. I'm an asthmatic myself. And I need to tell you, I can pretty much wake up in the morning and tell you what kind of day we're going to have. So I want you to give some thought and consideration to this. We're not foreigners. We're not from outer space. We're just human beings like you are. And we have the same needs that you have: love, clean water, clean air, basic needs that everybody has. So give some thought to this. The community has spoken. The Planning Commission has listened. Now it's on you. And we're looking to you to do the right thing, and you will sleep better at night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Good evening, Council, and thanks for the time this evening. My name is Andy Levine. I work with Faith and Community, reside at 303 East Yale. Don't have much to say other than that I stand proudly with the residents you've heard tonight from West Fresno. Clearly their voices are being heard, and just urge you to consider a no vote on this proposal. I do think it's important we take into consideration the Calanviro screen. It's not an accident that West Fresno is by that measure the riskiest neighborhood in the entire state of California. It's not an accident that there's a 20-plus year gap in life expectancy. These things happen because of decisions like the one you're making tonight. So just urge you to take those important measures into consideration and for us to have a real conversation about why we have such a divide and such a inequality in our city throughout our city's history. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Andy.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cesar Campos. I'm with Central California Environmental Justice Network. I just wanted to remind you that the reason that we're arguing about this by right issue is because the city has ignored residents of Southwest Fresno for decades that have asked that this designation be changed. So you can't fall back onto this by right issue. Residents of Southwest Fresno have shown to you how tired they are of being dumped on, and so this is going to come up every time as long as you continue to not pay attention to them and not rezone some of the areas in Southwest Fresno. I was here at the Planning Commission when this was denied, and I was thrilled. And I was thrilled because I figured Councilmember Baines is not going to bring this back. His constituents have spoken. And I figured the mayor's not going to bring it back. It would be silly of her. Why? Because the mayor, about a month before this decision, gathered a bunch of the organizations that you have heard from today, and we all drafted a letter. Actually, the mayor's office drafted a letter that we all signed on to, and the letter states, and I quote, Calanviro Screen 2.0 methodology provides the best way to quantify the effects of cumulative economic and environmental impacts on local communities. Right? Silly for her to bring it back. But since she has brought it back, we are here now, and it's up to you, right? And this is how it's going to look to the rest of the state for Fresno. If you pass this tonight, you are going to be in the same ironic place that the mayor is at now. The people have spoken. The state has created a tool that has shown you with pragmatic evidence what residents of Southwest Fresno already knew. Right now, if you pass this, if you deny, and if you pass this today, you are going to be in that ironic state. If you don't, what that looks to the rest of the state is that the people have spoken, the state has spoken, and Fresno responded. Fresno was highlighted as some of the most toxic places to live in the state, and Fresno responded. That's the kind of Fresno that I want to live in. Thank you.
Thanks, Cesar. Okay, I still have Sandra Toscano, then Leslie Maldonado, then Janaki Jagannath.
Hi, good evening. My name's Sandra Toscano. I'm the principal of Adams Elementary and the vice principal, Angelica Espinoza. And I just have a few words to share with you this evening. First of all, we have two homes. Adams is our number one home, being that we're there 12 to 14 hours a day. And then, of course, we also reside, and I also reside in the West McKinley area. Okay, Adams is already a school with the highest percentage of asthmatic students in the district. We're also already losing valuable playing and recess time because of a countless number of poor and bad air quality days that we have in the year. We are also the school with the highest transiency and homeless population. We're already the school with the highest truancy due to health-related reasons. And I hope that I could say that we are not the school that has the highest risk and environmental risk because of a decision that was made. And in closing, I just would ask, like I always do in all my decisions, think about our students as if they were my own kids. I ask you this evening, if your children were students at Adams, would you allow this plant to be built in your neighborhood? Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Hi, my name is Leslie, and I'm here from Jane Addams, and the address is 2117 West McKinley Avenue, and I'm here to tell you guys that I have two sisters that have allergies, and it's probably because of the plant, or is it probably because of the pollution or the toxic, and those right now, those animals that are in the ocean, they've been dying. And at Jane Addams, our manager has a flag at recess time that let us know what are the air qualities. And right now, when I came back from school, the flag was orange, which that means that the quality air is not very good. And I have two sisters that do have allergies, and we've been taking them to the doctor, and they say that it's nothing. And I came here to tell you guys that it's probably because of the plants or of the air pollution, the toxic water, and the animals that have been dying. When I was at summer school, my teacher, Miss Richardson, she has showed us pictures of dolphins, turtles, fishes that they've been dying through the inside when they cut their stomach, and they had said that they were sick. And I just came to tell you guys that right now the air quality is bad. And thank you.
Thanks, Leslie. Is Janaki here?
Good evening, council folk. It's Janaki Jagannath. It's
Oh.
a noble attempt at my name. Thank you. I reside at 1277 North Glen Avenue. I'm just a resident of Fresno. But unlike the majority of the folks you've heard speak to you tonight, I am not from Fresno, and I'd like to bring a different perspective to you. I'm not from California at all. I'm from Alabama. And with that disclaimer disclaimed, I'd like to just point out why it is that somebody like myself would be interested and why countless other people across the state and nation are beginning to turn their eyes on Fresno, on Southwest Fresno, and on the leadership here. Fresno's managed to sound the alarms at the state level with Cal EPA, and that science is something that none of you are unfamiliar with. And it's a vulnerable place that West Fresno requires careful planning and remediation of a legacy of racism. And it's not a question of semantics anymore here regarding the data. The data exists, but it tells a story that all of us have known for all too long, that there's an acute human rights crisis taking place here. A human rights crisis. And a human rights crisis is a singular event or a series of events that are threatening the health, safety, or well-being of a large group of people or a community. Human rights crises are not something that you need to read about in the news or look at across the globe to find. It's taking place here within your very own constituency. And instead of wreaking havoc on your own constituency, I'm wondering why Fresno? Why is it that Fresno is continuously being martyred? And why is it that the people here are continuously being sacrificed to produce products that are going to benefit the rest of the state? I'm sure that people across the state and nation are enjoying meat products that are being rendered at the Darling rendering plant, that are enjoying the benefits of not having waste and medical waste being incinerated in their backyard. However, the constituency here is having to bear the brunt of all of this. And what I would rather see is this council advocate for the needs of your community at the state level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, that's all the cards that were turned in, but like I said, you didn't need to turn in a card here at the end. Is there anybody else that would like to make a comment before we come up and listen to the council members? And guys, give us your name, okay?
Hello, I'm Axel. And my name is Roberto. I don't want them to put the factory here because my sister has asthma. And what's it called? My dad died when I was about 5, and I don't want my sister to die at a young age. Here you go first.
I don't want them to build a factory because I also have a little sister named Caro, and she has asthma. And I guess that's it.
Thanks, guys.
Dude, that wasn't done.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak on this issue? Yes, come on, sir.
I don't speak good English.
That's okay.
Look, somebody tell me it's the truth that the Fresno County people in Fresno right here handle the situation from the World War II.
Oh.
That's what they're telling me.
Yeah, I can't. No, it's just really your turn to talk. Yeah. Thank you. Anybody else like to make a comment before we come up to council tonight? All right, then. Seeing that nobody's coming forward, we're going to come back up to council, and council members will be able to make their comments. Council members can call up one of the speakers. It could be one of the public speakers, or it could be from Brentag, or it could be from our own DARM team, and ask a couple questions, and then council can make comments. And we're going to start with Councilman Baines. This project's located in his district, District 3, and so Councilman Baines, if you'd start us off.
Thank you, Council President. Before I really get into the meat of my comments, I'm going to ask Bob Mitchell to come forward, if you don't mind. I'd like to. Most of my colleagues received what looks to be 544 petitions, Mr. Mitchell, I think. And what I'd like to do for the benefit of my colleagues is have you kind of describe the origin of these petitions and where they came from and how they arrived at us today. 200 of whom I know were included in the actual record because they were submitted on Tuesday or Wednesday. Tuesday, I believe.
Right.
Okay.
The others were gathered yesterday, well, over a period of time, of course, but I had them as of yesterday and knew they wouldn't be in time to be included in the record. Those are signatures of individuals of our community, West Fresnans, and in particular, gentlemen, those are signatures of the immediate residential locations just north of the facility location. So we're talking just across Belmont and going up into the area of Adams School. The result of those signatures are that some of the individuals sitting here in the audience were participants in talking with their neighbors about this process and acquiring some of those signatures. In addition, I had the assistance of Ms. Toscano, who spoke here tonight, the principal of Adams School, in acquiring some of those signatures. They're also from individuals such as myself, just going in the neighborhoods and asking and telling a person in our community what this is about, why it's important, and would you mind signing on to the Golden West Side Planning Commission's petition in opposition to the chemical plant coming to that area. So it was by word of mouth of individuals talking, assistance of the community that is closer to the facility than any other part of West Fresno, and also those individuals in our community who know that this is not the right thing for our community. It was a lot of footwork, a lot of energy, a lot of time, and a lot of soul searching of individuals who put their signatures down for you to know how important this is to them. 534 signatures. The bulk, the larger percentage of them are of West Fresnans. Some are from citizens in some of your districts who have the same concern about the health issues that we have in our community, the same concerns about having a change occur. The beginning of that tipping point that has to take place that you tonight are at. This is the tipping point. Your decision here tonight will promote the change that everyone talks about that needs to occur in West Fresno. So you have that opportunity. 534 people ask you to do that. They have sound reasons for you to do that. And that is how those signatures came about, Councilman Baines.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. I think it was important for my colleagues to know that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I've been trying to kind of organize my thoughts about this over the last probably several months. But I do want to start by saying that I talked to Brentag, Mr. Ned McCall, for probably 9 months ago or longer when the project was first brought to my attention, and have always had a very frank and open dialogue. And to Mr. McCall's credit, he's done everything I've asked him to do as far as outreach in my community. And I do want to thank you for that. We sat in my office, and as you can imagine, I have a pretty good idea of how my community would react. And my conversation with Mr. McCall was to make sure that you began, and the company began outreach immediately, and they did. We had a couple of town hall meetings. They have been open. They went to my implementation committee twice. They gave a tour to my implementation committee. So I want to state that this was not a company that in any way tried to not follow the process, and I appreciate that. I also was very open and frank with the company from the beginning about my reservations for the location of this business in West Fresno months ago. I didn't know where the process would end up, but I've been very open and honest. And I do want to say that it's clear to me that Brentag's not a bad business either. I don't want to paint that picture. It's not a bad business, and I don't during the entire process, I didn't get that impression from you all, and I did my research. So I wanted to make sure that was said. But as I also have been very honest with Brentag and a few of you all in the community, I couldn't talk to all of you as it was going through a process. There are legal reasons why we couldn't do that, but I've also been very honest about the history of my community that I serve. And I shared with, and I'm going to share this with my colleagues tonight, as I shared with Brentag about. It's not about this company, unfortunately. I wish we could limit this conversation to Buy-Right and Calvin Viral Screens or Sequa or any of that stuff. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. It's not about that. It's about something much bigger than that. It's about 40 years of neglect that has happened to the residents of West Fresno. It's a conversation that's bigger than one company. If we were just talking about one company, this may be different. If we were just talking about one facility, it may be different, but we're not. And had my community experienced the type of development over the last 4 decades that the rest of the city would have experienced, this conversation would be very different as well. And I shared that with you from the beginning. That West Fresno, and again, to my colleagues, it's not about Buy-Right. It's not what this conversation is about. It's not about a lot of what you've heard to me. It is about the history of what has happened to a community that has been underserved by almost every entity that's been in place to serve it over 40 years. And now we are reaching a point where we are trying to move and transition out of that. My community wants amenities, the type of businesses and developments that we desire. We are asking for that. You heard a lot about land use By right's all about land use. Well, you know, the funny thing, you all have heard me talk about planning up here, and you've heard me beg and ask and scream for planning dollars. And we've gotten those planning dollars. Well, this is why I want the planning dollars. The number of inconsistent land uses and out-of-date land uses that my community has is staggering. It's nowhere else like it in the city of Fresno. And so I begged and begged and begged for planning dollars because I realized that my community doesn't have the foundation to get what we're asking for because we don't have the right land use designations. So we need the right land use. So you've heard me ask for planning. And it's because this conversation is bigger than one facility, unfortunately. It's about a legacy of neglect, and it's about a legacy of bad decisions. It's about a legacy of bad planning. And it's a legacy of the community being promised things that, quite frankly, this city has not upheld. So I wanted to frame the conversation for my colleagues for the kind of discussion that I think we should have. I don't plan on getting down into the weeds with the city attorney or whether we can reject this or not, or buy right, or Callan viral screens or CEQA. That's not what this is about to me, guys, and I want you to know that. This is about local government. This is about communities asking for local government to hear them and respond. This is about small government. This is about when a community asks its officials for help, the officials respond. That's what it's about for me. I have 534 signatures of people that live in my community that are asking for our help. We are elected to do that. That's what we're elected to do. We are elected to help people have the types of communities that they desire. Whether I agree with the project or not, whether I thought Brentag was wonderful or not, and whether you all think Brentag is wonderful or not, or whatever, this community is saying we don't want this type of development right now. And they've said it loud and clear. That's what it's about for me. My community has said this is not what we want. And I don't know anything more American or democratic than a community banding together, coming and asking the officials and saying, this is what we don't want. Help us get us what we want. It's small government. We always talk about the overreach of government. Well, I can tell you that when the community has clearly spoken about what they desire or don't desire, and the government then inserts itself against the wills and wishes of community, there is no greater government overreach than that. And so I'm asking my colleagues today to think about what we're here to do and what we actually do. And it's not like we don't do this. I can remember last year we had a room packed, just like this right here. And a community was asking and saying, we have this beautiful amenity in the river bottom. And the community was saying, we don't want access roads running down our communities to the bottom. Now, mind you, by right, they could have done it. The staff was prepared. We were prepared. But the community in Northwest Fresno stood in here en masse, wrote us letters, testified, and said, we don't want that. And this council responded. This council said, you know what? And I was one of them, by the way. Blong might have went the other way. But I was one of them that stood with the community. Because I stand for communities wherever they are. Whether it's in West Fresno, whether it's in Northwest Fresno, whether it's in Northeast Fresno, if we are here to do our level best to give the community what they desire. And that night in Northwest Fresno, we heard the community. Now, I didn't agree with everything that everyone said, of course, but we heard that community, and this body right here, this very body, responded. and we did something different. Not too long ago, in District 7, just a couple months ago, a community comes here en masse and says, you know what, we don't want this type of development on our blocks. They said that. They packed out our council chambers quite like we are here today. And the community, now mind you, the developer was fully within their rights to do the type of development that they wanted. This council, by listening to the community, said, you know what, we're not going to side, we're going to side with the community. This body sided with the community right there in District 7 not too long ago, in the heart of our city. Last year, a business in my good friend Long John's district, a business that's been there for a long time, by the way. The community said, we don't want further expansion of this type of business in our community, in our neighborhood. We're okay with the way it exists, but the business had every right to do the type of expansion that they wanted. But what happened? This body right here, voted with the community. We heard the voices of the community. We listened to them. And I'm not saying we all vote 7-0 on everything. Believe me, sometimes they're close. But the case I am making to my colleagues is that we do listen and respect the rights and wishes of a community, and we've done it before. What my community is asking tonight is not unique at all, as a matter of fact. Communities very frequently will come to this body and ask them to be the final decision makers in things that they either want or don't want. That's what we do. It's small government. It's local government. A little bit ago, my good friend in District 4, he said, listen, my folks aren't ready for these bike lanes. Not right now, maybe later, but they're not ready. And this body listened to the community. We listen. Even though fully within their right, we listen. No, we vote them down. We vote them down, though, on yours. So the point I'm making is that we could be here all night talking about the debates of by rights or not, Caliviral screens or not, SQL analysis or not, where they matter and where they don't matter. But to me, our job tonight is to listen to a community. And we've done that before. We listen to communities. We respect the rights and wills and the wishes and the voices of communities in other places in this city. My residents are asking that this body do it tonight for West Fresno. And before I conclude my comments, I just really have to thank Commissioner Medina for your explanation of your vote. Thank you so much, because that's what it's about to me too. I think your remarks were spot on from the Planning Commission. I appreciate that. And I did not want to end my remarks without telling you without thanking you for that. So to my colleagues, obviously this decision for me tonight has very little to do with the company itself, and I've been very honest about that. This is about my community asking for help for what they want. This is about government being local. This is about government being small, and this is about government not overreaching against the wills and wishes of a community. This is not about the technicalities of the by right use or not. This is about this body listening to a community, and sometimes we do that. Sometimes we do that. And I'm asking you to do it tonight. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we reject staff's recommendation on this appeal.
Councilman Brand.
Thank you, Council President. Before I get into my review, I want to clarify a few statements that were made. A few people mentioned the Crippen fire. That was on January 11th, 2003. I was on the Planning Commission, and that was a smoldering fire, a spontaneous combustion caused by mulch and wood. It didn't concern chemicals. So it was probably a guy that should have been more regulated, but there were no chemicals there. In fact, he had tires there, but it was caused by wood and mulch. Somebody mentioned that the children will be playing next to chemical plants. And correct me if I'm wrong, the nearest resident is over 915 feet away across Belmont Avenue. Is that correct? Okay, so they're not right next to the plant. And then somebody made a statement that there's a stranger coming to town, being Brentag, for the first time. Would the representative from Brentag, would you come forward, please, sir? How long have you had your plant in Malaga?
I believe 1983.
Okay, over 30 years.
Yeah.
So you're not new in town?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. Okay. You know, a little historical perspective, this area has been zoned heavy industrial for over 30 years. In fact, in 1968, when I was going to City College, I worked at Buckler Sprinklers on Nielsen Avenue. This has always been an industrial area. There's cemeteries over there. There's plants. The Rodian Industrial Park, which was a big deal back in the late 90s, that's where this is at. This was designed as heavy industrial. I was on the Planning Commission in 2002 when we passed the 2025 General Plan. This area was designated as heavy industrial. And I don't recall a group of people coming forward saying, we don't want industrial in our area. It's been there historically. Now, looking around Fresno, as far as other industrial zonings, you go down the Highway 99 corridor, the airport area, Shields and Fowler, Clovis Avenue, wineries, talk about odor. Francher Creek, Ed Cashin's new development will be a mix of residential, multifamily, retail, commercial, and industrial. That's part of the general plan. The Harlan Ranch, a real nice area on 168, was right next to an industrial park. So there are industrial parks next to residences in several locations, Fresno and Clovis. And sometimes over time they can evolve. And the best example I can give you is Palm Bluffs. Palm Bluffs for many years was Vendo. It was industrial land. Eventually, market forces came in, a developer came in, and they developed Palm Bluffs, a very successful commercial development. The 2035 general plan that we're reviewing right now has the Edison Community Plan, and the general plan has this area as heavy industrial. The things that will make the corrections you're talking about will be infill development, which is the primary focus on our general plan, offering the incentives to encourage infill development in the inner city, offer the incentive to build infrastructure, which is sorely needed in the inner city. On this site, can you come up again, sir? Yeah, I forgot your name. Corey. Okay. So this is 11.22 acres.
Correct.
You're building a 57,700 square foot facility, right?
Correct.
Okay. 12 external storage units, right?
Correct.
And the primary reason you selected this site was access to the railroad spur and to access to 99, correct? Okay. And explain what you guys do there. In terms, do you manufacture chemicals, or do you basically bring them in and ship them off?
Appreciate the opportunity to clear that up. No, we're not a manufacturer. We're a distributor. Similarly to a big box commercial store, grocery store, who might buy a truckload of paper towels, and then they unload them and they sell them to us in 3-packs or individuals. We bring in chemicals in big packages, put them in smaller packages, or in a lot of our cases, we simply store them, load them back on a trailer, and then deliver them to our customers.
Okay, and you're either in solid state or liquid state, correct?
Yes,
You
sir.
don't produce anything stored in a gaseous format?
Correct. There's no chemical reactions.
Okay, and that's what causes fires, odors, right?
Certainly.
Okay. And you guys, on safety, you mentioned, I want to go over your safety record.
Sure.
Okay. You're a member of the, what's it called, I look at my own notes here. CURA, it's a national.
That's our emergency response company that we're contracted with.
Okay, and what do they do?
They provide assistance in the event of any type of small spill or cleanup.
Is it 7 days a week, 24 hours a day?
24/7, 365, yes, sir.
And you pay money for that?
Absolutely.
Okay, and are you required to do that?
No.
Okay, this is done to go above and beyond to ensure the safety of your plants. Is that
Yes, sir.
correct? And your plant in Malaga for 31 years, how many incidents have you had as far as fires, chemical spills, anything that caused injury to anybody?
I believe there were 2 occasions where the fire department responded to our site. One of them was a false alarm on a panel. The other was a dumpster that apparently somebody, it was on the weekend, somebody had tossed a cigarette or something into it. It was extinguished in a few minutes.
In 31 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all you had?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you have 140 plants in North America, correct?
Correct.
What's your track record on your other plants? I don't know, you have to have a detail for 50 years, but to your best of your recollection, do you record any major fires, any meltdowns, people killed?
No, I mean, there have been vehicular incidents that I'm aware of where there were fatalities. So in other words, you have trucks that were hit by other vehicles. In one particular case where we were struck by another vehicle and an individual died.
Okay, so it's safe to say not only in the plant you operated for 31 years in Malaga, but all your plants across the United States have got a stellar safety record?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, you've been in business 100 years. You must be doing something right.
Yes, sir.
I read some of the reports, concerns about cancer clusters, which are generally measured, the threshold is 10 per 1 million, correct?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
Your
hear
cancer clusters, that was one of the concerns on some of the letters I read. And,
right.
And I guess that's called the TAC threshold is 10 per 1 million. And what the information I have is an analysis of the risk at the nearest sensitive reception. It was at 1.88 to 1 million.
If I could, I'd defer to our consultant on that.
Well, my name's Dave Mitchell with First Carbon Solutions, the air quality consultant for the project.
Okay, can you respond to that issue about cancer?
Yes, the San Joaquin Valley Air District and all the other districts in the state have adopted thresholds of significant impact for toxics, and it's a significant impact of 10 cancer cases per million increase is considered significant, and this project was right around 1 point something, a little over 1 per million.
1.88.
1.88 per million. So
well below the threshold.
Way below the threshold, and on all pollutants was below the threshold.
Okay. And a lot of people talked about air quality and the concerns. So could you talk about that?
Yes, and one of the important things to think about is the local agencies typically require air quality studies so they can have an objective measure of significance. Otherwise, it's just subjective. Somebody's saying it's bad. And what it allows these air analysis to do is to quantify the emissions impact, compare it to a quantitative threshold,
right.
And so you can tell, okay, it's 1/10 of the threshold, or if it's over, then it's a significant impact, and maybe they would have to do mitigation measures to reduce the impact. In this one, in every case, all the pollutants were analyzed were less than those thresholds.
And the San Joaquin Valley Air District reviewed this?
Yes, San Joaquin Valley Air District reviewed the study, and their comments were there were no significant impacts.
This is an unbiased, San Joaquin Air District, unbiased local agency that provides objective and is required on any EIR for something of this magnitude, correct?
That's correct. They review all projects, go through CEQA.
It would be safe to say, and I know myself and Councilmember Brandel about 3 months ago had a meeting with the Air Board, and they said that about 80 to 90% of our air quality problems emanate from mobile sources, Highway 99, a jet stream that blows from across the Pacific from China through the Bay Area to the Delta into the San Joaquin Valley, that's trapped by the natural basin that we have.
It is fairly complicated, but the mobile sources, cars and trucks are close
Right,
to
so-
80% of all the impacts from most of the pollutants.
Okay. Thank you. I'll call you back later if I need you.
One quick thing on
Sure.
the cumulative impact was brought up, and it's good to know that, like, for all the ozone impacts and particulate impacts, the thresholds are actually set as a cumulative contribution, because we know we have an existing problem, and it's the amount allowed to increase considering you have this existing problem.
Right.
And that's commonly used throughout the state, the same approach to allow growth to occur in areas with existing impacts.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, we have more issues. I'll call you back later. Issues with Highway 99, sources that we have virtually no control over. There's nothing that's been demonstrated. We talked about chemicals. Everything we eat, preservative, has chemicals in it. Can I talk without, I didn't boo anybody. I didn't say anything. I've heard a lot of charges, sensational charges, and I've seen absolutely no empirical evidence for anything. Okay, let's deal with the facts. You know, there's a really direct correlation, and that's no jobs, poverty. And in Fresno, we have this historical perspective of double-digit unemployment, high poverty, high dropout rate. And if we're ever going to start to change that, there's a lot of things that have to be done. And we talk about what the city of Fresno is trying to do to reverse that. Okay, we talked about the 2035 general plan, which in many ways addresses that. I think that will be, you talk about a catalyst, that's your catalyst, the 2035 general plan, which goes a lot further than any other general plan. In fact, the first general plan in the last 50 years that does not expand the sphere of influence for the city of Fresno. What does business friendly mean? We talk about that. Every administration that's came here for the last 20 years says they're business friendly. It means, among other things, by right uses. It means streamlined permitting and plan check. It means those things we can do to bring in business, to attract employers, and to make more jobs. Sir, one more time. How many jobs will your plant have on all the shifts that you have? Are you on 24-hour shifts?
No, we run Monday through Friday, typically sun up, sundown. We have 38 full-time positions at the facility at this point, and expect to see that continue to grow.
Do the positions you hire, are they high school graduate, are they college, or they're a mix?
There is a mix, but so we do have both high school and college graduates.
Okay. And I'm sure you're moving people from your Malaga plant to this plant. Are you hiring new people?
Absolutely.
Okay. I would ask you one thing. Try to focus, if you can, on the people that live around the area, okay, so that they can get some dividend from this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if we have more jobs, if we eliminate poverty, that's a step in the right direction. You know, if we applied the same level of scrutiny and put this microscope just about any other industrial user in the city of Fresno, you're probably going to have, most of those guys aren't going to qualify by the standards you're laying out. And I think, and I didn't mention this before, it's not only do we have all these things we're talking about, you know, we talk about this review, we have local, state, federal, EPA, whatever was done 50 years ago has been multiplied about 100-fold today. These agencies are on top of everybody in every single business. Nobody can go out there and have a free pass, particularly if you're in the chemical business. And I know a lot of people, and I know this goes back to the previous meeting we had on the text amendment for the old running horse. You know, people want housing, they want supermarkets, they want retail, and they should have that. But that is all market driven. You just can't say, let's draw a map. I want a grocery store here. I want 100 houses there. Because people don't build unless they make money. There's got to be an incentive. You got to put the pieces together. If you put the pieces together right, it will work. And having more jobs and having people that spend money means one more reason why somebody would build a grocery store or a Long's Pharmacy or anything like that. You know, I respect my council member Baines, and I actually agree that on this buy right deal, I think because of the nature of this business, I think it's appropriate that we're taking a very thorough review of what we're doing. And I think because of the historical issue with West Fresno, and I would agree that there's issues of neglect, there's health issues. I mean, I can think of other more appropriate things like Darlene Processing Plant, but you guys have got to pick your battles. And I think there are battles out there that are worth fighting. But I don't think this plant is going to cause these problems that we're here. I think they're going to be a positive force in the community. I'm hoping that people will be hired at this plant. If they expand, they hire more people, and that we make a move in the right direction. So I appreciate the concerns, and I know there are valid concerns out there. I just think it's been misapplied on this issue. City Attorney, since there's already a motion out there, should I just hold off any further motion to the other one is voted on?
Yes, there can only be one motion on the floor at a time. It would have to be voted on. You can indicate what you may offer.
Okay, well, I would
as
make a motion that we approve it, but subject to the other one being voted first then?
You can indicate that you would do that, but you have to wait until after his
Okay,
motion
all right,
is disposed
okay.
of.
And again, thank you all for taking the time to come here and express your views. And again, I know there are legitimate concerns out there. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to make my comments relatively short. I did want to ask from a couple of the public speakers, I've got they were pretty serious charges. So I wanted to ask about Corey to come up, if you've got a minute, Corey, about somebody said something about in Waco,
yes,
there were 59 incidents and you guys only admitted to one or something like that.
Yeah.
Tell me about Waco.
So in my opening comments, it was either misunderstood or something that I indicated that Brentag had an incident in Waco, and I don't believe that's what I said, and it's certainly not what I intended to say. There was an explosion at a company, Western Refinery, or I forget the name, involving ammonium nitrate. And my point there was it had been brought up in previous meetings and said that could happen at Brentag, and my point being that Brentag does not handle ammonium nitrate or any explosives, radioactives, or any of those other materials.
So the charge about the 59 other incidents?
The 59 incidents was it by the same individual, Mr. Mitchell, and it was again there's no time frame given or any context to. I couldn't even understand the source of that report. Certainly would be glad to discuss anything that has some context to it that I can speak to, but to say 59 incidents or spills over what period, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Corey. Mr. Mitchell, I'm going to have you come up then if you got a second. Is that pipe's not a chemical explosive pipe, is it? hey.
Keeps me from exploding.
Mr. Mitchell, yeah, I understand. Mr. Mitchell, so the 59, do you have source for that, or where are we at on that?
Right. What I was referencing, sir, is that I don't want to call you Corey. What's your last name? Roberts. Mr. Roberts mentioned that there was only one report of an incident, and he used, if I'm not mistaken, Waco, Texas. Is that correct? Waco, Texas. Was that not the location that you mentioned?
There was a explosion at another company that has nothing to do with Brentag that was brought up at the previous hearing, and I was referencing that.
Well, I don't recall that, and I was at the previous hearing, and I'm the one who brought up the incidences that are reported to the Emergency Response Notification System. Now, I don't know why he doesn't know what that is, but that is ran by the United States Coast Guard, and every plant that has a response has to report to that entity. They can Google it just like I did off of the computer, and it will show that information that the Brentag Corporation did in fact have 59 incidences, and I'm not saying at one plant,
Gotcha.
but that are those that have been reported. And the other aspect of the statement made by Mr. Roberts is that the chemicals that they have are not explosive. Well, that is contradictory by information that speaks to if you have two of their chemicals that they have the highest concentration of coming into contact, there is explosive capability there. They also say that the only way you can get damage from the chemicals is if it's rubbed on you or somehow entered onto your skin. The sodium hydrochloride is very corrosive poison, and if it's inhaled, that means if you merely smell it, not touch it on your skin, it will affect your pulmonary system. Another chemical that if you inhale is potassium hydroxide. If you inhale it, not get it on your skin, it can cause edema in your heart. So this information that the chemicals are benign in such a state that the only way you can be harmed by them is if you walked up and put your hand in a bucket or something is quite ludicrous.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
You're welcome, sir.
The other one that I wanted to ask, and before I do it, I want to comment that my decision is not going to be based on by right use. Okay, so I've got some thoughts about by right use and how the city needs to operate with that. When we make decisions, but that's not going to be how I come to my conclusion. However, I do want to ask that because Ashley Werner made some statements about how these are really CEQA processes or site plan processes, and we do have say on that. So, City Attorney, can you comment on that for a second?
I believe Ms. Werner read a portion of our code that pertains to the council's finding today. That code, and I'll just read it all into the record so we have it. Fresno Municipal Code Section 12-405A3 says, for site plans, a site plan shall be approved only when it is found that A, all applicable provisions of this code are complied with, and, in addition, that the following are so arranged that traffic congestion is avoided, pedestrian and vehicular safety and welfare are protected, and the surrounding property is protected from adverse effect. And then it has a list. Facilities and improvements, vehicular ingress, egress, and internal circulation, setbacks, height of buildings, location of buildings, walls, landscaping, lighting, signs, and recycling areas. So that's what's being analyzed.
Okay. All right. So I just kind of wanted to get some clarity, and I don't know if that helped anybody. I'm not even sure if it helped me, but thanks for trying, Doug. All right, then. I have to respond to my brother in arms, Councilman Baines, when he talked about a vote we took last year in District 2 about the river access. And I do appreciate the way he voted that night, and he agreed with me on an issue. But right now, when he talked about it a little bit, I felt like it was a little bit apples and oranges, and I just want to go on the record and talk about the difference because I think it's important. On that issue, there was a group that wanted to put a parking lot down at the bottom of the San Joaquin River, and they wanted the access to go through a neighborhood, like a residential neighborhood, to go through this neighborhood and then access the river. And the city of Fresno has kind of a planned access about a half a mile away that is very accessible, not through a neighborhood, on a nice 4-lane road that goes right to the river, and there's an access road down to the river. But we weren't talking about that access road. We were talking about this one through the neighborhood. And Councilman Baines, one of the things, as you were using that as an illustration that came to my mind and how I compared it, was that little neighborhood road was not built to handle another 500, 600, 800, whatever amount of cars per day of people that would go down floating on the river or walking down by the river, whatever. It was just not built for that. It was built for a little neighborhood road, and then all of a sudden we had some people that wanted to convert it to a road of heavier use. And it was just like, I can't believe it. And I do appreciate that you went out and parked on that road and kind of got a visual of how it was working. Now, today, in my mind, the way I compare that is this property that Brentag wants to purchase and wants to put a project on is exactly built for that type of project. And so, to me, those were apple and oranges comparisons, because they have the type of plant. I know I'm not referring to by right use, but they have the type of business that area was zoned for. It'd be similar as last year, them saying, hey, let's go down this nice big boulevard to the river. Then I would say, yeah, let's build this boulevard all the way out to the river, because that's what that was built for. And so I really thought that your at least for your District 2 analogy, was little apples and oranges, okay? You're going to come back. Okay, good deal. We love that. I listened to the points that the constituents made. I always try my best to. There were very good points in there. Normally when we get these type of things, I hear a lot of propaganda. I think that I heard some propaganda tonight, but I also heard, some citizens that were, concerned, and I think that with the information they have, I would be concerned also. With the information that I believe I have, and I say this, and I know a lot of people are going to think that I'm throwing out propaganda, but I wish that John Brailsford, sitting right there, could find you guys a spot to locate in District 2 in North Fresno. I have no fear of that plant in North Fresno. So I just want to say, I think you're well within the framework of what that land was intended use for, and so I'm going to still listen to other council members, and we've got a number of them that want to talk, and the next one is Councilman Quintero.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilmember Baines, I'll second your motion, and Council President Brandau, I'll second your motion to go to your district. So that'll take care of both of them.
Right on.
And Mr. McCall, thank you for reaching out to me, trying to set up a meeting and all that, but I believe it was you that called me, wasn't it? Okay. And I told you that I would defer to the council member of the district, and whatever he wished to approach the issue, I would be supportive of what his wishes were. So that's why I declined a meeting, and I'm very, very familiar with West Fresno. I grew up in the Callaway area. My parents helped build a church in Malaga, so I'm very familiar where you're at in Malaga. And my father worked in West Fresno. I went to school in West Fresno for a while, and so I'm very familiar where you want to locate now. And I wanted to also thank Luisa for your comments. I agree with Councilmember Baines, they were spot on. And Sarah, your comments about where does anybody live, or where do some of these folks live? And Mary, thank you. And Robert, thank you, as well as the organizations that are here this evening advocating for the best part of what can happen in West Fresno. And it's not to me. It's being familiar with the different parts of Fresno and Fresno County. I was born and raised here, and I never left. And each part of this city has its own uniqueness to it. And when you have people that have shown up this evening, that you have 2 or 3 generations of families that that lived in this area, that grew up in this area and still live there, when you have community organizations coming together and you have educators speaking on this particular issue, you know, it's more than just how the zoning is or what can get built there. It's people that are asking for our help in creating their own destiny for their community. And, you know, it's been years. You can look at West Fresno and other parts of the city when the city of Fresno promised, we're going to redo West Fresno. Redevelopment came in, and you still have scars in West Fresno of unused land that were promises of shopping centers being built that never happened. So if folks are skeptical, they have every right to be. They have every right to be, because their feeling is that, and I don't blame you, their feeling is, well, here we go again. They're giving us something we don't want. We've been trying all these years to dictate our own destiny, to ask for a little bit better community. We're still here, and it's fallen on deaf ears. And so when and I'm very familiar with that evening that the Councilmember Baines mentioned earlier when they were talking about the Palm and Knees area and the river area where the neighborhood turned out, and they said, no, we don't want this. And so, okay, let's go back and have more discussions on it. And it's still going on. So, you know, it's not about not wanting you. It just isn't the right place or the right time to have you there. And I can look at the Calway area where I have old industrial areas. There's old industrial areas that are in the county, neglected. And Councilmember Brand mentioned the Cashin project where there's an industrial park there. Well, let me tell you, they're being very careful in what is going in there. You know, what types of businesses are going in there. And they're doing it the right way. So, you know, the thing with me is that when you have, like I said, 2 or 3 generations of families, you know, just asking for help in creating their own destinies for their areas, and still being hopeful that they want to be a part of Fresno, they want to have nice areas. It's been a lot of broken promises, and so with that's my reason for supporting Councilmember Baines. So thank you.
Councilman Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. Most of the questions I had were answered by my colleagues, but I wanted to put a little different twist on this issue and other issues that I've heard since I've been on the council. And I've often heard, sitting up here from many of you, I've often heard from the same individuals. And the message, and we do listen, the message seems to be that District 3 is neglected by the city, and that some people, some of the advocates even criticize Councilmember Baines. And I want to tell you, my time on this council, he is one of the biggest advocates up here, and he's a very strong advocate for District 3. And his advocacy results in items being placed on our agenda, and we as a council have confirmed those items. So some of them, the items, may not be specifically what you want. It may not be specifically where you want it, but it goes to District 3. So that's a bold statement. Can I verify that? If you look at your agenda tonight, if you look at 14-242, $88,860, District 3. Item 14293, $303,000, $658, District 3. Item 14294, $121,342. If you add that up, that's over $500,000 that this council, based on his advocacy, confirmed by the city, is going to District 3. Look at your agenda. It'll tell you what district those funds go to. If you look on the agenda, unfortunately, District 4, my district, is at 0. But I continue to advocate. Each one of these council members advocate for our districts. Not only that, but also our city. So I just want you to realize that we are elected public servants. We do listen. But we're not only elected to represent our individual districts, we're elected to represent the city. And as a result of that, we have to think about not only our district, but the entire city. I heard some of the people say they like a Walmart, different businesses, some residential development, and we do as much as we can do. But you as advocates need to approach Walmart. You need to approach these different venues that you want in your district and convince them of your sincerity and what you want, why you want it, if it can succeed or not. Those are things that need to be done. They were done in my district. Councilmember Larry Westerland, sitting in the audience, at Fashion Fair, he advocated for Fleming's. He advocated a Cheesecake Factory to be incorporated in that facility. I'm advocating, as all council members are, for improvement in our district. But the citizens can also do that. It's a community responsibility. So with that in mind, I just want you to know how I feel about this gentleman and my colleagues and the fact that we advocate for our districts, but also for the city. So tonight, we have to balance those issues and come up with a decision. So thank you.
Councilman Olivier.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you all very much for coming out today to speak and be heard. I have a few comments to make, but let me first say I will be voting to support the Brenntag moving into the location this evening. I believe that the staff report and the people from Brenntag made their case to me, so I will be supporting it in the name of business friendliness, in the name of jobs, in the name of getting the economy going. And Fresno always very slow to pull out. But I have heard what you have said to me about environmental justice, and I have heard what you have said to me about Southwest Fresno feeling as if they are targeted by city leaders who put these kinds of projects in their areas. And I was thinking about it, and I was thinking that many of the groups that are here tonight, like Building Healthy Communities, A New California, Faith in Community, hammered me 2 years ago this month when I voted against Plan A of the general plan. Well, Plan A, this area here where Brenntag is going to go, is zoned heavy industrial. And in Plan A that I got hammered for not supporting, it remains zoned heavy industrial. And so the general plan would have to change. It's not this individual vote that, for me, it's not this individual vote that targets this area for heavy industrial. It's a flawed general plan. This won't be the last project. There will be more, and there will be more, and there will be more, because this is the area of the city that these kinds of projects are reserved for. So I just wanted to point that out because, I think that you have something there, and I think that we could address those kinds of problems through a planning process, because I have heard your comments, and I have taken them to heart. And I thank you all for coming, and I encourage you all to stay connected and to stay involved in the general plan process as we move forward to try and correct some of the wrongs that have been made, not only in Southwest Fresno, but especially in Central Fresno as well and other parts of the city. So thank you all very much for coming out.
Councilman Shong.
Thank you, Council President. I'll try to be efficient with my time. But I also want to thank all of you for being here and sticking it out. It's good to see that half didn't leave, so that's that's a good thing that you get a chance to hear now. Council's opportunity to respond to some of the comments, and to be honest, I didn't really have a chance to meet with Brentag, and didn't have a chance to meet with the constituents group either. So it's somewhat refreshing to kind of just get a chance to sit up here and listen to my colleagues' advocacy, Member Baines here, and also just dialogue with the company and also from our constituency. And at least from that perspective, and I will heed my colleagues' perception that this has nothing to do with the company. By all means, they're a great company. How they want to serve, excellent track record, and what they want to do within the community. And so thank you, Member Baines, for really clarifying that, because sometimes we get up here and we hear perspectives and things being said, and it gets tossed, and we don't know. And so coming from you, having that discussion, in-depth discussion, and explain that way was refreshing and very transparent, and I appreciate that. But with that being said as well, I mean, we get issues up here many times, and whether I call it the NIMBY issues or changes of I apologize, NIMBY is not in my backyard. That's what it is, and we get through those discussions, and whether we call them apples and oranges. I've seen this body, I don't want to say make exceptions, but also look at other things beyond than what is within us, whether they be the guidelines. Staff has come to us many times on this body that has stamped their recommendation that they've done this. They've spent thousands of hours and a couple of $100,000 on plan that put right in front of our council body up here. We've looked at it, we've asked staff, we've asked the individuals, and yet this body still voted differently. And, we just did that today. There was a legislation that came back, city attorney brought in, did a repeal on the PLA that we've had here. Staff was very clear that there was financial obligations in terms of that repeal, that if we didn't allow that to happen, that we had finances that we could be liable for, or that we wouldn't be getting money from the state because of that, if we didn't follow the rules. Now, it passed 4-3, but we still had 3 council members that knew the ramification but still voted in terms of principles. And that's fantastic, right? So let's not believe that just because those are pretty clear, hard-written rules appeared, sometimes we as councils sit up here and vote on principles too that are different from staff's recommendation, that are different from people that have come out here, whether they be community organizations or advocacy groups, that we still vote on what is important to us. So to our salesman that just left, and to all of our partners, I think it's clear that if there are going to be a certain type of business in this particular area, there should be a pretty clear discussion that this community has some objections. That as we go out and outreach to bring business partners in, whatever they may be, and if it's going to fit into this area, that they should understand clearly that there's a constituency here that have a difference of opinion. But what I will also say this as well. I had a community meeting just the other day about a development project. One of the grocery stores coming in. By all generality, I thought it was a pretty good project. Spent 8 years fighting hard, trying to get that. It was a plot of land that's been vacant, dead for about, by some account, 30 years. A plot of land that has been a blight, that has been a spot for homelessness, a lot of criminal activities. Had a successful community meeting. Larger group than I expected showed up. larger group. I thought it was going to be, you know, I'll have some discussions, but I thought the majority, for a super majority, was great job, Long. You worked extremely hard, and we're there for you. But I had constituency that says, you know, what about the economic impact, the air quality impact? What type of jobs are we talking about? Because we're talking about jobs. Some even said that, you know, how come we didn't stick with the police substation that was originally there? I said, well, economics changed. We couldn't do it. And some constituent says, well, how come you didn't come and talk to us? I think some of the constituents would have put some of our investment in there to keep it. And I said, well, we had a couple of discussions. I didn't see constituents coming here and said they want to keep the station, and we're willing to pull out some dollars out of our own pockets to do it. So I hope that we would understand the challenges that Member Baines is having. That I think there were some comments that was made up here, and I agree, that it is not only his responsibility to make sure that we find the right type of partners as well. And I have seen this group being pretty active in getting engaged and getting involved to make sure that we have the business or the partners that Southwest Fresno is looking for. But he's going to need some support, some commitment. Because when we talk about parks, we're talking about investment. Folks, it takes people that have jobs to get some investment to come in. You got to have business. You got to have those things. You can't create a park if you don't have the type of business. You don't have people employed. Tax revenues generate. And if you want a specific business, better be clear. We have a general plan that's coming up, that's going through. As Member Clint Olivia said, we voted on this. It's pretty clear on that. So if there's some changes, let's hope we have those serious discussions. Because, you know, I still believe that my project's going to be good, but I'm still facing some difficulties, even though it's not a chemical plant. But with that being said, we all up here has heeded our community's concern. We all have tried to do what's right for our district, for our residents. Sometimes, depending on the issue, sometimes depending on the subject matters, we support our council colleagues. Sometimes on the issues, on the subject matters, we go a little bit opposite of our colleague, even if it's in their district. But that's to each of our council members' principles and values. And that's what I've always at least respected our colleagues up here. But let there be no doubt, Member Baines is a true advocate, worked extremely hard. So I appreciated the brevity of this conversation. So I look forward to support you, Member Baines.
Councilman Quintero.
Ms. Clark, got a quick question for you. Under the current general plan, how much of the industrial area for these types of businesses do we have, let's say, in southeast, southwest, North Fresno?
We had a map at the Planning Commission, but there are industrially zoned properties and planned business park and industrial lands in all council districts: North Fresno, Northwest Fresno, Southeast Fresno, South Fresno, and Southwest Fresno. The preponderance of industrial zone land is east of 99 and west of 99 and east of 41 in what we call the reverse triangle. is where the preponderance of industrial zoned land is right now. However, the new general plan does call for a significant amount of industrial land in the southeast development area.
Well, we're going to take a hard look at that one. Guarantee you. And, okay, and I think that that's really something that you folks may really want to get involved with and look at. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate it, and look forward to getting a report on that or having a report. Thank you.
Is that it, Councilman Quintero? Okay, that's all right. Jennifer, I've got a question also. So I didn't know Councilman Quintero was done, or I would have just had you stay there. So a couple of things that I want to clarify. What I hear a lot about when I hear a couple councilmen talk about South Fresno, and especially Southwest Fresno, is grocery stores and retail like Walmart and different opportunities like that to come to West Fresno. So as far as air pollution and air quality standards and asthma and stuff like that I heard a lot about tonight, can you compare what that'd be like to open up a medium-sized grocery store in West Fresno compared to what Brentag's doing in West Fresno?
Most of the air quality reviews that we either see or are conducted by applicants are based on vehicle trips that are generated through a facility. So any facility that has a high number of vehicle trips, like a grocery store or a fast food or even a big box store like a Walmart, generate a lot of vehicle trips. In comparison to a facility like this, it's the difference is fairly large. A standard size Walmart, a 40,000 square foot Walmart, generates about 8 times the number of vehicle trips that a facility like this does, because there aren't customers coming to the facility. It's employees coming in the morning and leaving in the afternoon, and then a certain number of truck shipments per day.
Okay. So, I think that's something we really ought to consider. Everybody whose main concern was about air quality and asthma and breathing, and I know that's not everybody, but I know that was a lot of concerns. My question is, when Save Mart or Walmart or Target or Vons or Albertsons decide to go in West Fresno, which we're pushing very hard for, Councilman Baines, you'd have to admit most of us are trying to help you develop West Fresno. We've even got in our new general plan a West Fresno specific plan, right, where we're going to target out of the whole city developing West Fresno. And to be honest, we moved West Fresno forward past our last general plan. Target was going to be Sega or Southeast growth area. Now we're actually put that on the back burner so that we could move West Fresno forward. Now, I know a lot of you probably know this, but maybe a couple don't. So we do a lot of helpful targeting of develop for West Fresno, and it's actually just on the launching pad, and a lot of good things are going to be coming. But so I've got to ask questions like, when we go to open up a Save Mart in West Fresno, are you guys going to come out and complain about the air quality? Because when you open up a grocery store, that's when you have air quality problems compared to what Brentag is doing. Yeah. No, I'm not asking to respond tonight. I'm just looking forward to seeing you on that night, because a lot of complaints were about asthma and children and air quality standards. And so the benefits got nothing to do with air quality, though. And that's all right. And I invite you to disagree, and that's fine. That's totally what this meeting's about. I'm just making a point. Second to that air quality point is, it's nonsense to believe that this council, no matter, I know the different council members up here that are on different sides based on their comments. I know the different sides that are being taken tonight, and I understand each side politically and everything else. But these council members all know that we are putting a heavy emphasis on West Fresno, and specifically Councilman Bain's district, District 3. And I know Brentag is not right in the heart of downtown Fresno, but that's another area, Councilman Bain's district, where we're putting heavy emphasis. We put a lot of extra resources into downtown Fresno. And if you don't believe me, you can ask Councilman Baines. Call him up, set a meeting with him, and ask him if we're targeting development for West Fresno. But anyway, I needed to get that off my chest, because we are not leaving this part of the city behind. Now, I will say maybe that's happened in the past, but I feel like we focus a lot on District 3. And we do, like Councilman Capriolio said, and I don't know about all of his examples and everything, but we spend probably more money trying to get District 3. And if you read our new general plan, all 540 pages of it, you'd find out the word emphasis on neighborhoods that are left behind. And so, all right, cool, thank you very much. We have a clear screen. Councilman Baines, did you want to go again?
Yeah, just to, no, I'm brevity, I promise. But I did want to quickly comment on your apples and oranges with the river bottom. And yes, I want to acknowledge that it was apple and oranges on the issue and the idea, but to really emphasize what my issue was we stood with the community. Yeah, clearly there are differences in the overall idea, but that night was about, in my opinion, for me at least, finding a way to advocate for a community that was asking to be advocated for, and that's what this community is asking for tonight. So that was the only response I wanted to have to that.
How about my point from some of our public audience that are growling at me? How about acknowledgement? Do you feel as if we do spend some quality time focusing on District 3 and West Fresno?
Without question.
Okay, thank you.
I don't. Yeah, you're very right, and I am very grateful to the relationship that I have with my colleagues on that, and you included. We do spend a lot of time talking about how to move West Fresno forward. I know that it's happening. You're right. It's on the launching pad. So yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a part of that, though, and so as we have that broad discussion, I think it's fair to say, as we're on the launching pad, that allowing the community to have a voice about what they desire is a part of it too. So you're absolutely right, and we're doing good things, and I'm very proud of some of the decisions this council's made and the benefit of West Fresno that I believe that will come long term. But that's right. Right now, we are talking about whether or not we're going to support a community in the things they desire. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a clear screen. The motion is Councilman Baines' motion to reject the staff recommendation, seconded by Councilman Quintero. We're going to vote electronically. A yes is to reject staff's recommendation to allow Brentag the access to that property and that project. A no vote is saying that you're going to vote no on Councilman Baines and then probably a yes on the staff recommendation. So we're going to vote electronically. All right. The no votes prevail, and that is Councilman Steve Brandow, Clint Olivier, Paul Capriolio, and Lee Brand voting no on Councilman Baines' motion. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the staff recommendations.
So you make a motion to approve?
Yes.
Councilman Olivier, you second. Let's vote on that electronically also. And the yes votes win 4-3 with Councilman Baines, Councilman Quintero, and Councilman Zhang voting no. City Attorney or City Clerk, do we have anything else on our agenda tonight?
No.
All right.
We're
thank you.
finished.
Our meeting is concluded.